Good afternoon, everyone, on this bright and early afternoon at 1 p.m. We are going to be calling the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Clerk, could you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bayless.
Present.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Present.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Present.
Councilmember Maz.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Meeks.
Present.
Mayor Aiken.
Here.
Let the record show we have all 7 members present.
The first item on our agenda is the workshop on the strategic plan. At this time, we're going to accept public comments on the workshop. Clerk, do we have any in-person speakers addressing the workshop?
Mayor, we do. We have one in-person speaker. We had a card from Dwayne Roberts, and the time limit is 3 minutes.
Welcome, Mr. Roberts.
Dwayne Roberts, editor and publisher, AnaheimInvestigator.com. I'm here before you this afternoon to briefly address an item that was touched upon at last year's workshop on the strategic plan. Though I don't know if it will come up today, it's something I find intriguing given my knowledge of local law enforcement. The item in question, which was listed under public safety, dealt with the potential of establishing a police training facility in Anaheim. My question is this: why? Orange County already has a robust infrastructure in place to offer recruits all of the training they need to become police officers. For example, the Orange County Sheriff's Department operates 2 major academies, one of which is located not far from Angel Stadium. In addition, Golden West College hosts a criminal justice training center offering both basic and advanced law enforcement education. These regional facilities are not only very modern and up to date, but have the capacity of graduating upwards of 950 officers annually. Building another police training facility really doesn't make any sense. It just duplicates existing resources and wastes taxpayer money. I thank you very much for your time.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers, and we did not receive any electronic comments on the workshop.
Thank you. So we'll close the public comment portion of the workshop and turn it over to City Manager. Can you please present our workshop?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council and public. I'd like to ask Deputy City Manager Ted White to make a presentation on our strategic plan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Ted White, Deputy City Manager. With me today is Assistant City Manager Greg Garcia and Budget Manager Deanne Lee. We're supported by the city's executive team, who are also here and available to answer any questions. Today's workshop will serve as an update to the city's 10-year strategic plan, which was adopted in April 2024. And as a reminder, the strategic plan established 6 thematic goals: ensuring fiscal responsibility, enhancing livability, expanding infrastructure and amenities, fostering a high-performing organization, promoting public safety, and encouraging development and tourism. The discussion today is intended to kick off a conversation with Council regarding 2 of the strategies included in the goal of maintaining fiscal responsibility. The strategies are: identify potential new funding sources and revenue to increase city revenues to maintain and enhance city services, as well as create a plan for the responsible use of LPMR, also known as the Resort Improvement Bonds. Before we jump into the list of ambitious projects we hope to accomplish in the future, I thought it would be helpful to briefly set the stage to recognize the thriving city we enjoy today. Anaheim is an extraordinary place and an industry-leading organization. Anaheim is the 10th largest city in California by population. It's the largest and oldest city in Orange County. We are a full-service city with historic and high-performing police and fire rescue departments, and we proudly operate one of Southern California's most respected public utilities. Our Public Works Department maintains 50 square miles of infrastructure and 580 miles of roadway. And our Parks Department has built and maintained 68 parks, 7 libraries, and 12 community centers. I highlight some of these basic building blocks of the community because it's important to recognize what has been accomplished as a community and as an organization, in light of the fact that Anaheim's residents enjoy the lowest tax burden of any large city in California. We have, of course, been able to accomplish this unique feat because of the visionary decisions of city leadership over many decades to invest in and grow a world-class tourism economy that today provides over 140 million in net surplus revenue to the city through the 26 million plus visitors to Anaheim's theme parks and entertainment attractions. Okay, we've got a lot to cover this afternoon, so we're going to get right into it. I will briefly provide an update to the strategic plan top priorities, then go over a list of strategies that have significant capital or operational expenses associated with them so that you can get a sense of the costs associated with these projects or programs. We will take a look at the budget forecast and turn our attention to a review of potential revenue policy options and strategies you may wish to consider. We'll then turn the item over to council for discussion and questions. For reference, this slide shows the council's top priorities established in the strategic plan and it's as well as memorialized on the wall to your right. As mentioned, we're discussing two of these priorities today. I would also highlight ongoing investments on Beach Boulevard is making significant progress on addressing blight and improving major street corridors. The Economic Development Strategic Plan is underway with stakeholder engagement and council consideration both scheduled for first quarter 2026. Fire Station number 12 is nearing completion. The ATID modernization project, which expands affordable housing and home ownership opportunities, is also being considered and will be finalized tonight. And our recently revamped district community meetings, as well as our new and improved community calendar, will launch in early 2026. Our expanding community engagement, communication, and outreach. We can revisit this slide at the end of the presentation should you wish to dig into these priorities further. We'll now turn our attention to an overview of strategies and associated costs that can be used by council to help discuss prioritization of strategies. We've focused on the priorities in the first 5 years, buckets 1 and 2, and 3 to 5. And just quickly responding to the previous speaker, the police training facility, which is in the 5 to 10 year bucket, is not part of this discussion. In any conversation regarding the prioritization of strategies, it's important to note the strategy related to an appropriate general fund and reserve balances to ensure sufficient reserves for future catastrophic events. Given the reliance on tourism as the main driver of our city's revenue, a strong reserve balance is more important to our city's financial strategy than other cities that rely on property tax and sales tax as their main sources of revenue. Current city policy is to maintain a minimum reserve balance of 7 to 10%. However, best practice for a city like Anaheim would be to maintain a reserve balance of closer to 20%. In order to do this, we would need to build up the city's reserves by approximately 50 to 75 million over a period of time, beginning in 2028 and following LPMR payoff. There are 3 strategies related to supporting public safety that would require significant capital and/or operational costs. A new police headquarters is expected to cost somewhere between 250 and 350 million to construct. A new fire station will cost approximately 25 to 30 million. And in order to reduce police and fire response times, additional officers and/or fire personnel would be required. As an example, for budgeting perspective, 10 police officers would cost approximately 3.2 million per year. There are 2 strategies in the goal of enhancing livability that could require significant capital or operational expenditures. To address neighborhood blight, council may wish to consider strategic acquisitions of certain derelict commercial properties, including potentially blight-inducing motels. Council has also expressed an interest in potentially supporting affordable housing programs with general fund resources. This slide is here for reference as the implementation of the classification and compensation study is already underway, which will bring various employee classifications to competitive compensation ranges in line with council direction. The longest list of strategies that require capital or operational resources are in the goal of infrastructure and amenities. These include new senior centers, which would be $8 to $15 million each to construct. A new sports complex, we would need initial funding of approximately $200,000 to study, but could cost upwards of $100 million or more to construct. a downtown civic center, which could potentially include a new city hall and/or library, which has a broad range, but could be anywhere from 100 to 500 million, depending on scope and approach. Improving and beautifying major corridors, which could be 10 to 20 million a year in ongoing resources to make a meaningful dent. And a mobility plan to connect our major attractions, which again is highly dependent on technology and approach, but could be $100 million or more. Investing in the maintenance of our streets as measured by the Street Paving Index and a score of 75 plus could require 5 to 30 million per year to make meaningful progress. New parks on Edison easements would likely need to be budgeted at approximately 5 million per acre for improvements. A public pool would be budgeted at approximately 30 million. Deferred maintenance of city facilities as an approximately $5 million per year for a period of 20 years. OC Riverwalk is another major capital expense. And importantly, potential to Resort 2.0 investments, they're unknown at this time, but it is an important strategy to keep in mind as a priority as we look to ensure that the resort continues to grow as the economic engine of the city. It's important to note that we're not saying that the full cost of these strategies will fall on the general fund. Grant funding and other tools and partnerships will need to play a significant role in order to accomplish many of these strategies. But before we jump into the budget, I'd take a pause here and just see if there were any questions on the strategies. Or I can keep on cranking.
I have a question.
Thank you, Ted. If you could pause one moment. Councilmember Rubicalva?
Can you just give some clarity on what Resort 2.0 reinvestment is?
Sure, yes, and so, you know, some of that is to be determined. However, there are, you know, we do have an ad hoc committee that is meeting to talk about potential reinvestment in the resort, and that could be anything from pedestrian improvements to planning that needs to be done for allowing the next kind of generation of growth and private investment. But also placemaking improvements, making sure that we're really kind of positioning the resort to be, you know, viable and actually continue the economic engine for the next 30, 40 years and facilitate the additional millions of visitors that we'd like to have.
Because that was the intention of the resort from the beginning, to be the economic engine for the city.
That's correct, yes, thank you.
Can you tell me how much we invested in Resort 1.0?
Yeah, so the, you know, Resort 1.0, right, is an interesting, I like the framing of, obviously there was the 1950s, you know, version of the resort, right, with the original Disneyland. But, you know, given that we're talking about sort of the 1990s sort of reimagining of the resort, which led to the original bonding, I believe, was 510 million was the resort improvement bonds that we were able to make the improvements to the resort that kickstarted our latest generation of investments.
And what kind of improvements were included? And I'm asking for public. I think it's important for the public to understand how much investment the city has made into the resort as well. We know that TOT is not, it's kind of a young thing that we've had in our city for less than 25, 30 years. So I think it's important for everybody to understand the investment that our taxpayer dollars have gone to generate or create this economic engine that we have so gratefully in Anaheim.
Sure, yeah, so that did include the Disney parking structure as well, that was part of it, but as well as other improvements, the beautification improvements that you see along Harbor and Catella, sign rebate programs, various infrastructure projects, partnerships with Caltrans, bridges, you know, an entire litany of improvements that went into those, that investment.
Okay, thank you. And I'll probably have follow-up questions on that, but for now you can move on.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless and then Councilmember Meeks, or sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Meeks.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is, I know there's still more to go, so if you're going to cover this in the future slides, just tell me to be quiet for a second, but when I look up here and look at this, I see some costs that are on here, and I don't know, did we do some due diligence on these costs? Are we taking them from other measures? And for example, I see two things that stick out to me. First off, we're going to create a new park on an Edison easement. A lot of those easements already have grass on them. And I know we've got, I think it's Boyson Park, roughly 30 million at 17 acres. That's one, well, let's call it 2 million an acre. I see we've upped it to 5 for here. And then my second question is, I have to imagine when I see the deferred maintenance at $5 million a year for 20 years, I have parks that have deferred maintenance that I think I can suck up more than your $5 million per year. And so I'm wondering, how did that number come about? And is that a legitimate number, or have we underestimated that number at all?
Thank you, and it's a really great question. I think it gives us the opportunity to kind of talk about a little bit about this. You know, I think the best way to look at these numbers is really sort of order of magnitude as you're considering sort of which things fall into the $100 million range versus the $5 million range. This is not intended to be, there's some specificity. We have recent examples of around a fire station of what that would cost, but some of these ranges, as you'll see, can vary very widely. And it's really intended to just sort of start the conversation. We would need to then get into details on any of these as you prioritize which items and strategies you'd like to see move forward. We did obviously talk with our team to try to get realistic numbers around that, and for example, on deferred maintenance, that doesn't necessarily mean that covers all of things and we bring everything up to brand new, with every city facility by any means. Rather, that's just sort of looking at what that would take to make meaningful progress with putting specific funding around deferred maintenance.
I guess I appreciate that. I guess if we're using this as a tool to come up with strategy, I think it's important to have a number that's, I just want to make sure that there's value in that number, I guess, because it's important for us to understand, is 5 million what it is, or is it 25 million? And when I look out there and see it, I see more than 5, but.
That's fair, and I think that's accurate to say, Councilmember, that, again, to bring everything up to, like new standards, right, to replace all of the, for example, just as an example, right, to replace all the bathrooms in every one of our parks, clearly going to take more than $5 million a year in order to do something like that.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I just wanted to add a little more clarity to the cost of the resort improvements. And just to be clear, the bonds paid for those improvements, and it was improvements like infrastructure. Yes, there was the parking structure, but there was storm drains and sewers and street widenings and placemaking, which included a lot of the landscaping and the signage and the directional signage and things like that. And just so everybody understands, the TOT was paid for those bonds. So none of that money, none of that $500 million came out of the city's general fund at any point in time, and that was guaranteed by the agreement with Disney that it would never eat into the city's general fund. So I think that's an important piece, that it was always an upside for the city.
Okay. I think, Councilmember Bayless and then Councilmember Rubicala.
Oh, thank you. I was just going to say, but the TOT did pay it down, but it would have gone to the general fund, but it was diverted from the general fund to pay down the bonds. So just for purpose of clarity.
It never would have existed.
Yeah, but it was, but still.
Right, okay, let's not have a back and forth right now. We can.
we're just talking.
Yes,
You know how
but
to
that
talk.
is, well, you don't know how to run a meeting. So what I would like is, if you have, I know we're going to probably do a little bit deeper dive into whether future bonds are going to be a potential revenue stream as part of a larger way to pay for some of the ideas people have, so we can get to it there. Councilmember Bayless, thank you for your patience.
No problem. This, again, might not be the right place, but we've listed the costs on here. I noticed that for some of these, it's also going to be an increased cost in terms of operational. But I didn't see that listed here. So do we talk about that in other locations, or are we also considering operational costs along with the static costs of the building?
Yeah, no, thank you. And another great question. So there are certain types of these that would require additional. So for a public pool, for example, right? Maintenance ongoing as well as staffing would be additional expenses. All right, we're going to get into kind of budget overview at this point. So we've talked about kind of what we'd like to accomplish. Let's turn our attention to the city's budget to see what we're working with. We will quickly go over the adopted 2025-26 budget as a refresher. Our big three revenues, TOT, sales tax, and property taxes make up 74% of the general fund revenue sources. The largest piece is TOT at 39%. Sales and use taxes make up 18%, and property taxes make up 17%. Anticipated revenue from TOT this year is $247 million. The resort area accounts for 97% of all TOT revenue. Anticipated revenue from sales and use taxes this year is $115 million. And the resort area accounts for 28% or $32 million of that sales tax revenue. The tax rate in Anaheim is 7.7% of retail sales. The city receives 1 cent of every dollar spent in Anaheim. About 30% of our retail sales tax comes from general retail, and the remaining 70% is shared among food, transportation, construction, and business to all business categories. Pretty diverse economy. Anticipated revenue from property taxes this year is approximately $111 million. The resort area accounts for about 15% of all property taxes received. Now that we've seen where the revenue comes from, let's look at where the money goes. The pie chart on the left shows general fund expenditures by service group. Over 64% of our expenditures go to keeping us safe, which includes police and fire, and is typical of local government. Labor expenditures of $371 million make up nearly 70% of our general fund budget, as indicated on the chart on the right. I'm going to pivot to talk about some of that aforementioned debt obligations as well. So in 1997, the Anaheim Public Financing Authority issued lease revenue bonds to finance the construction of improvements in the resort. That was the $510 million mentioned. To pay off the bonds, the city uses revenue from increases to resort revenue sources as outlined in the slide. The slide also shows the remaining LPMR payoffs, $114 million in 2026 and $119 million in 2027, which assumes a payoff in spring of 2027. It's important to note the resort has been so successful that thanks in part to the resort improvement funded by these bonds, that the LPMR will be retired nearly 10 years ahead of the original anticipated schedule. In addition to resort improvement bonds, the city has other bonds and borrowing debt on the books. In 2020, in response to COVID, the city borrowed money from internal funds to keep operations going. Anticipated outstanding principal on this borrowing is expected to be $27 million in 2029, with an annual debt service of $2 million. In 2021, the Public Utility Financing Authority issued, not just Public Financing Authority, issued $138 million in working capital bonds to minimize the impacts of the pandemic and preserve city services. The working capital bonds are still being used today to bridge an ongoing structural deficit or gap in city revenues and expenses, approximately $69 million in fiscal year 25-26. Also in 2021, the Financing Authority issued $250 million in refunding bonds for the Anaheim Convention Center expansions and other capital improvements related to Convention Center expansion. The slide shows the total anticipated outstanding principal on this borrowing in July of 2029, which is expected to be approximately $357 million, with an annual debt service approximately $24 million. Paying down this debt early to free up long-term resources is a potential strategy council may wish to prioritize.
And may I ask a question on the last slide, please? we refinance the convention center debt, and does that get paid the 13.2 million a year? Where does that come from?
That's paid from the general fund.
It is from the general fund. So why is, so I guess, is there, I know there's an enterprise fund for the convention center. That does not go for the bond repayment?
So I think the intention with the expansion to the convention center was that it would drive increases to TOT revenue and would benefit the city. So decisions at that point in time were made to fund those improvements.
Thank you very much.
This slide is a review of the current amended general fund forecast with council-approved changes. As a reminder, we're balancing with the use of one-time money, including the balance of the working capital bond proceeds, the $10 million previously set aside for repayment of debt, and the proceeds from the Hilton parking structure sale. We're still estimating that LPMR will be paid off in April of 2027. I would note that this plan does not include any labor agreements beyond those that have already been approved by council. So you've seen this slide before, but we wanted to provide it for reference, and we can kind of revisit it as we go. While the 5-year forecast is balanced with the use of reserves, it does not contemplate the threat of recession or other risks that could cause the deficit to grow and fund balances to drop. Any revenue loss associated with a recession could also compromise the projected payoff of the LPMR revenue bonds. For illustrative purposes, the first table is an estimate of what the impacts of the big three revenues could be if there is a recession. We're not predicting a recession, but just providing this as an example to demonstrate the magnitude of potential losses. The table includes the projected loss of budget revenue growth as well as the amount of each 1% contraction should a recession occur. The 1% amount can be factored in to estimate lesser or greater declines or even potential gains that we could realize. The citywide class and comp study and expiring memorandum of understanding with several labor groups being added adds risk to the 5-year forecast. Just like the revenues, 1% is provided to demonstrate the magnitude and can be used to factor the impact of different scenarios. The 5-year forecast does not include any salary adjustments beyond what is contractually obligated in the current agreements. Salary amounts negotiated more than 1% would have a proportionally greater effect. On the positive side of the ledger, ongoing development investments portend significant new revenues to the city in forthcoming years. Disney's commitment to invest a minimum of $2 billion in visitor-inducing experiences, such as new theme park attractions and hospitality offerings, is expected to generate approximately $30 million per year in ongoing revenue by 2034. In addition, OC Vibes' $5 billion plus investment in new hotels, entertainment venues, office, and residential is expected to generate approximately $10 million annually to the general fund. We also expect other new hotels to be constructed in the resort over the next 5 to 10 years, as well as commercial developments such as the new Porsche auto dealership that will also bring new revenues to the city. To summarize the budget landscape, LPMR will be paid off as soon as 2027. The city is bridging a $69 million structural deficit this year using working capital bonds. This will continue and grow until LPMR is paid off. The general fund will receive approximately $57 million per year net new revenue in 2028, assuming retirement of the LPMR debt and eliminating the structural budget deficit. However, city operational costs, primarily labor, are a significant risk to the availability of these future LPMR-generated funds and that surplus that we'll have. And then concluding, but new revenue from development is expected in the next 5 to 10 years. So we've looked at the budget and the forecast. Wanted to briefly kind of look at some different tools and options that we have for funding. The first is a review of some basic kind of funding approaches that we currently use or could potentially use to fund various projects. Pay-as-you-go is our normal approach for annual budgets. Simply put, this approach pays for projects directly from available annual revenues. This type of funding is great for small projects and maintenance of ongoing programs. It's not typically a practical tool for paying for large capital projects. With pay-as-you-go, there's no debt or interest, and it provides the greatest flexibility in spending. Looking at bonds, here are some characteristics of bond finance projects. They're usually long-term, and the project should last at least as long as the bond repayment period. That's typically about 20 to 30 years. And projects paid by bonds need to have a public benefit, or you want them to have a public benefit, meaning the project should serve a broad public need. Bonding helps manage the upfront cost of something that's essential but too expensive to fund out of an annual budget or pay-as-you-go. Also with bonds, they spread the cost across multiple generations that will benefit from the project, so there's potential for a view of equitable cost distribution there. Here are now some examples of risky bonds, though, to consider. You wouldn't want to use bonds for routine maintenance, programs with high operational costs like staffing, and projects that are speculative or unproven technologies. Public-private partnerships is another funding tool, is what we call P3s, or public-private partnerships. These are contractual agreements where private entities will finance, build, and/or operate public projects. It's best for revenue-generating assets, such as parking structures or cutting-edge mobility systems, for examples. But several jurisdictions have also used P3s to build new civic center complexes, such as the County of Orange and the City of Long Beach. An advantage of P3s is the risk shifts somewhat to the private sector and leverages private capital. The other side of it is it can be complex, and there's always a need to make sure that the public benefit is protected and prioritized. Moving on to grant funding. Grants go to specific projects or programs that can be funded by federal, state, or regional private funds. Grants are great for one-time improvement projects such as parks or other one-time projects. They're also good for pilot programs and projects that can sunset if and when the grant expires. Grants help reduce the local burden of funding these projects and programs. However, they are highly competitive and typically come with requirements that we have to mold then the project around, less flexibility. Sometimes the grant funding can also require matching local funds. So lastly, we're going to turn to look at revenue policy options. This is not a list intended to be exhaustive, but to highlight and provide context in terms of the impact, again, kind of order of magnitude, that various policy options could have on the city's general fund for revenues. As I mentioned earlier, Anaheim has the lowest tax burden of any large city in California. Tourism and visitors pay our bills, as we do not have a local sales tax measure. So a local sales tax measure could generate, and could be something the council wants us to consider, anywhere from 25 to 100 million a year to our general fund. It would be a reliable, locally controlled option that does not require voter approval. And while it may impact businesses and residents, it also diversifies city revenue streams and creates general fund dollars, which in turn could serve our community. As we have with our own municipal not-for-profit utility, our rates are much lower than many neighboring cities and for-profit providers. So there is an option to consider a utility user fee. That would also require voter approval, as it would impact our ratepayers, and revenues may decrease with conservation efforts over time, but it would provide us a broad base of reliable and locally controlled revenue. An option to look at as well is to raise our existing transit occupancy taxes, also called the hotel stay tax, or TOT. A 1% increase from 15% rate to 16% would result in approximately a $15 million increase to the general fund. Monies are primarily funded by visitors and tourism with the low impact on residents and businesses. However, we are already at or near the top of the market with a 15% TOT rate, and this could impact our competitiveness in the market. In addition, we've seen that as a destination city, we cannot rely solely on TOT, as it is vulnerable to closures and catastrophic events such as the COVID pandemic. An item that we've discussed recently, but wanted to make sure that we're presenting them all, is the tourism or admissions tax that was considered by council in October. This would be separate from TOT, but still funded primarily by visitors and tourism. This could apply to admission into privately owned or operated theme parks, sports and entertainment events or venues across our city that have a high capacity. Associated with that item as well was the parking tax. A parking tax could generate roughly $20 to $30 million a year. We don't currently have a parking tax on large structures, and this could apply to parking facilities that again have that higher capacity in the resort and at our large entertainment venues. We would likely see an increase in revenue associated with this over time with new parking structures and additional development. Next up would be a documentary real estate transfer tax, maybe just a real estate transfer tax, also called a DTT in the industry. It's essentially a one-time fee when real estate is sold or transferred. Based on the market, this is it can be an unpredictable revenue source, and it is typically a tiered tax, meaning more expensive properties sold, there are higher rates, lower taxes and rates for lower properties. This works best as a supplemental or strategic funding, not for core operating expenses, because it can drop sharply in slow markets where there aren't a lot of transactions occurring. On to Angel Stadium. So potential revenue from the sale or lease of Angel Stadium and the surrounding property is of course unknown at this time, and will require a lengthy and complex process and set of considerations. Staff would, however, like to get council direction on the potential first steps in this discussion. We believe the time is right to engage in preliminary conversations with the state regarding the Surplus Land Act process and other state-level considerations to move a project forward that could positively impact the Southern California economy and see the development of much-needed affordable and market-rate housing and other community benefits. Staff suggests the following next steps and would like direction from council. Engage with the State Department of Housing and Community Development regarding an appropriate Surplus Land Act process and with our state representatives regarding an approach. Number two, finalize the stadium assessment, which is expected to be completed in Q2 of 2026. And then embark on a community input process to capture the community's priorities and ideas around any potential future development agreement or approach. So I'm gonna now cover quickly a number of less impactful potential programs. I'll touch on these briefly to kind of get us to the end zone here. A billboard program is something that council could also consider. Potential revenues of maybe $1 to $2 million a year. Revenue might be limited if we wanted to do a billboard exchange program where we saw the removal of billboards in exchange for new billboards on freeways. This would be general fund revenue. It is passive income. Oh, thank you very much. Sorry. But on balance, may be considered. More billboards could be considered as visual blight on the community. I think I was putting the wrong button the whole time. Thank you. Development impact fees. Again, somewhat smaller revenue. This is actually coming to council for consideration, updated development impact fees in January. So I won't spend too much time on this one because we are going to be modernizing those development impact fees here, and that will be forthcoming to you. Downtown parking fees. Again, potentially something to offset the cost of maintaining our downtown parking assets. However, fairly limited income. Start on the low side of maybe $500,000 a year. And while this could generate revenue to the city, there are potential downsides of maybe incentivizing people to not park in our structures and impact potentially local communities, as well as our business community may have some impacts depending if people choose to go elsewhere because they don't want to pay for parking. So trade-offs there with a potential downtown parking program. Naming rights for the Anaheim Arena. Again, somewhat probably limited funding here, maybe in the neighborhood of $250,000, $500,000 at most. For context, Tom was telling me the Honda Center gets $4 million a year for the Honda Center, and that's obviously a regional draw, so the Anaheim Arena would likely be fairly limited in the revenue that could be generated by something like this. That does have the potential to generate some general fund revenue, or it could be potentially used to do debt service on existing bonds. A cannabis program. So, mixed results with cannabis programs around in neighboring cities. Revenues have not necessarily kept up with what was expected in forecasted revenues. It does also come with significant administrative overhead from the city attorney's office, code enforcement, potentially police as well. And there are challenges in setting up a program like this. There is potential revenue, though, that comes in from this, anywhere from potentially $1 million to $8 million, depending on the type of program, how many retail licenses that council may have an appetite to consider. Rideshare company tax. So this is essentially a tax on Uber and Lyfts, which do have a significant presence in our city and certainly do impact our streets. There is a broad range of potential fees that could be associated with this, and hence that revenue is pretty broad as well, potentially anywhere from 10 to 25 million, depending on what the appetite is. We have done some research on this and looked at various cities, Chicago, San Francisco, that have similar programs, and there is potentially significant revenue that could come from this, and it is, and again, primarily visitor serving, although certainly locals do use Uber and Lyfts as well to get around town. Franchise fees. Currently, our municipal code prohibits the imposition of franchise fees, and this would, that policy direction was, what, 10, 15 years ago? And was specific to the video service providers. So this would be a reconsideration of that policy. Again, in the neighborhood maybe of 1 million to 10 million a year. Would be general fund revenue and would have low administrative costs. Disposition of former redevelopment properties. This is already in progress, so I won't spend too much time here. One of the key takeaways here, though, is as you are aware, when we've brought these items to you before, we're required to share a lot of the revenues that comes with the disposition of these properties with other taxing agencies, which does limit the potential for significant revenues coming from these properties. And again, this is an ongoing policy, so we don't need a lot of, we continue to implement this policy as we go. With that, we've reached the conclusion, the exciting conclusion of this presentation. I will reiterate that the workshop is intended as a kickoff discussion with council. No final direction or decisions are expected necessarily today. We will be back in April with our strategic plan annual update, but we can come back sooner to further this conversation as desired by council. With that, I'll hand the meeting back over to the mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. White. So we wanted to just check in back with council both on our priorities, what we want to focus on given current budgetary constraints, but also explore, as was highlighted at recent meetings, what the temperature is or ideas that we have for new revenue streams as well as looking ahead to LPMR, what potential things we might want to look at as those funds become available. So with that, I'm just going to call on Councilmember Campos Kurtz, who has rung in with questions and comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll start with one. In all the presentation, the only ask I heard is regarding the Angel Stadium property. And that is an ask to allow staff to enter into discussions with the state. And I would support that. We need to do a better job this time round in working with the state. So the sooner we can get that conversation going, I think the better. The other piece that you mentioned was the community engagement in what our community would like to see at that property. And I would offer that I'd rather have that community engagement begin sooner rather than later and not wait for, I think you mentioned the second quarter when we might have the assessment. Because we need to start understanding what the community would like to see there. You know, we all think everybody wants to keep the Angels in town. Let's make sure that our residents want just that, so that it'll drive some of the staff's work as they continue down that path. So I'd like to recommend that we allow our staff to start working on those two things.
Does anyone have any comments further on the Angel Stadium portion of the revenue? Councilmember Meeks, and then Councilmember Moss.
Yeah, I would like to expand that and add, I think we do need to start working on that. I think it's a long process. I do think we need to get community engagement and understand what they want, but I also think that we need to kind of provide some options and some think outside the box. And I would like to have us do some level of study of what a sports complex on the property could possibly generate. And we could generate one-time money by selling or leasing it for housing or something, but to create another large revenue source that drives tourism to Anaheim could be a win-win for everybody if we can provide sports fields and complexes for the community when tournaments and things aren't in town. And I don't know what kind of money that is, but I've been to several of them with my grandkids, and those parents are paying a lot of money. So, I mean, we have the perfect place for that, and the stadium area would be just, I mean, we have the hotels to accommodate it. We have the family resources for it. I just think it's something that we don't want to miss the opportunity for if it's something that will work for our community for a long time. So I'd like to include that in our studies as we move forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Moss?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Excuse my voice. In regards to Angel Stadium, I concur with my colleagues about community engagement, and I would propose that that comes before a study to see if our community, in fact, is interested in a sports complex at the stadium. I think it sounds great, but I would love to hear community input as well. I do have one question for now, and then I'll have follow-up questions. Can you please clarify the video service provider franchise fees for me? I'm not very clear on that.
Sure. So in the state of California, most video operators, video service operators, like cable companies, essentially, cities historically would charge them franchise fees for the use of their streets and roads, for the bearing of cable and putting the boxes on the streets, et cetera, et cetera. All those have now shifted to a statewide franchise. It used to be every city would have their own franchise agreement with Time Warner or with whatever cable company, Spectrum. That's all been shifted to a statewide franchise, but the state preserved each city's ability to still receive up to 5% franchise fee from those video operators. In 2008, our city council at the time wanted to create an open and competitive playing field for video operators to come into town. That was the time of, streaming was just about to come online. There were a lot of companies out there that wanted to get into Anaheim and do some really exciting things. Fiber was starting to be discussed and start put in the streets. And so at that time, the council decided to eliminate the video operations franchise fees from any video operation provider. I'm not aware of any other city in the state of California that did that or has done that since. And so we just highlight it as something that is available to us to study further. Now, this is not a franchise fee on streaming services. That is a whole different animal. Some cities looked at that. The courts have ruled that that's not legal, and that's not what this is about. This is just a more traditional franchise fee for allowing a utility company of sorts to come in and rental fees for our streets, essentially. There are similar franchise fees for the gas company and for other utilities as well. But video operations is specifically the one that the city of Anaheim decided to remove in 2008.
I appreciate the clarification. And you said we're the only city in the state?
That's the only one that I've been able to find, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Look on that.
Yeah,
Does that,
I had one too.
okay, does that include Wi-Fi, is cable? And, I mean, would that franchise
So,
fee?
Yeah, no, that's a good question, and I haven't dove into this in quite a long time. But cable companies were just cable for the longest time, and when we got rid of it, it was mostly just cable. Wi-Fi was just starting to really pick up. I'm not sure if the franchise fee applies to Wi-Fi. That's something I need to study further, but
Check that out,
it might.
Yeah, that
It
would be
might.
great.
And if that's the case, a lot of cable usage has gone down with streaming services, but Wi-Fi certainly has gone up. So, we haven't done a study on this, but so the numbers that we've put on the screen were very preliminary, but I do know at the time in which we disestablished our franchise fee, it was in the $3 to $5 million range. That was in 2008.
Yeah, Mr. Assistant City Manager, is this something where they are, you said it's kind of like attaching things to poles. So is there something where they are having access to infrastructure? Or they just are putting things on city-owned poles? How does that work, if you know?
So for attaching the city-owned poles and utility poles, I think Dooku and his team have a separate kind of arrangements with utility companies or mobile like cell companies who mostly need to use our poles and wires. I see Dooku coming to the front so he can.
I apologize. I am totally uninformed as it comes to this subject matter.
Good afternoon. Regarding anybody who wants to attach to our poles, FCC allows that, and we just have to recover our costs. So that's separate. That's not what the Assistant City Manager is referring to. I believe what he's referring to is if there is a franchise that's operating in our city, then they are using our streets, they are attaching things to the public right-of-way. And so historically, some cities have attached fees associated with that purpose, not the poles.
Okay, I'm going to ask a terrible thought. So when you say attach things to our public right-of-way, what does that mean?
Boxes in the right-of-way. So it could be pedestals for cable operators or other types of infrastructure that they have. So within the public right-of-way, there would be some type of a box that has their equipment in it that's serving cable or other services.
And so they have to get a permit for that, I'm assuming.
Correct, yeah.
We just don't charge them additional fees to put that on our streets or sidewalks?
That's correct. We don't charge them an ongoing franchise fee for the use of our streets and right-of-ways.
Okay, thank you. That makes a bit more sense to me. Does anyone have any questions? I'm trying to do it by subject matter since I know we're all going to want to jump in a little bit. And then we'll go back because I know some folks had something to say about the Angels thing, but just while we're on this kind of niche issue do you have a question? Angels. Okay, so let's go back to thank you very much. Ryan, I think you were next on the list and I'm assuming Mayor Pro Tem, okay. Angels.
Thank you. And before I go Angels, this is my nerd in me getting out, but with the undergrounding of power line or infrastructure in the street, think of a power line only above or below ground. Same thing, just below ground. The question that I had was this in regards to the Angels. The way I'm kind of seeing some things in the way I hear the state talking is that the state has truly kind of handcuffed us a little bit in terms of what we can and cannot do with the Angel Stadium property. So I'm curious, I mean, I hear sports complex, think it's a great idea. I'm just curious, is that what the state is going to allow us to do in the long run? Do we have to clear that with the state? I think it's an excellent idea to see what the residents want, to find out if they want an Angel or a baseball stadium there or not. But what is it that we're required to do? I know the state is telling us, look, you got to build tons of housing, and this is where it's got to be. Is there room for additional infrastructure that's there? I hope there is. But I guess my overall question is, what can we do with that property? Because I hate to go out to the residents and say, look, we can do anything we want, when in reality, maybe we can't. And then the second piece I would also like to add is, if the residents decide that they don't want a baseball franchise there, I would be curious to find out if you could estimate on what would be maybe the financial hit to the city's general fund if we removed the baseball stadium.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Rubacalava?
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. One of the things I just wanted to kind of expand on with my colleagues related to the Angel Stadium is it would be good if maybe we have a dedicated meeting to explore the issues that we currently have. Surplus Land Act, we're not required to build housing unless we sell it. It needs to go out to bid. And maybe give this council an opportunity to understand all of the issues that occurred with the prior deal that was in place, what our options are now, and then we can give additional direction on getting surveys and talking to the community, but maybe get a good understanding of what we want to do. Do we want to consider selling the land? And what does that look like if we did? Would that allow us to break the contract with, I mean, obviously if it's sold, we can break that lease agreement with the Angel. So I think there's a lot of moving parts. It would be really good to start that conversation at the dais and maybe be able to come with all of our questions and considerations and get more clarity, because I agree with my council colleague, Bayless, that it would be good to understand what our restrictions are if we decide to sell it versus if we decide to keep the land and build on it.
So Councilmember, confirming that you would envision that discussion prior to our community engagement?
I mean, ideally, I would consider it would be better because it would be good to give some information to the community as to what our restrictions are, where we go. Because it'd be like, to Councilmember Bayless's point, if we go out and say, what would you love to see on Angel Stadium, but then we're restricted from actually developing or moving forward with some of those initiatives, that's a little bit misleading to the public. But if we can actually say, we've had this conversation, here's what we can and cannot do, I think that might be a more lucrative conversation for the benefit of the people who live in Anaheim.
And just to follow up on Councilmember's point, I mean, I think there is discussions we've had before where we have the land, if, to her point, if we own the land versus if we sell the land, and is it with the Angels versus without the Angels. Those were kind of the crux when we come to valuation of that land, because those are four very different scenarios. So just exploring what that is, and then maybe working with our communications team in community outreach to gauge how much of a priority is it to have the land tied up with a baseball franchise. And I think we make a lot of assumptions, but we haven't really worked with our communications team to go out there and ask the residents of Anaheim, you know, how much are you willing to invest and or pay to keep a baseball franchise versus unrestricted land versus a potential other professional sports franchise that may want to come. You know, I would love women's soccer, but a couple billion short of buying us a team. But I think that would be just an interesting exercise as part of that discussion. Councilmember Kurtz, did you have a follow-up comment?
I do, actually now two. First, to the comment made on the youth sports park or a sports park. I actually, just the other day, had a meeting in which youth sports and what they bring to our city do. They are very lucrative to the city. when they have conventions, youth sports conventions, a series of games, they all stay in our hotels. So it's the more that we can bring in and have them stay at our hotels, I think it's a fabulous idea. On the community meetings and the meetings with the state, right now we are self-limiting because of what happened in the past. And so we can talk among ourselves, and city staff will tell us, the state won't allow us to do this. We have to do it this way. But one of the things I think is important, and that was their request, is let them start some conversations. We don't know what the potential is. Might there need to be legislation? Could be. Would we have support in that? We don't know until those conversations start taking place. The other thing is, and while I don't like to necessarily hold community meetings where people tell us, give us their wish list, and then we have to go back and say, we can't do those things. If something is really, really wanted, maybe that's what we fight for and we go to the city for and say, our residents really want this. How do we make it happen? So I would like those community meetings, even though we can't get all our other answers, let them start talking about what they'd like to see, what they definitely do not want to see. And we get that conversation going. Might we have to adjust and move as the year progresses? Possibly, but it doesn't hurt us to have meetings on an ongoing basis. So I would really support starting those meetings before we have all the answers.
You mean on the Angels Stadium plot specifically?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then I know, Assistant City Manager, there was, because you and I had talked about this a year or two ago, there was a potential plan that is already put in place by, I believe, a sports commission, an Orange County Sports Commission, that explored this concept. Would that be something that you could share with the council? I know it was a different parcel and it's a couple of years old, but at least I believe it looked at some early economic projections.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and let me clarify. It was an exercise that was conducted by Visit Anaheim, and at the time, they had a division called Sports Anaheim that was dedicated to this exact thing, right? Which is trying to lure sporting events to Anaheim to fill hotel rooms. They were finding that a lot of the times they were scheduling fields in Fountain Valley and Irvine, et cetera, and trying to have people stay in Anaheim. And the thinking was, well, wouldn't it be nice if we had the facilities here in Anaheim and it would be even closer? And so they paid for a consultant to assist them in looking at a potential location and how many fields it would take to really be viable or feasible for a big, large tournament. What kind of sports would need to be included? I think they looked at not only swimming, but soccer and softball and baseball, even potentially looking at a new community football stadium opportunity. So happy to connect with them and see what they'd be willing to share with us from their files. And yes, would love to continue that conversation either with them or on our own city staff pursuing that.
And I'm assuming, I don't recall if that report had it, and I know the information would probably be stale, but did they have an analysis of for when it comes to traveling sports? Because I know Councilmember Rubalcaba travels, I travel, those of us that have kids in sports, grandparents that are traveling. What are the popular sports now that people are traveling for? And then maybe working with community services to analyze that against what are the most popular sports that residents in Anaheim are playing. Because hopefully it would be nice if they overlap, and any part of this is really driven by what do our residents need and what are we lacking in sports fields and facilities for our residents as well. Councilmember Bayless?
Let me preface this by saying I may get killed for this because
Lay it on us.
I have to go back and ask some of the District 1 residents, but on a true serious note, I understand my marching orders from the residents before I say this, which is we really want a commercial product on 39 Commons. However, we have been trying that for a very long time. And if we decide that 39 Commons is not viable for a commercial product, boy, it sure would be a great place for a sports complex. So I just want to throw it out there.
I love it. I apologize, Councilmember Leon, you had rang in on this issue as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate my colleagues and their feedback and thoughts on the stadium. That's something that I think I've always said that we need to be proactive about, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, was one of the first things I agendized when I joined the council, to have those conversations proactively and not waiting to react for an outside source to kind of start everything. So I do appreciate staff sort of bringing that forward just to start that conversation, but I do want to be very clear in setting expectations for the public about what we aren't, what it sounds like is a majority okay for you of what we are giving you the okay for. And that, from my understanding, would be to reach out to the state to discuss the SLA Surplus Land Act process and reach out to our state legislators and get their feedback. And so I just want to be clear that this is not a go start negotiations direction. It's a, we don't know what we don't know, and we don't know what the opportunities are in terms of partnerships at the state, right? To make sure that we're doing this proactively, but also holistically, and getting the best result for residents. And so, again, just to be transparent and clear, you're asking for direction to reach out to the state legislators, and then I am supportive of reaching out to the community before we have a formal meeting. I do think that it's the city of Anaheim, and I think we can dream big, right? And obviously it's our job to be realistic about what we can or can't do. But I think right now, because we have time, right? When it comes to this, I'm sure we all want to be, again, as proactive and move as quickly as possible, and try to get more revenue and do all the things that we want to do. But we do have some time to make sure that we're doing it right, that we're getting the feedback from our residents, that we're going to every district and having those conversations. And maybe we don't have all the answers to the questions that we get, but that also could then help us when we're having follow-up conversations with the state or when we're having a meeting here as council members, of being able to answer those questions versus having the meeting and then going out and getting a bunch of questions that maybe we haven't even thought of. So I definitely want to make sure that we are reaching out to the community, that we're reaching out to our residents. I also just want to clarify, and I'm glad our Assistant City Attorney is able to be here. And Kristen, I don't know if you know the answer to this or not, but in terms of the current lease with the team, and I know that this isn't necessarily part of what we're discussing, but just to, again, full transparency, the current lease runs until what year?
Let me recognize Mr. Morton.
Saw the opportunity, I took it. So the current base lease expires in 2029, and there are three-year options, so 2038.
So those are.
They've already exercised the first one, so 2032.
Okay, so currently, because they exercised their option, their first of three options, the current lease goes to
2032.
2032, okay. So.
And ultimately could go to 2038 at their sole discretion.
Okay, so again, we do have a little bit of time, but again, I appreciate staff bringing that up, because I think it's one of the big ticket items, right? That's, as my colleague mentioned, that obviously has a history here in the city of Anaheim. So whatever we do, we want to make sure that we're doing it right, that we're doing it as transparent and open as possible to the residents. And obviously, at the end of the day, we want the best result for the city of Anaheim. So I'll pause there. I have other comments on other stuff, but I'll end it with that for now.
May I ask Mr. White if you could put up the top priorities? Because I agree with Councilmember Leon. I think we're talking about two different things in that, what our possibilities with the Angel Stadium property lease versus, leasing it out versus versus selling it. And then what are the possibilities is one part of the conversation. But then the Mayor Pro Tem brought up the potential to have a youth sports facility. I didn't know if that was, I know we spoke about it at the strategic planning session, because I think I used my big circle at it. But is it in our top priority plans, and kind of where, do we know where was that on the list? And it sounds like we might want to bump it up.
It is on the list, actually. So on the bottom right corner, you'll see study options for a sports complex for city needs and sports tourism. So that is a top priority.
Wonderful. So are there any next steps that we can take just on that, kind of to Councilmember Bayless's point, not tying it to a specific location today, but looking at kind of what are the economics around sports complexes, sports tourism, meaning traveling, tournaments, et cetera, not just professional sports, but youth sports and youth sport development, those kind of issues. Does that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Mayor Pro Tem, but is that something that?
No, that's great. I think there's a lot of new things going on. I went to a meeting on it recently, and to your comment about which sports fit with what our residents want and things like that, they were saying that a lot of the sports complexes, they're being able to build pretty flexible now, and so that you can run potentially baseball and soccer and different sports, football, flag football. Women's flag football is one of the fastest growing youth sports. So yeah, there's a lot of new things happening out there, and I think there's a big market. So appreciate the support in studying it.
Councilmember Bayless?
Sorry. You'll probably hear a theme coming from this side of the evening, but don't forget to include in there either the staff operational costs of a sports complex or the possible contracting it out. I think those are important to include in any survey that goes out.
So
Okay.
just to wrap that one up, so I want to make clear that the direction is to pursue the feasibility study aspect of the sports complex.
With the revenue side. Yeah, not just
right.
Is it possible,
No,
but
it's the full
what
analysis.
does it generate?
So
Yeah.
not even like, it'll be a location neutral initially with analysis, and then we can start adding potential locations to that.
I think location's going to weigh into the revenue analysis, so you may have different options out there, but if it's in the middle of our destination and the hotels are very local and transportation's not an issue, I think it
Changes the numbers.
changes the revenue outcome.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on sports complex? Councilmember Maas?
At what point will we be doing community engagement, or what would a plan for that look like?
Wow, that's a great question. I imagine us starting to outreach to some firms that are in the space. I imagine also outreaching to our friends at Visit Anaheim who kicked this off a decade ago, and see if they have an interest in participating in some way, maybe financially, maybe not, and in getting that process kickstarted. I can imagine community outreach could be a part of that full analysis and study to see kind of what our residents want. There was a comment made earlier about what sports do our residents play? What do they need more? Do they need more soccer fields, or do they need more lacrosse fields? We need to figure that out. And so yeah, I would imagine it would be part of that.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubicalva?
So I just want to make sure that we're comprehensively looking at this. I agree that it would be good to get community input, and we should start with the state and looking at the sports complex. But what are we going to then come back and have the discussion about what we want to do with the land, or is the sports complex discussion and that's going to be separate and can go anywhere in the city, including District 1? So is that what we're kind of looking at? So I want clarity, because we're not really giving good direction to staff in terms of, are we looking at this, if this is a sports complex, are we looking to keep the land? And so I'm just I want to get a better understanding of what we're telling you guys to do.
Yeah, I imagine that as we dive into this, we can look at various options and various locations and do an analysis of each. Because as the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, where you locate it will have a big impact on its usage and the revenues that could come off of it. And so I think we can put together a study that would look at, number one, the analysis and the outreach and all the other great stuff, and talk about the value and whether or not it makes sense from a revenue standpoint. And then we can probably also dive into locations and different options throughout the city. I heard 39 Commons mentioned, I heard the stadium mentioned, also something in between probably that we can look at. And so, yeah, I think the direction is good right now. We're going to have to come.
The community outreach portion, would that be related to the Angel Stadium? Because I think that's what I was hearing my colleagues ask is, are we asking the community what they would like to see at the Angel Stadium land? Would you? So I think I want to make sure you have clarity on what we're asking, because I think it's two different things at this point.
Yeah, I'm speaking to the sports complex analysis, and I know that there's been also a conversation about the stadium community outreach, and obviously there's going to be some crossover there. What we're hearing from the community. And I think that's okay. I think the two can work in parallel. I think we can do a study on a sports complex, and I think we can do community outreach on the stadium. And I think we will hear, oh, I want it over here. I want it on the stadium parking lot. Or we could hear, no, I don't. So we may hear various things, and that's okay. We'll marry the two. Especially, it sounds like we're probably going to be doing these things at relatively the same time.
And then after, we'll come back and have a comprehensive discussion about what direction we want to go as a council in terms of the stadium property in general. Because I think that is a conversation that needs to be in public, transparently, and engaging people who live and have a stake in the game here, or skin in the game, whatever the saying is.
So next steps on sports complex stuff, just to put that to bed, we'll reach out to some firms, we'll reach out to some partners, some stakeholders. And then we'll have to bring, an RFP, not the RFP necessarily, but we'll probably bring up an RFP to council, and then also the scope of work. And so everyone will be able to see that and make sure that we're on track for what this council would like to see.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon and then Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to, I think what you said, Greg, was spot on, and just wanted to make sure and clarify or confirm that I agree with you that I'm looking at this as two separate discussions, two separate issues, two separate plans, two separate goals. And to your point, maybe we'll hear the same thing potentially, right, on both of those. But I'm looking at this as two completely separate discussions and pathways. So just wanted to confirm that, and that's to clarify that for staff.
That's how I envision it, yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Because I'm taking a look at the top priorities, and we've addressed the future of the Angel Stadium and study options for a sports complex. I mean, so they are two separate, distinct issues. But I also don't want to I don't know that I'm supportive of moving the study options for a sports complex above everything else on our priority list. I'm taking a look at it. You all know, create and maintain centers for senior programs is high on a list that I have. And so I don't want, because we've had this discussion, for staff to assume that that's not as important, or some of these other things that others might be interested in are not as important as that. So, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a little bit kind of what today is for, and I'm assuming, and again, assumption, rightly or wrongly, that the size and scope needed for any type of potential sports complex would be a different real estate asset that we're looking for than a potential senior center. But hopefully as we go forward and looking at, and maybe we could have a conversation about the senior center, because I don't know what type of square footage do other senior centers around us have, kind of what asset are we looking for that is either potentially already built or built from scratch. Those are two different analyses. But I would love to get people's input on that, because I agree with you. I think it's extremely important.
I know after visiting a few senior centers, they can range anything from 30,000 to 40,000 square feet, but staff knows that. I did have a meeting with seniors from across the city, and they just gave us their wish list of what they'd like to see included. Staff has that. And the intent of that meeting, and what I told the seniors is, we need to give some information for staff to at least even start looking at costs and potential properties and so forth. So that was the intent of that, but, and staff now has that information. I guess I just wanted to make sure that we don't leave it at the bottom of the list, that staff continues to take a look at options, whether they be a place that's already exists and has to be remodeled, rehabbed, or new, which sometimes I understand is cost prohibitive.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know if appropriate, but I feel like I have comments on all parts of the presentation, but since we're on the top priority slide, I'm not sure if it would be appropriate to update this a little bit. Well, I'll put it forward and see kind of what folks think. I don't know if, Ted, as we're updating this and we're kind of going through the different goals that we're setting for ourselves and we're reaching them, like for example, build the Platinum Triangle Fire Station. I mean, we're well on our way. Do we update this and take that out since that's, hey, check the box, or how do we update it?
Yeah, the strategic plan, it really is intended to be, you know, a living, breathing document, to use that term. Last year when we did our annual update, we added a couple of items. We added Resort 2.0 and we added OC Riverwalk to the strategic plan. So that was those were new items that were created. So it is entirely appropriate for council to really at your discretion. It could be now, could be at a you know, at the annual update. That's the point of these check-ins, is to make sure that we're continuing to understand what the priorities of council are, and if we need to move something into that slot, right, as we accomplish something. And that's exactly what we're hoping to get today, is kind of where those priorities are. We listed out some of those major capital projects that we're looking at, gave the reality check, right, of in terms of revenues that we have and what timing means for that. But understanding and updating this list is absolutely appropriate.
I appreciate that. And I think too, if you're able to, during the, when we're doing the annual updates, I think you'll probably already do this, but if there's a section that actually just points out, here's what we've accomplished, or this was a previous top priority and it's no longer a top priority because we checked the box and we got it done. I think that would be something to highlight. And if you, as you're planning for that presentation, I wanted to add on here, just public safety continues to be a top priority, top responsibility for a lot of us. And you hear a lot from our community members about just wanting to feel safe in their neighborhoods and looking at business owners and major corridors. And so I'm not sure if that's something that we might be able, I don't know if it's a subsection of one of these or if we might be able to add as a potential other top priority. And I can't tell you right now how I would measure that. It just depending on how everybody feels, right? Depending on where you live, you might feel a little bit differently. But I did just want to bring that up. Also the top priority of addressing blight and improving major street corridors. I know we've done a number of different things. I know economic development has worked with Chrysalis on cleaning up some of the corridors. So if we could get an update on that specific priority, and kind of, it could be a memo of kind of here's what we've done. But I also wanted to add on there, you know, I agendized the conversation about this at the last meeting about abandoned properties or vacant properties or properties that have really become a public nuisance, where there's no one living in that house, but there's people living in there, but they don't own the house, nor should they be in the house. And so that creates sort of a source of a lot of crime and a lot of public safety concerns. So it's all kind of intertwined. But I would like to update that priority to include, you know, how do we address that? What are our options? Is it code enforcement? Is it the city coming in and saying, dear property owner, you really need to keep up, and here's your responsibilities, here's what you have to do. What are those options look like for us? And I'll be very specific, right? I mean, there's two that come to mind with the Broadway Magnolia, the old Bally's gym that sat vacant for 20, 30 plus years until recently. But then there's also on Brooker's, and I'm sure there's other areas, other corridors along the district, but Brooker's north of Lincoln, where you have a lot of single-family homes, but a lot of them are abandoned. They are boarded up, and so I want to make sure that if there's tools at our disposal out there that maybe we don't have, that how do we acquire those, and how can we move that so that we're able to help out, especially the neighborhoods that live next to these properties and those business owners. And so that's another one that kind of goes along with the major corridors. And then I also brought this up before, and I think this is going to be a subsection of the top priorities, and I'm trying to look for it. I know it's related to economic development, but it's planning and economic development. We've heard a lot of feedback, and I think Mayor Pro Tem had actually brought this up a few meetings ago about the planning approval process for new businesses. So I just want to make sure we're doing a deep dive on that. And this isn't intended to be a criticism. This is intended to see what is it that we can do to update, to streamline, to make it easier for the new businesses that are trying to come online that unfortunately have been waiting for 2 years to get the final approvals, but haven't been able to come online because they're waiting. And so that obviously increases their cost, delays their opening, and delays us getting potential new sales tax revenue, right? So want to make sure that that's on the radar as well. So I have more, but I will pause and hear from my colleagues as well.
I have a question, Assistant City Manager, on I think it's related to both of Councilmember Leon's questions. I know that we had a report from, I believe, Economic Development about vacancy. And we measure vacancy in all 6 districts based on businesses that are listed as having like 4 lease or 4 rent parcels. But that's very different, I think, than what Councilmember Leon is talking about, which is they're not on the market, but they are either not filled with a business and or, in the case of a residence, abandoned. Do we have any analysis on those types of parcels?
I would need to check with our economic development manager to get more detail on that. I know they're constantly looking at that, and so I don't know if that specific analysis, though, has been done yet, or if we have data available on that. So I'll see if Ted has any more to answer, or Sergio's stepping up. So we'll see what he has to say.
Mayor, thank you. Exactly. So the city actually commissioned a report from Kaiser Marson Associates last year regarding the vacancy rates across the city. And it's correct. What that measures is existing buildings that are listed for sale, but properties that are vacant, that is not captured. And so I think that we have not conducted a survey or analysis. So that's something that the council would like us to explore. That's something that we can commission and look for and take on that effort.
So you said, I'm sorry, the Kaiser Marsden was just for sale, not for lease?
No, it's essentially, that's existing businesses that are listed for sale lease that are essentially reported. But if a property owner has just a vacant piece of property that they're not marketing because they're a wealthy property owner that's maybe located in Texas that doesn't, has no incentive to, as an absentee property owner, essentially that property would not be kind of reflected on the vacancy rate for the city.
Okay, that's very helpful for me. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Meeks, and then Councilmember Bayless, and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
I want to go back to senior centers, and other people probably have comments on this too. But we did start that process with doing, my understanding, some outreach with a survey of what kind of centers people are looking for, whether or not they want multiple ones, whether they want a single one, and then I went to kind of a summary of that information last week at a meeting with the Anaheim Community Foundation. So yeah, pulling some of that information together and putting some more more definitive costs to Councilmember Bayless's suggestion for the next 6 months is like, what are our options there? What are those costs? Where would we have room to put it in an existing community center or adjacent, add on to an existing community center, or a place where one would go? The most interesting thing I learned last week at that meeting was that the prediction of where the seniors will primarily live in the next 5 years was all in District 6. So they were clearly surveying my house, okay? But once again, I don't think if we were going to only build one senior center, District 6 isn't convenient to everybody. So, you know, I just want to understand what we need across the city.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless and then Councilmember Rubicalva.
Thank you. I'm going to real quick make a follow-up on Councilmember Leon's point. And I don't know, maybe if Heather could address this, but yeah, blight on the major streets for sure, but we also see that on the residential streets. And maybe this didn't get picked up, but I think we're also talking about the house that somebody has left, you know, and the yard is done, the windows are broken, and I think that is half of maybe what he's speaking about. And I think that's just as important, obviously, as major streets. And I think maybe if Heather has an update. But before I let you do that, let me give my second thought here real quick. Is this because you mentioned, so I'm asking, is this the right place in the meeting? Can I talk about a strategic plan that I might like to add? Or maybe you can tell me where it's at, or is that somewhere else?
So you mean a priority to add on to our,
In this list here.
you want to add something to the, why don't we have her add your question just on blight, and then we can, absolutely would love to talk about another one. And then just cognizant of time, it's 2:40, excuse me, would like to maybe at least in the next 10 minutes move from priorities to revenue, because without revenue, all of our ideas are not going to move forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to Heather and then to Natalie, and then if you could, then maybe you could just go back for a fresh idea. Does that work for you, Councilmember?
Thank you. And I think a couple of you have touched on it there. There is a unique set of residential properties that are abandoned and either have an active owner, or not. So I think to the question of do we have a list of those, I would say de facto through existing code enforcement data that we can certainly scrub and begin to build that list. And then to Councilmember Leon's point, you know, what are some options that we may want to look at to deal with some unique circumstances where we have liens on properties, so a property owner is never going to sell it. So what are some new tools that we can bring forward for some policy decisions? So that's definitely on our radar, but that would be potentially a additional cost consideration, right, to the blight item on the strategic plan.
Rubicalva?
Heather, this is not what I was going to say, but since you mentioned, I would also add the properties that are not for sale that are commercial, like, for example, Luigi's on State College. I would say I think it was a CVS or a Walgreens near our lovely Dollar Tree off of La Palma. So a lot of those that are not for sale but are abandoned by their property owners who are probably just collecting a tax break on it because it's underutilized. That would be priorities. And I think we've asked for that in the past, but it'd be great to add that to the list. And then to shift over to the priorities. So I love the conversations that we're having because I think it's important to understand how much some of this stuff is going to cost. I'm interested to find out where we are on the create and implement an economic development strategic plan. I know that economic development is generate, attract, retain businesses in Anaheim. So when will we actually see that strategic plan?
Yeah, so the first quarter, it's coming. So there's going to be some community outreach efforts with stakeholders groups starting in January. And then very shortly after, we're talking late February, March timeframe, we want to be bringing that draft forward to you for consideration.
And then who's included in the stakeholders group?
We've got a series of groups, small business owners, larger business owners, stakeholders, property owners. Sergio, if you'd like to maybe add a little bit more, they've been working on the details.
Thank you, Council Member. Yes, as Ted mentioned, the stakeholder groups, there's going to be various groups that will have small businesses, mid and larger sized businesses, as well as brokerage, property owner, and development community, but then an at-large meeting that will be open to anybody that's interested in providing input.
Perfect. And if you could share your promotional tools with us, that'd be great for us to also, I know that Councilmember Leon is pretty deep into his small business community, and so am I, so it would be good for us to make sure that we're keeping others in the loop to participate and not going back to the same well of individuals who have, you know, ongoing interest in Anaheim, but it would be nice for us to get some of the smaller businesses who don't have that historic relationship with us.
Absolutely. We would be working with your council offices and, of course, our great communication team to make sure that we're able to blanket, but as well as folks that have traditionally done business or have our stakeholders here in Anaheim to make sure that we get a great cross-section. That's the one thing that we've been talking about, is to make sure that this effort, and it's been a long time coming, and we appreciate everyone's patience, but we want to make sure that it's a great cross-section and provides great feedback that then can provide us the direction of how to proceed. So thank you.
Perfect. And then my other questions are related to what our leader of the meeting has said we're going to transition to, so I'll table that until it's time to go there.
Thank you. I think we are going to Councilmember, let me go, Councilmember Leon, because I think we're going to jump for Councilmember Bayless to do something, a new priority before we move to revenue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I know we want to get to the revenue discussion, and some of these might be follow-ups. And so maybe that's something I remember that we had a conversation at the strategic plan meeting, the one we had at the convention center, about the World Cup and about the Olympics. And I don't see the World Cup or the Olympics on here. And so with the World Cup being next year, I know we had talked about what is it that we're going to do to, I mean, we're not hosting any World Cup matches, but we obviously have a lot of residents and people that visit us. And so is there anything that we can do to kind of take advantage of that, whether that's city events or whether we're hosting a watch party? I don't know what that looks like, but if that's something that maybe we can bring back, I don't want to wait till April to have that conversation because the World Cup kicks off in June. So if maybe you can come back in January just to talk about, I'm sure staff has had discussions or conversations about what the World Cup, what it looks like, what it is that we might be able to do. I know on the OCTA front and MetroLink front that they're planning trains to and from LA, from Arctic, and different things like that. So I'm wondering if that's something that we can also kind of capitalize on the city side. And then the final one that I feel like at this point should be moved to maybe one of the top ones. It kind of already is, but the plan for responsible use of revenue from retired resort bonds. And I know we're about to have a conversation about revenue, but I really would like to, and I don't know if this is something that we lock down or how we do it, but it feels like every meeting we have a conversation about the LPMR bonds, the number that is going to be available for us to be able to provide new services or to support our current services diminishes. And so I just want to make sure that we are, as I said, I think a meeting ago, 2 meetings ago, about neighborhoods. We have a number of different priorities and responsibilities here at the city, but I just want to make sure that I don't know how we do it, but doing something to make sure that we're locking something down for our neighborhoods and for our residents. Because if we don't do it now, I feel like by the time we are trying to have that conversation, it's going to be, sorry guys, we had to spend it all on other things, which there are, again, competing priorities, but I just want to make sure that we're having that conversation of what can we set aside now and that we don't touch so that we can be delivering for neighborhoods and residents.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless?
Thank you. I think this is incredibly important, and one thing that's missing, and tell me if I'm in the wrong spot, this is not where it would be, but I think that we need to have a list up there that says prioritizing organizational efficiencies. And what I mean by that is we have items that are out there staff-wise, let's say, that if we put an emphasis to try to get them done, then maybe that saves us money, and we can use that money then to do something else with. I think that we have to look at those efficiencies that are out there, not only money, but also time. And I'll give you just one quick example of what I mean by this is, you know, if we're internal, we're looking at ways that we can make time, I think is incredibly important, and this example goes to that, which is maybe we're dispatching some of our police cars on the west side, from the west side, rather than out of the centralized city hall. But those are the kind of examples that I think up here we really need something that says, look, it's important to take a look inside at what we're doing, not only as the outside as well. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. If, without objection, I think if we could move to the revenue stream. I know both Councilmember Rubalcaba and Councilmember Leon have brought it up. And I agree about when we look at identifying responsible use of the resort bonds, it seems that the answer to every question is just wait for LPMR. LPMR is going to pay for it. Don't worry, we have LPMR. But to that point, I want to make sure that we have a realistic opportunity, a realistic idea of what we think, given budgets and increase in labor costs, et cetera, what the remaining pie potentially will look like. And are there additional revenue streams that people would like to discuss to add to that pie? So do we have a ability to just give a kind of quick, realistic overview on that?
Do you want to bring up the forecast? And again, these forecasts are just that. It's a real-time forecast of where we are and what things could look like. And I think you know, I'll do my best to play Debbie Moreno and make sure that we fully disclose that, you know, the national economy could change on a button, and things could swing drastically one way or the other. And so we're constantly looking at it and updating this chart. I believe there's also a slide in our presentation that talked about, yes, this is the adopted 5-year today with labor increases that have been done today. But if we continue to increase labor for all the groups at a certain clip, obviously that eats into that amount. We showed you a slide, I think in October, that showed a different scenario that included, you know, compounding of increases across the board for labor. And so so that is certainly a risk as well. And so it really is up to not a couple things, what happens in the environment, but then also the actions that this council takes between now and LPMR. There is a structural deficit. We're lucky that we have LPMR that will come along and just reverse that structural deficit overnight in 27. We do have to wait until that time for that structural deficit to be clear. And then to your point, then we have some really tough decisions to make, and it's all about priorities. And it's going to be difficult. But to the question of how do we set aside some funds for neighborhoods and for this project and for that project, that's exactly why these conversations are important. Hearing from council that they want us to continue to focus on these critical projects and also neighborhood issues and blight issues is super important as we start to put together a plan on how we set aside some of those funds. Because without a plan, then to your point, the next priority next week will come up and just kind of continue to swallow things. And so our best answer here is this is the forecast that's been adopted. There are a handful of labor contracts that are not reflected in this because they're currently ongoing. Those discussions are happening. But we know that in the next, in this year and next year and the year after that, there will be some major labor agreements that will come into play, and those are going to dip into that number. And will continue to do so until we get to 27. And so this is our best effort at showing you what the future could look like. Again, want to mention that revenues, future revenues is not necessarily built into that 5-year that we showed. So it could be to the positive if things come online faster. We do have some major development projects that are that are coming online, OC Vibe, Disneyland Forward, other hotel developments. We put some markers down to show you what those numbers could look like, but that's at full build out, which is 5 to 10 years out, several years out. And so I don't think that we should be relying on those numbers for 27, 28, 29 per se. And so all of that to say that's our best snapshot of what we have available for us in 27 and beyond. And really a lot of it just depends.
So just so I'm clear, in 2027, we were looking at, I believe it was like 128 million. So we're right off the bat, we are going to be down to 57 million annually because of debt service. So with the $57 million a year, how much do we believe we want to put into reserve so that our reserve fund is flush and where we want it to be, and also pension obligations are where we're comfortable?
And our reserve fund, and again, I don't know if we, if this council wants to look at putting it in a reserve fund or creating a new separate kind of improvement fund for neighborhoods. We've done that in the past as well. So it's already set aside in a different fund. It's something we could explore as well. In terms of the amount, that is a policy decision and discussion amongst this body to determine what projects are we saving the money for. If it's more of a round amount that could be divided among districts, or if there's specific projects that we want to knock out come 27 and 28 that are priorities.
Okay, so but 57 million seems to be the number that we're comfortable with saying on an annual basis, we can pay down pension, we can restock the reserves.
That's 57 today. There will be some labor contracts that will come into play between now and 27 that will likely diminish that number.
And will we have an idea? I guess I'm looking for a worst case scenario number of what we might have is zero. Don't say zero.
Yeah.
Well, I think as you look in the out years on this chart, you can kind of see what the ending reserve balance does without the considerations that Greg is referencing. And let's just face it, the biggest consideration in the out years is going to be labor costs as our number one cost for our city. So I think, as staff, working with the council, the class and compensation study, identifying where we want to be as an organization in terms of our kind of pay structure and philosophy, we are making large inroads today on that front. So going forward, and I think that's reflected in our class and comp study. I think it's reflected in some of our current labor contracts, kind of, putting this all in as an effort to get towards where we want to be as an organization with the council-directed compensation philosophy. Going forward, certainly a council consideration could be to pace labor costs with market and revenue returns, right? And so, the council has the authority, working with staff, to control those costs in the out years and preserve some of those funds residual from the LPMR for the very things you're all talking about on the dais right now. But the biggest consideration is going to be labor costs in the out years, because those do not reflect in this. And working with Deanne and finance staff yesterday, we really think that our reserve number should be, really closer to 20. Today it's at 14. You can see it dips down in the next year to get us to LPMR. But, with unknown costs, primarily labor, in the third year, we skyrocket to 19% and then grow from there. But I do think identifying, a reserve philosophy from a staff perspective at 20%, given our reliance on the resort as one source of revenue for our city, unlike many other cities in California, we need a little stronger reserve statement, I think, as part of our financial picture.
And what is the financial recommended percentage for reserves?
So the Government Finance Officers Association recommends 2 months of operating expenditures, which would be about 16 to 17%. However, they do say that for organizations that have a heavy reliance or on more volatile revenues, that amount should be higher.
Okay. I wanted to turn over to Councilmember Rubicalva, and then did anyone else have comments just on the, I'm sure we all have comments on the revenues, but, and then, so Councilmember Rubicalva and then Mayor Pro Tem Meeks.
I mean, I want to acknowledge, I think the last time we looked at a slide like this, there was a deficit that we had, we foresee, right, in 2029?
And that was with labor increases built in at 5% for every single labor group between now all the way through 27.
And it's normal to be labor cost heavy because it takes employees to actually do the work, right? So, I mean, everything that we do in the city of Anaheim is servicing our residents, and that requires our employees to be properly compensated and have enough of them to, whether it's planning or community services or parks, or police, fire. That's why labor costs are so significant. Okay, I just want to make sure that we're clear on that. So then, when everybody's ready, I'd like to look at some of the revenue generating opportunities, because we see the deficit is clear. The 50 million is lovely to look at, but we don't really think we're going to have that by 2029. So possibly good to look at some of the other options, unless we're out of time, because I know it's 3 o'clock.
No,
Oh, we're 3:30? Okay.
Yeah, no, and I think that was kind of what we wanted to discuss right now. So if you want to use.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see if you could go through the slides again of the options for revenue. There were quite a few. And thank you, first of all, thank you guys for putting this presentation together. It's a great snapshot of not only our priorities, but some of the revenue opportunities that we can look at for our city.
Is there one in particular you'd like to focus on, or would you like us just to run through them all again?
If you can go through all of them again, because we kind of went through them pretty quickly.
Yep.
Madam Mayor, just point of
Yes.
clarification. Councilmember, may I ask a quick follow-up question? I don't mean to interrupt you, but I just want to triple check. So slide, I think it's 23, forecasted new revenues. Can you go to that slide? As we're looking at the new, as potential other revenues that we're going to be discussing and looking at, so this is not in that previous slide that we discussed, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so we anticipate, but we can't really, and I understand because we had that conversation, right? We can't just prepare for here's the best case scenario. It's prepare for the worst, expect the best. But so I just want to clarify. So with the Disneyland Forward, with OC Vibe, that we're anticipating another 40 million in the general fund, somewhere between 5 to 10 years.
That's correct.
Thank you.
At full build out of both projects. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, now going to the revenue options. There you go. The first one was the local sales tax. Again, potential revenue, depending on the policy direction, 25 to 100 million a year, requires voter approval. It does go to the general fund. It does diversify the city revenue streams. However, there is a local impact. Next one is the utility users fee. Again, wide range depending on what that number's set at. Between $4 and $32 million a year would require a voter approval, does go to the general fund, and could decrease with conservation efforts because it is tied to utility rates. TOT, we all know TOT, we're at 15%, but if you tack the TID on top of that, it's 17%, so we are kind of on the high end of the scale there. But again, it could mean 15 million a year if it's raised by 1%. We would have to go back to the voters for that as well. It is general fund and could have impact on our resort. There's the admission tax, again, could be set at various rates, and so the range could be between 90 and 135 million. Would require voter approval for that, could go to the general fund, does have impacts potentially on our venues. Parking tax, same thing, between 19 and 30 million a year. However, that depending on how it's set and who it applies to, does require voter approval. General fund could have some impact as well. The real estate transfer tax, this is something that some cities around us, and especially in LA County, have looked at. Depending on the rate and how it is set proportionally between $5 and $50 million a year. And this is for anytime there's a transfer of property, a sale of homes in the city. This requires voter approval. It is general fund. But it is tied to home sales and could be volatile. Angel Stadium property, I think we've discussed that. So I'll move on to the next one. The billboard program, staff has been looking at this. We think there's potential revenue there between $1 and $2 million a year. It all depends on kind of where we go with this one and what we're willing to do and place on our city streets or on our city highways. This doesn't require voter approval. It is a city council initiative. It is general fund revenue, and it does somewhat diversify our revenue streams. And development impact fees, we mentioned that this isn't general fund, this is restricted revenue. Having said that, we haven't touched these in quite a long time. In January, we'll be bringing forward a study that we've done, a full comprehensive study on our development impact fees, and we'll be briefing you prior to January as well to look at those. So that is something that will be coming to you with more detail later. Downtown parking fees, again, just looking around at other jurisdictions and how they kind of address some of these issues. Parking fees are pretty common. Depending on our interest, it could be between $500,000 to $2.5 million a year. Something that City Council could put into place unilaterally. Could be general fund. It would be general fund. Naming rights, something we've looked at not only at the Anaheim Marina but also at Arctic. It really just depends on the market and the interest that's out there. Could be between $250,000 to $1 million a year. Again, something that council could do on its own via policy and would go to the general fund. Cannabis program, we've looked at this prior. The city did consider a proposal to do this several years ago. I think it's more volatile now than ever, but revenues could be in the $1 to $8 million range. Again, depending on how many, what the rate is, et cetera. That is an ordinance that council could consider, and it would be general fund. Rideshare company tax, this is otherwise known as TNC tax. There are a handful of cities around the country that employ this. It's basically the Uber Lyft assessment. Depending on what it's set at, it could bring in between $10 and $25 million a year. And this is something that council can look at for approval, but also depending on how it's structured, it may require voter approval. And that would be general fund revenue. The franchise fees, we kind of discussed this previously. We'd have to do a deep dive into what the actual number would be, but it's between $1 and $10 million. And that is something that council could approve by ordinance. And that would go to general fund. Former redevelopment properties, obviously we have a portfolio. We're always looking for opportunities. If we wanted to explore going through our portfolio and selling those off, we could realize some one-time revenue. Obviously, there's Surplus Land Act issues that we need to consider, and also that is something that council can direct us to do. Doesn't require a ballot measure. And I think that's it.
Thank you. So Councilmember Rubacalva, and then Mayor Pro Tem Meeks.
Thank you. Thank you for the comprehensive outlook on revenue. A couple of them kind of stuck out to me that I think would be good for possible discussion, but I'm really interested in looking at revenue streams that have the lower impact on any of our residents. So right out of the gate, I'm pretty opposed to a utility tax or a sales tax increase because I think that would hurt not only residents but businesses as well. And that would probably have an impact on our economic development strategy, right, Sergio? But the kind of a couple of them that stood out was the naming rights. That's sort of low-hanging fruit. And then the ride share, which seems to be pretty lucrative. And to your point on the infrastructure side, if they're operating a business and utilizing our streets, maybe there is an opportunity for us to implement a tax that would benefit our infrastructure and help our general fund. So those two, I think I would definitely support further exploration.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. There was a couple that stood out to me, and one of them, well, we had talked about the rideshare tax, or at least I had talked to Director Amami from Public Works about it, in being a funding source for our east-west connector and our transportation within the resort area, and I think that is a great strategy there. I don't know if it'll kick off more money than that, but certainly it's a way to fund that priority for the city and potentially even generate more revenue in the resort as we connect people to places where they shop and where they eat and everything, and keeping them in Anaheim and connecting those destinations so we extend their stay. I think all of that plays into our strategy of TOT and generating that, more of that as we move forward. The other one I thought was kind of a little bit of a no-brainer to move forward with was the franchise fee. And, you know, if we're the only city around that's not collecting our piece of that, the cable companies are not charging the people in Anaheim less because they're not paying us money. Right. So, so we might as well get our share, and I would say we could move forward quickly on that one. And then I'd also, you know, as we kind of start to define and do these studies and figure out exactly what we want to move forward with and the cost of those things, we definitely need to look at grant opportunities and reach out to our partners and other agencies and things to see what kind of revenue sources we can develop to pay for a lot of these things. It's always better to spend somebody else's money. So that's that's something that we need to identify as a revenue option for some of these things that we want to accomplish. As far as some of the other things go, I would have a hard time moving forward with any kind of a tax right now until we have more definition on what our needs are. What is that going to buy us? And is it worth taking money out of somebody else's pocket to do it? Is it so important that we are going to tax somebody else and take their money to pay for something that we want? And so I want to make sure that we're exploring all other options to pay for things before we go down that path. But so I think we've got a little bit of time to kind of figure out what those things are, and then maybe there's something that has some sort of nexus to that improvement or cost or something that makes it a little more palatable.
Thank you. Quick question, just to follow up on Mayor Pro Tem's comment and Councilmember Bacalva, for the ride share, is that something, I forgot what it said on the slide, that voters would have to approve? Or is that because it's based generally to outsiders and or tourists, it does not need voter approval?
Yeah, we need to do a little more work on it, but my initial analysis has showed that it does require voter approval. You know, there's a question on whether or not we can do it as an assessment that wouldn't require voter approval, but in the jurisdiction that I've looked at, most of them have done it via voter approval.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you. The documentation fee, is that, so I sell my home and somebody's gonna buy it and we pay a fee to document that sale, is that it? I'd like to explore that one. It doesn't,
That really, go ahead. No, that's exactly kind of what it is, right? It's charging a fee. There is a base that the county charges already, and then this would be on top of that, which a number of cities do. It's not common in Orange County, but a number of cities do that. And again, the range of those fees, it's usually a tiered system, and then it also varies significantly from jurisdiction to jurisdiction.
you know, I would like that one explored. Certainly the video service provider franchise fees, if we're the only city in the state, let's jump on that wagon. I'm not supportive of billboards. I am certainly not supportive of a cannabis program. Rideshare is interesting. It's, when Mr. Rami talked to me about it, he wanted, you have noted, you wanted, it would go to the general fund. He mentioned it would be a great way to fund, to help fund an east-west connector. So I'd have to get more information on how it's going to be used. And then the development improvement fees. I'm glad you're coming next month. Oh my gosh. with that information, because it looks like it's something that we're way behind on and could improve on that fee. So that's it for now.
Councilmember Leon, and then Councilmember Bayless, and Councilmember Moss.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not necessarily prepared to thumbs up, thumbs down these right here, right now. I just wanted to provide a comment. The rideshare one, just to put out there, just as consideration that a lot of residents do also rely on rideshares to get to and from. And so just a consideration to throw out there. I know maybe it's not the majority, and I don't know if we have, or if we can get those numbers since those are essentially private companies, but just wanted to throw that out there, that a lot of residents also rely on that.
And that's also one where we've looked at tailoring it so that it could exempt residents and maybe geofence the resort to kind of protect against that. But again, a lot of study still needs to be done on that.
I appreciate you saying that. I feel a lot more comfortable if that's what we're looking at. The redevelopment properties, just as a question, and I apologize if somebody already asked this, how many properties do we currently have? And I mean, I don't know if there's a ballpark. And then are there any pros and cons versus of just selling them off as soon as we can or holding on to them? What's that consideration?
It's a total, large sites, it's a total of 6 sites. So it's not a lot of large portfolio. We started with 63. We've kind of been kind of narrowing down the projects or the properties. Ultimately, we're dealing with environmental issues like 39 Commons and also other properties where we're dealing with title issues and kind of property owner issues where we're resolving. Ultimately, what we're doing is we're actually trying to expeditiously get those all to market, and that's what we're just addressing some of those sites. So as Ted had mentioned in his presentation, that's already that's a process that's already underway. That council has given us a clear direction that we want to get through expeditiously. But the larger sites that we have are like Anaheim and Ball, where we're dealing with some property issues, and then a couple properties on Lincoln, and which we will hopefully be disposing of pretty quickly near the freeway for the Porsche dealership. But relatively, it's about 6-7 sites, large sites.
And so you say large sites. Are there other smaller sites?
They're smaller, like little remnant parcels that we're actually also in the process of disposing either to adjacent property owners or we're looking to see if we're going to keep them as
properties. I do like, I just want to throw it out there. I know maybe there aren't that many properties left, but if it's something that we can, I'm over here, I know we're talking revenue. I'm thinking how we spend the revenue. But if when we sell the redevelopment property, does that go to general fund when those properties are sold?
It does, yes.
Okay, I think
But a portion goes to the other taxing entities, and so we get a small portion of it. Yeah, it's a small percentage. Yeah, and it's also restricted as well, so it doesn't go into the general fund, right?
Okay, solid. So it sounds like maybe there's appetite for a number of these to get just some more information. I know these are preliminary, but just to very, very briefly just circle back, I do like the idea of creating a neighborhood improvement fund, whether that's with the revenue from the 30 or 40 million we expect from Disneyland Forward, OC Vibe, or whether it's LPMR. I would like to explore that further and then see if that's a way to kind of lock things down, at least a portion of something that is specifically, and I know we do a lot of it with different departments, but a specific fund just for neighborhoods and neighborhood improvement. Just wanted to make sure that was giving staff direction on that.
Councilmember Bayless and then Councilmember Moss.
Thank you. With time, I'll keep the comments relatively short. Let me just start by saying I could definitely get behind rideshare tax that's out there, franchise tax fee for sure. I asked for this a while back ago, and I know staff already knows how I feel, but obviously the development impact fees, we have to put that as a priority very quickly. Just real quick, I'll just say this. You've got fees in there. If somebody moved into Anaheim, 17 years ago, there's a fee in there that they paid the same rate if you moved in yesterday to a brand new single-family house. So obviously they are underfunded. And the interesting part about the development impact fees is this is how we are supposed to pay for our parks. It's how we're supposed to pay for our police station, how our fire station. Wasn't necessarily designed to come out of the general fund. So I'll just add that. And then I'll say this, as far as grant goes, I think the staff is doing an excellent job. I know every time I read an agenda, there's at least 3 or 4 items where you guys have reached out. We're augmenting with grant funds. So as a strategy, obviously, keep it up. But I know you're doing a fantastic job with it already. And then I think you missed one thing, and another way of generating revenue, and maybe this isn't an exact tax, but the more we pay off debt, the more revenue we have. And I'll leave it with that.
Thank you. Councilmember Maz and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Timing is everything, right? I think we'd be having a much different conversation if we didn't have LPMR, and we know that we're the envy of many cities in the area. That said, I think that it's really responsible to pay off debt, as was mentioned, once that bond gets paid off. As far as revenue, things I have noted to explore are the rideshare company tax, certainly updating impact fees. The video service provider franchise fee seems like a no-brainer. I am interested in exploring billboards and grants. I echo what was mentioned. Our staff does a phenomenal job of identifying grants. And just a shout out to Grace, specifically with housing. Her name was mentioned twice over the last week, and the great job she does at identifying grants. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Greg, can you share a little more detail about the Uber or the rideshare fee? Is it a tax on the consumer or is it a tax on the business?
It goes on your folio. So when you get emailed your receipt from the ride, the assessment is listed
Okay,
there.
so it's a consumer tax.
Yeah.
So if we, as a council, voted to go ahead and send it to, if it has to be voter initiated, we could vote to send it to the general election because it's a tax, so it has to be on the general election.
Yeah, and again, I'm not 100% sure it has to be a ballot measure. We're still trying to see if there's a way to get it done via an assessment, if that's an option.
And if
but
we-
more than likely, yes, ballot measure, and yes, this council would need to.
Okay, and then what would
direct
our
us.
timing be to get that onto the 2026 ballot?
Well, I believe it's this council, it's August is the deadline, but we would need to act well before August to allow the clerk to prepare all the documents and everything.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, because I think that's very low-hanging fruit that we could just, I mean, for more reasons than one. And then just to add a different question. So I know somebody mentioned about it possibly being utilized for specific purposes. That requires a 2/3 vote, right, from the voters and not just a simple
That'd be a special tax that
Okay.
requires a 2/3 threshold. So, yeah, it's a lot more difficult.
Okay.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments on the workshop? Okay.
Mayor, could I just summarize a couple of the revenues so that staff has some clarity on what we would be pursuing and bringing back likely next quarter with some more information?
Of course, Mr. City Manager.
And please, keep me honest here. I heard some broad consensus for a couple of them. I heard broad consensus for rideshare. I heard broad consensus for some franchise fees. I heard some interest in some impact fees, not quite as broadly kind of echoed from the dais, but I heard some interest in impact fee. Am I missing anything?
So I didn't weigh in. Oh, yes, correct. Thank you, council member. The naming rights possibility for Anaheim Arena.
So naming rights?
I didn't weigh in because I believe it was said that we're bringing back developer impact fees in January anyways.
That's correct, Mayor.
And then I did not weigh in on billboards because I believe we have a billboard item coming before us for top-level discussion about what that means and could look like as well.
Okay, I've got consensus.
But I think that's already in the queue.
All right, it is, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
So we are going to be now concluding our workshop. Next up is the closed session agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any additions to the closed session agenda?
Mayor, we do not.
I would like to talk about potential deletions to the closed session agenda. So we had our agenda published on Thursday, and it was, since I set the agenda with the city manager, we had items 3 and 4 before us. Is that correct?
Mayor, that's correct. When it was published on Thursday, it had items 3 and 4.
Thank you. So I was notified, I think, as well as the public, that we have added items 1 and 2 to the closed session agenda, which appear to be duplicative of something that is going to be on our business calendar. So I would like to, since the proper procedure is to take the temperature and vote of the council, I would like to make a motion, just so we're not being duplicative, to take items 1 and 2 off the closed session agenda and have that debate publicly, as it is part of our business calendar anyways, if anybody would mind seconding that motion. Okay.
Just point of clarification, Madam Mayor. Can you repeat the motion?
Right, so we have items 1 and 2 that were added Friday night to our closed session agenda without any notice to me with the agenda setting power, which is fine, except that it is duplicative of something that we have on the business calendar. So in order to, just for time, I think we should just remove items 1 and 2 from the closed session agenda and have that discussion in front of the public as part of the business calendar.
And so, just a point of clarification, Madam City Attorney, if we have the discussion in closed session, does that mean we cannot, to the mayor's point, that we can't have the discussion we have in closed session in public?
You can have the same discussion in open session, but you can't reveal what was discussed in closed. So there are going to be some parameters there, because you cannot reveal what anybody said about any of that. You can't reveal any of the discussion, but if you want to start from scratch in open, I think that you can do that, like I said, provided nobody's revealing closed session discussions.
So then it would be fair that we could have the same conversation twice?
Yeah, as long as within closed, you're sticking to what is on closed, which is public employee appointment and conference with labor negotiators. So salary and the appointment. The council has the authority in either open or closed to, and is required in either open or closed to review and approve the candidate that the city manager has selected.
Got it. Okay.
So just a point of clarification, if we are told information in closed session by either someone from the, and this is my concern, told information from someone from the Human Resources Department, and then we discuss it, how are we protecting ourselves from not disclosing closed session information in open session, because it's really hard to trace the fruit of that tree?
Yeah, I mean, you will be threading a needle, but I think you have to bring back, let's say it is the HR director, you have to bring her back and start over. You got to ask it again, you got to make it all, because you can't say, Linda, you said in closed, right? That's what you can't do. But you can start over.
So I guess that's my concern, if we have to bring back the human resources manager to start over in the business calendar, why not remove it from the closed session and just have the conversation? So that we don't accidentally say something that we heard in closed session in the open session.
Well, I think you could do it either way, honestly, but I do think if you do it in open, you cannot repeat. And I understand it could be hard to remember what was discussed in closed and if that's fair game or whatever else, but as long as you do basically a redo in open, I don't believe that that violates, because the closed session privilege applies to what you guys talk about in closed session. You cannot repeat that.
Correct. But I guess so anyways, that was my concern, is just to protect the members on this council. And then given that we are having the exact same discussion in the business calendar, it's a very, very interesting needle to thread, as well as, just for transparency, it looks a little bit like we are whipping each other on votes inside closed session is right before we're about to have a public discussion on a public employee that we need to discuss. That's a second part, but I mean, the first one is my main concern. Councilmember Rubalcava?
I think my question's more around procedure. So 2 things. One, the item was actually posted within the notification deadline.
Yes.
Correct. Agendizing authority is to add something without having it to be requested in council, but it doesn't necessarily say that the mayor is the only person who has agendizing authority. Is that correct?
Well, I think if you're talking about, yes, council can agendize things at a meeting, right? The mayor can agendize things outside of a meeting. And I think the reason why the mayor is asking for the council to vote on whether we're removing it is because I think that, I don't want to speak for you, Madam Mayor, but I think she's recognizing that at this point, now that it's on, there would need to be a council vote to remove it, which is why she's asking for concurrence.
I guess what policy are we referencing? This is unprecedented for me in a council meeting where we actually vote on removing an item from closed session, especially a personnel issue. So that's a little bit concerning for me because there are privacy concerns that I have, and I'm fully prepared to have this discussion in closed session. And I think we could potentially, and correct me if I'm wrong, but from a Brown Act perspective, the council, we do give direction to the city attorney to come out and report on closed session. That could be something that we direct our city attorney to do after the closed session discussion.
Well, if you were selecting a candidate in closed session, the contract has to be approved in open session.
Yeah, I mean, it's on the consent calendar.
Yeah. I think it's on the business calendar.
I mean, on the business calendar.
Appointments can be made under that Brown Act exception. Appointments can be made in closed, and then the city attorney, it wouldn't be that you would direct Rob, who will be here by then, hopefully. It would be that he would have to report it out, because that exception says if an appointment is made in closed session, that it must be reported out in open session at the same meeting. So I'm bifurcating the appointment authority from the contract approval.
Yeah, and I guess I'm interested in understanding why our city attorney or city manager put it on the closed session agenda either way. So I would probably not be supportive of removing it from closed session, but I'm happy to also come out and have the conversation in open, transparent session with agenda item 19. So that's my position on the topic right now, is I will be voting no to remove it because it was within the agendizing deadline and within the authority of our city manager to place it on the agenda. So I think at this point, I would like to maintain our agenda the way it has been noticed.
Right, there were some personnel concerns that I had that were raised post publishing of the agenda. And so within the city manager authority, I placed the item in closed session as well for council consideration.
Just because of the risk of disclosing stuff from closed session, I'll go ahead and second the mayor's motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to remove the first 2 items from closed session. Please vote.
The vote is 3 ayes, 4 nays. Motion fails with the no votes by Mayor Pro Tem Meeks, Councilmember Bayless, Councilmember Rubalcava, and Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you. I'm going to be excusing myself from closed session for items 1 and 2. So is that something that I need to note for the record, and then I can have the city attorney at the time just notice me to come in when we are addressing items 3 and 4?
Yes, you can recuse yourself from items 1 and 2.
Thank you. And do I need to report that when we go back into open session?
I think Teresa, the city clerk, normally does that.
And Mayor, I can make that notation. It's also reflect in the minutes as well.
Thank you. Okay, so do we have any speakers on the closed session agenda?
Sorry about that, Mayor. We do. We have 8 speakers wanting to address the City Council on closed session. We'll go ahead and call the first speaker up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the City Council, and they could please step forward, and the remaining names will appear on the projection screen behind me. The first one is Heather Madrick.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Heather Madrick, and I am the Secretary of the AMEA Executive Board. I am also a police dispatch supervisor, and I have proudly served the City of Anaheim since 1995. I was born and raised in the city and continue to reside in District 6. Public service runs deep in my family, with 5 of my immediate family members have worked for the City of Anaheim. I share this background with you because I know Anaheim, its people, departments, and the challenges AMEA members face. Police dispatch is at a critical shortage. In the month of November, dispatchers worked 727.5 hours of mandatory overtime to meet minimum staffing. In the first 8 days of December, we have been mandated 242 hours of overtime. If someone calls in sick, we drop below minimum staffing, go short, and do not get a lunch during our 12.5-hour shift. We have lost 5 dispatchers to Irvine, 2 have retired, and hiring replacements takes 3 to 7 months, plus another 12 to 18 months for training. Trainees do not count on the floor towards staffing, so we are down more positions than it appears on paper. I personally average 24 to 30 hours of overtime a pay period. In October of 2025, dispatchers handled over 35,000 calls, with the call volume rising during the summer months. Despite being one of Orange County's busiest cities for police activity, Anaheim dispatcher pay does not match that responsibility. UCI dispatchers earn nearly as much as our dispatcher too, but handle less than a quarter of our calls. We are losing talented public servants to other cities. Recently, we have seen a property technician with over 20 years of experience take their talent to Irvine because of higher compensation. What a shame. If we want Anaheim to continue to shine on the global stage, we must invest in our people who keep it running. Our employees deserve fair pay that reflects their value, skill, and dedication. Our MOU negotiations is a major way to improve the salary for our workforce, and we ask for your support. I'd like to close that it is my 50th birthday on Christmas Day. And I would love for our negotiations to be finished with a birthday and Christmas miracle. Thank you.
We have our next speaker. Our next speaker, please step forward. Ricardo Sacero.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Rich Salcida. I am the treasurer of AMEA Executive Board. I work in Public Works and have proudly served the City of Anaheim since 1993. I was born and raised in District 3, graduating from Anaheim High School, and now live in District 5. In Public Works, we recently went through 3 recruitments and have struggled to fill our skilled positions like in streets and concrete because of simply not enough pay. This is a heartbreaking, oh Jesus, I'm sorry, I don't speak for a living, so this is incredibly hard for me, but Anaheim is my home. It's an honor to serve my community that shaped me. Today, I want to share some perspectives on our current contract negotiations and real challenges faced by AMEA employees. Not having a competitive wage for essential high-skilled positions is hurting our city. In Public Works, we recently went through 3 recruitments and have struggled to fill those skilled positions like in streets and concrete because we simply don't pay enough. This is heartbreaking. Anaheim is a world-class city, yet we are struggling to attract and retain the talent needed to maintain the services our residents expect and deserve. The people who maintain Anaheim streets, parks, libraries, and facilities are not just employees. They are the foundation that keeps the city operating smoothly every day. When I first joined the city of Anaheim, I was proud to serve my hometown, a city known for excellence, opportunity, and community pride. But today our workforce is underpaid, overworked, and stretched thin. The result is a decline in service quality and growing struggle to deliver the level of excellence that a world-class city like Anaheim should represent. Before I close, I just want to say I grew up in a blue-collar, hardworking family. My dad, a truck driver, my mom, a factory worker. They both lived, worked, and retired here in Anaheim, like I hope to do. But working 3 jobs as a part-timer and 2 shifts as a full-timer for over 17 years just showed me it's not enough. Through my own union and through the class and comp study, I now know, just like a lot of my peers who are severely underpaid, it's just not enough money. I urge you to invest in your employees, not as an expense, but as a commitment to Anaheim's future. Paying AMA employees a living wage, one that reflects the value of our work and our standards in the city that the city stands for, is essential if we want to attract and retain the best people and serve our residents. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your continued commitment to the people who make Anaheim a great place to work and learn.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, if we have our next speaker, Victoria. Or our next speaker, please step forward.
Sorry guys, let me just pull it up. Hello Mayor, City Council, and all ears that are hearing my voice. My name is Victoria Salceda. I am Ricardo's daughter. The reason I come here and stand up to you guys today is in solidarity with not only my father, but as well as his peers and with AMEA. My father comes home every day with sweat down his entire shirt. He comes home with asphalt stuck to his hands, his arms, and his boots. He works really hard. And knowing that my dad works hard, and not only he, but so many city employees are out there working as hard as he is, perhaps not even knowing that they're underpaid is heartbreaking. In a time where there are people who are scared to step out of their homes due to the current ongoing ICE raids, sacrificing stepping outside and making money to provide for their families out of fear of being deported, a time where there has been significant slashes to crucial programs like SNAP and EBT, I urge you to please invest in your hardworking employees. The time is now. I love Anaheim, but I want the best for its employees. Thank you guys for your time.
Our next speaker.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Joseph Trevizu. I'm a proud AME member, and I'm a traffic controller assistant with the Anaheim Police Department. I'm here today to ask that you give us a fair contract and a cost of living increase. As council members, I'm sure you've seen us working hard to provide you safe and timely entrance and exit from city venues and events. But that's not all we do. We also respond to call-outs from home for fatal accidents, roadway hazards, and much more. All while our wages are slightly more than fast food employees, although our responsibilities are vastly greater. In the traffic safety section, we have a difficult time hiring, training, and retaining employees. I truly believe that an increase in pay can help solve this issue. I respectfully ask that you consider giving us a fair contract. The time is now.
My time, okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, and city leadership, and my fellow colleagues. My name is Rafael Barrios, Community Services Coordinator with the City of Anaheim since 1997. That year, I started working at George Washington Community Center, which is now a park, so some of you guys might not know that. In my role current role, I'm a director of the Downtown Anaheim Family Resource Center, sorry. Public speaking is not my strongest suit, but my strongest suit is having a big heart for my community that I love, and I serve every single day. In my roles as a center director, I'm a case manager, program coordinator, special events. Some of my notable assignments have been senior safety net case manager. I was the only one citywide getting case management referrals from seniors who were getting eviction notices and whatnot. I did that for 2 years, working with the Housing and Community Development, making those referrals for TBRA and emergency assistance. One of my things that I taught one of the 80-year-old members was downloading a PDF. I take the time and effort to, whoever walks into the door that I serve, not only make you guys look good, you guys also represent us out there. And I see you guys at events, and I've met each and every one of you. But we treat every person that walks in the door with respect and dignity. I act like if they took 10 buses to get to us. That's the role I try to provide them. And now I've done that with Contigo. So Contigo has been one of the most stressful but most rewarding programs that I've ever done. A lot of people get 3-day notices, and they have to work with the property managers or owners to get all the paperwork and make sure that it's all in order. Same thing with Senior Safety Net. A lot of people are going through a lot of stuff, and it's not enough money to help them, but I think they take comfort in the support that I provide. I used to work with the county. I did family resource centers, so fact funded, if you're familiar with that, they help. It's a all-in-one PAP, parenting classes. I used to work with social workers. At the County of Orange, I did homeless, unhoused encampments and whatnot, and I worked with police officers, the CAT team, everybody. I did a program for the County of Orange, we're a suicide program. So your staff here, they're dedicated, they're skilled, they have experience. We're ready to work and continue that work. I have 17 years under my belt, and I still have 20 more to go. So I thank you for all your efforts that you do behind the scenes, all those long hours meetings, and same thing with our teams here. Everything you guys do, I appreciate. Thank you, guys.
Our next speaker, Jason Perez.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jason Perez, and for the past 11 years, I served as a Community Services Coordinator in the Community Services Department, and I currently serve as the first Vice President of AMEA. But even most importantly, I am a District 2 resident as well. Negotiations officially began in June, but our work started the day our last MOU was signed. We never stopped listening. Hundreds of our members told us exactly what matters the most. Wages that let you live in the city you serve, stronger benefits that protect our families, real work-life balance in a job that demands everything. We hired an independent public accounting firm and studied the city's finances inside and out. Every proposal on the table is driven by our members' voices and backed by the facts. Anaheim is not just thriving, we're on the verge of something historic. OC Vibe is rising around the Honda Center. The Platinum Triangle is exploding with new homes, offices, restaurants, and entertainment. And in less than 3 years, the world will be watching when Los Angeles hosts the 2028 Olympics and Anaheim becomes a host city for multiple events. None of that happens without the employees here today. Who are those employees? Our members in code enforcement, libraries, community services, the park rangers, the traffic controllers, Anaheim Convention Center, their security, the facility maintenance workers, you name a department, our employees support every one of those departments. Yet right now, too many of us can't even afford to live in the city we serve. In fact, some full-time Anaheim employees earn so little that they meet the very same federal CDBG low-income guidelines we use to provide food assistance and housing help to our residents. After 11 years as a community services coordinator, I watch coworkers, both in my department and others, forced to choose between the job they love and a roof over their family's head. That's not right, and it's not sustainable. We are close, very close. At our last session, AMEA brought forward proposals we believe can get us to a fair agreement. We're not asking for anything unreasonable. We're asking for dignity, respect, and the ability to stay in the city we'll proudly represent to the world in 2028. Mayor and City Council, after 11 years in the front lines, I'm asking you today, hear us and empower your team to finish this deal. A deal our members deserve and will be proud to ratify. I thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, council members and Mayor Aiken. My name is Janae Barreras, President of Anaheim Municipal Employees Association. I represent 899 members, including 371 voting residents. Our dedicated staff serve Anaheim daily, working in libraries, parks, community centers, fire and police departments, maintaining city streets. We support Anaheim's major facilities like the Convention Center and provide essential services during emergencies and events. Our TCAs ensure smooth traffic flow for venues such as the stadium, Honda Center, Disneyland, and more, highlighting their indispensable role for efficient city operation. You only need to go up north to Dodger Stadium or SoFi and see the difference between getting out smoothly or sitting in traffic. PEPRA offers identical retirement benefits across the city, giving newly hired workers little incentive to stay in Anaheim. The city struggles to attract experienced employees and laterals due to its lower wages and lack of competitive benefits. Building inspectors are considering leaving the cities for better pay. Our proposal for full reimbursable overtime for inspectors and other creative ideas have been rejected. Our proposals will keep public servants in the city. I have heard from department heads who agree with additional funding for these certificate pays, only to have them rejected at the negotiation table. I would attend training out of the county, and I introduced myself as working for the city of Anaheim at the police department. Everyone would want to know what working in Anaheim was like. Do you really get to work at the Honda Center and go to concerts? Do you really get to work at Disneyland? You get in free. Have you met Mike Trout? Have you met Shohei Ohtani? People used to envy us working at Anaheim, but not anymore. Anaheim is risking turning into BlackBerry or Kodak. Both used to be the best and innovative. BlackBerry failed to adapt to the smartphone technology, and Kodak thought digital cameras would never surpass film. Anaheim wages have been surpassed by almost every other city in Orange County. We have met multiple times. I have multiple conversations with all of you. It is time to invest in your greatest asset, your workers. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilman. I don't have a fancy speech or nothing, but I've been a veteran of 26 years for Public Works. My position's a night shift. I love that shift. While you guys are asleep, I clean up the city. A lot of things goes, and a lot of things go good and bad, but I'm in the sweeping department, so I'm very proud of that. I'm here to support my brothers in a fair contract, and just consider us that, I see a lot of, right now, it used to be hard to go to the city and try to apply for a job. Now, it's hard to get people to work for us because the pay is not there. It's not all there. They go other places. All I ask is give us at least acknowledge us that we try hard and we work hard just so this city can look the way it looks now. I'm proud to be a city employee and hope to continue. And in God we trust. That's why I'm here. Thank you so much.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers. Also noting for the record, we did not receive any electronic comments on the closed session agenda.
Thank you so much. So we are going to now close the public comment portion of the closed session agenda and recess to closed session. Can you hear me now? All right. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. The first item on our agenda is an invocation that will be offered this evening by Chaplain Nathan Zug. Following that, I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem Meeks to lead us in the flag salute. Will you all please stand?
Convene together tonight and to continue together. I know the council has been together already. We're asking for your particular grace and your peace and your guidance throughout this entire meeting. As you know, much has gone into each agenda item and each decision that will be made tonight. A lot of preparation, a lot of thought, and a lot of many different aspects. So I ask your wisdom and grace on the council themselves, our mayor, and any other aspects of decision-making tonight. Would these decisions bless our city in ways that we didn't imagine? So just guide and bless our council and all that goes on tonight. Thank you for them. Thank you for each department leader and each staff of our city and all those involved. I thank you also for our first responders tonight and those keeping us safe and protecting us in our life and property. So Lord, may you show truthful, kind presence tonight, this week and this month in ways we can see, feel, and know. Do this for each council member, our mayor, our department leaders, city employees, Anaheim businesses, residents, and guests. And may you inspire us with the fellowship of human connection to assist each other when we are in need and in each moment of success. And again, we're grateful, and I pray this in your holy, holy name. Amen.
Thank you. This time of year, as we give thanks and Thanksgiving, and then share our love and our generosity through the holidays, we also look forward to the new year and hopefulness and the joy of what we'll experience in the coming year. So I want to give thanks to our great flag and the country that gives us all those opportunities. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. So we have a very special recognition tonight in that we are recognizing Anaheim High School's football team. And Councilmember Leon has asked me for the privilege of leading this item. Can you please join me, Councilmember Leon?
For the record, I did not. No, I'm kidding. So this is really the bet that keeps on giving. So you all know that I'm a proud Magnolia High School Sentinel, always will be. But I also want to commend the Anaheim High School football team for their victory over my Sentinels. It was a 7-0 victory. I'll remember it for the rest of my life. But in all seriousness, I talk a lot of smack. Your coaches probably know. You guys probably may have heard me during the game. I'll talk a lot of smack, but at the end of the day, we're all one city, right? And I do want to commend the Anaheim High School football team, not just for their victory over my Sentinels, but for an amazing season. It made it all the way to, I think, semifinals CIF semifinals, and that deserves a recognition in and of itself. So I'm paying my bet by bringing you guys here, but it's more than just the bet. It's really, it comes down to you guys being stellar athletes, stellar students, and you guys have really bright futures. And just know that all of us, as much smack as we talk, we're here to support you. And so congratulations, Madam Mayor. Well, if we can bring them up. And I think, for the record, I lost a lot of bets on this game. I lost a bet with Congressman Correa, an Anaheim High School alum, and of course my colleague over here who did bring me a football jersey, and I did wear it for the record. So go Anaheim High School, and I think there's a Letterman's jacket for me. So bring it over. Come on.
And then we'll take a couple of.
Gotta hide her back there with the necklace.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Awesome.
Okay, everybody, so we're gonna take a couple photos here, look right here, and then there's gonna be a lot of family who wants photos.
Ready, guys? Here, 1, 2, go.
All right, now family, if anybody wants to come up.
None of you are gonna let me forget it.
I know. I know. It's like you're waiting for the snap, right? All right, it looks like we got a couple more. All right, great. Great, everybody give them a hand.
So we're going to move on to our business agenda. Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to tonight's agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
Can you please outline our public comment procedure and call the first several speakers that are here to address the agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. Speakers have one opportunity to address the City Council, except for the scheduled public hearing. The public comment period is limited to 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. A second public comment period will be opened by the mayor only if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during this first public comment period, and it will be open at the end of council business. The time limit for public comment is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which are available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called by the speaker card number. At this time, I'd also like to announce that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For translation services in other languages, please contact the City Clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I'd like to introduce our interpreter who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
Buenas tardes. La ciudad provee servicios de interpretación al español en las juntas del Consejo. La interpretación simultánea al español se ofrece por medio del uso de audífonos y la interpretación consecutiva también está disponible para cualquiera quien desee dirigirse al ayuntamiento. Para servicios de interpretación en otros idiomas, por favor comuníquese con la oficina de la ciudad, City Clerk, cuando menos 48 horas antes de la junta programada.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate you reflecting this spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:26, with the 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 6:56, or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask that speakers line up at the podium once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me. And Mayor and City Council, for agenda items, we have 9 speakers. The first speaker, if they can please step forward, is R. Joshua Collins.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is R. Joshua Collins, founder of Homeless Advocates for Christ. And first, of course, just want to encourage everyone to give their life to Jesus Christ, who died on the cross for us to save us from hell, to give us everlasting life. We've all sinned. We all need a Savior, and only Jesus can save us from that horrible place called hell. Thank God for Jesus. I also want to talk about the homeless situation as well. I recently ran into a homeless mother of 2, and her son was in Anaheim High School, or Western High School for 2 years, and then his sister for 1 year. And for some reason, I guess they had spoken to CityNet years ago and were still on the street when I ran into them on Thanksgiving. I'm curious to know, why is it that they weren't picked up in the system as far as having ties to Anaheim? But I spoke with Sandra Sagert about them, and then she reported back to me in a text message that they couldn't verify, CityNet, I'm assuming, couldn't verify that they had ties to Anaheim. Yet both of these youngsters had student ID numbers with Western High School. So if I'm very concerned, since I know CityNet's getting $7 million for the next 2 years, this funding, how come they couldn't verify 2 students of Western High School as having ties to Anaheim with their mother? I don't understand that. And so how many times are things like this happening, where people aren't getting housing when they really, really need it, and especially a mother with her 2 kids? And why don't we have more services for homeless mothers? And we just saw some high school students up here. Imagine if they were homeless or living in their car with their mother or things like that. What kind of safety net do we have for high school homeless students? How many more are out there that are homeless? What are we doing about that? That's a major concern of mine. I'd like to see some change, of course. Also, another homeless individual, he had recently some brain surgery, back surgery. His name is Will, would like help. His number is 657-272-4935. He did give me permission to share his number. If you can help him, 657-272-4935. Thankfully, that homeless mother, from what I understand, has gotten some help. But again, I think we definitely need to provide more opportunity, more help, ways to get help to people like that. But thanks for letting me share.
Have our next speaker step forward.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jessica Avalar Bruce, and I have the privilege of serving as the Chief Program Officer of CityNet, a nonprofit which has partnered with Anaheim since 2014 to connect thousands of homeless neighbors to shelter, housing, and care. CityNet's main offices are on Crescent Avenue in Anaheim, and I am speaking tonight in support of your agenda item 15 to continue the successful CCRT program in the city. Through CCRT, CityNet's team serves on the front line as the initial point of engagement into a broader system of care addressing homelessness in Anaheim and across the county, a system which includes shelter, mental health, substance abuse recovery services, temporary housing, and permanent housing with housing supports when needed. These initial street outreach and engagement services meet people where they are, living unsheltered in parks, flood control channels, shopping centers, and anywhere else homeless neighbors can be found. These efforts divert thousands of calls each year that would otherwise have gone to law enforcement, allowing Anaheim police officers to focus on public safety while we address the humanitarian needs behind those calls. This is what collaboration looks like, the right response at the right time by the right team. Our outreach specialists work tirelessly to connect thousands of unhoused neighbors to shelter, housing, and critical services. Every one of those connections represents a life moving closer to stability and a community moving closer to solutions. I want to take a moment to thank the dedicated men and women of the Anaheim Police Department, particularly the HALO team. Our daily partnership with them has been invaluable in ensuring that outreach and public safety work hand in hand. Together, we've demonstrated that compassion and accountability can coexist, and that Anaheim's approach is a model for others across the state. As the Chief Program Officer of CityNet, I am fortunate to partner with 10 counties and more than 50 cities across the state. And everywhere I go, I reference Anaheim's leadership and willingness to innovate as a standard that other communities should be seeking to replicate. Homelessness is not just a statistic, it's a human crisis. Inside every encampment is a story, someone's parent, child, or friend who deserves dignity and a path forward out of homelessness. Our work is about creating those paths, and we cannot do it alone. Continued investment in outreach and housing is essential if we are serious about reducing homelessness and improving the quality of life for everyone in the city. Thank you for your leadership and for partnering with us to make sure that compassion and effectiveness guides our response. Together, we can ensure that every unhoused neighbor in Anaheim finds a place to call home. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Yvonne De La Torre. Following Yvonne De La Torre is Paul Stanford.
Good evening. I'm here to oppose about the murder of Albert Alzolano that was killed on Saturday at 9:30 p.m. on December 6th. There was a confrontation with the police department, Anaheim PD, which killed this young man of 19 years old. This needs to stop. Police brutality is an epidemic all around the world, and it needs to stop. Now we have another young man dead because police want to abuse their authority, and it's not fair. Something needs to be done about this. You know, we shouldn't have to be hearing on the news that somebody died because of police brutality, because these officers abused their badge. This young man just got home from work. And it's a shame because it could happen to anybody. And it's not fair that something needs to be done about this. It's not just here in Anaheim, it's also Fullerton and also in Orange County, Santa Ana as well. This is an epidemic all around the world. and it just needs to stop. Something needs to be done about this. And it's not fair that you guys want to pay out the families, but it's not going to bring them back. And it just, like I said, it just needs to stop. Something needs to be done about this, and you guys need to have them held accountable. Somebody needs to go to jail for this. It's murder. Plain out murder. And if you guys do your job right, I would feel that you guys need to investigate this thoroughly, because this family needs justice. And other families as well that haven't gotten justice by these officers that are still on patrol and still killing other family people out there. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Paul Sanford. We'll go to our next speaker, Lick Lampling.
Madam Clerk, could you just announce the next couple of speakers so people can line up?
Sure. And it looks like we have Mr. Okay, we'll go ahead. And then following on this speaker, we have Sky, then Sean Masuda.
Good afternoon, good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to thank City staff for recommending Laz Parking as well as for the Council's consideration. My name is Nick Lepating. I'm the Senior General Manager for Laz Parking in Orange County. I'm an OC resident and I office out of our local office here in Orange County. Laz Parking employs about 1,500 employees in the Orange County region, 283 of those being in the city of Anaheim. We run 120 plus locations in Orange County, 13 of those being in the city of Anaheim, with our most recent major tentpole being OC Vibe, where we employ over 100 employees. So, you know, have a very, very good ties to the city of Anaheim and a lot of dedication to the city. We're really excited about the opportunity afforded us here in running the city garages. We look forward to the agenda item number 12, and we look forward to serving the city of Anaheim. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Sky, then following Sean Masuda, then following Vern Nelson, and then Donna Acevedo Nelson.
Jail the killer cop who killed Albert Arzola. It's simple. Yvonne was right. Something needs to be done. And that something that needs to be done is simple. We don't need to overcomplicate this. It was murder. And what do? You put that killer cop in jail. That is our demand. Don't talk to us about anything less than that. If you want to actually be a model for public safety, imagine doing that, setting the standard for that. I don't believe that that's what you want to do on this city council, but prove me wrong. I believe that you actually want to perpetuate the model that you already have, which is to normalize this. This happened in a neighborhood that is regularly harassed, that is regularly brutalized and terrorized by Anaheim PD. And the neighbors in this neighborhood know that. And finally, it resulted in a dead body. Finally, it resulted in blood on the hands of Anaheim PD. And it'll keep happening. Because this isn't the first, and we all know that, right? People in this audience have had family members killed by Anaheim PD. So we need to cut through the bullshit, and we need to be real about what is actually happening, about how we can talk about civility in this chambers. But what happened on the streets of Anaheim that day was anything but civil. What the pigs did on that street was barbaric. So if you want to talk about civility, talk to your cops, talk to your officers. We have been trained to go to the very people in this room, the very people who are in uniform, are oppressors when this shit happens. And we have been trained, we have been taught to go beg for crumbs, beg for some faint resemblance of justice. But again, if you want justice, if you're gonna utter anything remotely about justice tonight, you know what is the task before you. It is to jail the cop who killed Albert. There's no more fighting for crumbs. We have to put our blood, our soul, our bodies, our emotions, everything into this. So if we're gonna sacrifice for this, we might as well sacrifice for the whole loaf instead of fighting for crumbs. This is not going away. And we know that we cannot reform police brutality out of existence. We know that police review boards do not actually offer any sort of authority to enforce accountability. We know that authority, and we know that comes from the people, putting pressure on the people in power, because we know that you will not do it until there's pressure that means something, until something is at stake. Albert deserves justice. His family deserves justice. This just happened. They are scared. They are in shock. The neighborhood is in shock.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
And I'm still trying to piece together what happened. Still trying to
Sky, I'm sorry,
understand.
your time is up.
So, again, I'm gonna say it one more time. Jail killer cops.
Your time is up. Thank
Everyone
you.
say it with me. Jail killer
Thank
cops.
We'll have our next speaker step forward. Our next.
Excuse me, please. Let's maintain decorum in the chamber. Thank you, Mr. Matsuda.
Hello. Justice for Albert. I want to explain it again. So a couple nights ago at 9:30 on Philadelphia Street, a young 19-year-old man named Albert was killed by Anaheim Police Department. He had just gotten home from work. He was standing outside of his door with his hands in the sky. He didn't have a weapon. He wasn't posing any kind of danger to nobody. The reason why the Anaheim Police Department murdered a 19-year-old kid was because, at least as far as we can tell, in the body cam footage and in the footage of people's porches, a cop who was trying to get straight with Albert, I guess, trying to prove that he was a big man, fell when he was walking back from the stairs. So he fell on his back, and it was then that he took out his gun and shot Albert twice. While Albert's body lied there, with blood coming out of it, warm on the pavement, a crowd started to form of friends and family, people who lived in that neighborhood. And the police went on to shoot people with rubber bullets to disperse the crowd. So, you know, it says in God we trust. We're talking about tonight, you know, we thank the Anaheim Police Department for being compassionate and empathetic. Prove it. We're talking about, you know, these cops are keeping our streets safe. Prove it. Because the Anaheim Police Department didn't just get away with killing Albert. They've gotten away with killing many other young men, Latino men. Why are they killing us? Why are you guys talking about, I'm sorry, I'm addressing you guys. I'm really just addressing these cops. Why are these police departments, why are these people, these politicians talking about keeping our streets safe, talking about reform and, you know, having good relations with the community like cops with donuts or whatever? Prove all that. You know, because for the last 12 years, since 2012, since Joel Acevedo was killed by the police department, since Manuel Diaz was killed by the police department, it's been the same stuff. We've got a new police chief, but it's the same old story. What's up with that? Why is this a pattern? Why do we need to accept this? Why do we need to live in a world where cops with egos get the badge and a gun and they think they can earn their stripes by killing someone who has no weapon, who's 19, you know? It's pathetic, man. I just want to put it in perspective, you know, all of these people, Susan Barrios, Miss Teresa Bass, Mr. Robert, Mr. Jim, what about when they kill your nephew? What about when they kill your son? What about any of these people right here? What about when they kill someone you know? Will justice be swift then? What about any of these other people who were killed by the police?
Sir, I'm so sorry.
It could be
your time
someone
is up.
you know, and it could be you. You know, they could kill this mayor, and the cops will get away with it. This is the kind of shit that happens in Anaheim.
Your time is up.
Well, hold on. You know, this is more important than 3 minutes.
No,
This young man's
sir.
life was not.
Thank you so much. Your time is up.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Sir, your time is up. You're disrupting the meeting. I understand. Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to step. There is a next person, Madam Clerk, can you please call the next speaker?
Our next speaker, Vern Nelson, followed by Donna Acevedo Nelson, followed by Jose Duran.
I'll also be speaking about Albert Arzola, a name we should remember, a 19-year-old that was killed Saturday night. I'm glad that I didn't write a speech this time. I'm glad that the new chief is here so we can hear what we're dealing with. It said in the press that there was a confrontation leading up to the shooting, and there was no confrontation. Me and Donna went there the next day and talked to a few people that were witnesses, and we saw the videos we could. There was no confrontation. The officer, we don't know who he is yet, he fell down the stairs, and his first reaction was, he had a gun in his hand, his first reaction was to shoot this guy. Two times or three times. I think the neighbors heard 3 shots, and I think 2 of them hit Albert. And it just seems like something that could happen in my neighborhood, because we have this problem with the police come there in the gang unit to where I live, and there's kids, they're young, they're younger than 19, they're 14, 15, and they come with their guns drawn. If there's they're drinking beer, sometimes they're not even drinking beer, they're just not bothering anybody, and it seems like they're ready for trouble. And I hope the new chief can do something about that, defuse all this. It's a culture that needs to be toned down. Albert was, according to everybody we talked to, he wasn't doing anything. He had his hands up, the cop fell, and the cop shot him. And then then of course there was a lot of protest afterwards, and they shot a lot of rubber bullets. One guy really got hurt. We have that on video too. Got hit in the neck by a rubber bullet and had to go to the hospital. Could have been killed. Some people recently have got killed by beanbag rounds. I hope our new chief will work on that. And we'd like to have as much information as we can as soon as possible. And it doesn't seem like this guy who reacted to falling down the stairs by shooting somebody should still be in the police force. Thank you.
We have our next speaker, Donna Acevedo Nelson, followed by Jose Duran.
The mayor talks about decorum, and we're talking about a young 19-year-old man that was murdered, but you want decorum. I don't know how you get that from murder. My name is Donna Acevedo Nelson. I consistently came to city council beginning 2 days after my 21-year-old son, Joel, was beaten, handcuffed, and shot in the back of the head on July 22nd, 2012. I stopped coming here about a little over 2 years ago when the police review board used a picture of me and my family crying in the street just a little while after my son was murdered, and I guess that was a good picture for them to use for a presentation, and it was okay with the people here. Albert Arzola was only 19 years old. His hands were up. He came out and he was murdered in front of his family and friends. They say 12 people were detained. It was his family and friends that were detained, the witnesses, for being upset, probably not having enough decorum with the police. You know, people are upset when they see their son lying on the ground, you know, murdered by the police. That's a normal reaction. These same gang unit officers that patrol these neighborhoods come to not just my neighborhood, my apartments where I live about 2 or 3 times a week. They come with their guns drawn to 14, 15, 12-year-old kids on their cell phones, playing little games on their phones. I've called so many times to complain about, you know, weapons drawn on these kids. And Sergeant Petrus, oh, well, your alley smells like urine. Like, what does that have to do with the way people are treated? Like, that should not be happening. A mother was filming when the police were there harassing her kid and others. He was outside taking out the trash. One of the officers pushed her, grabbed a cell phone from her hand. Later on, when it was given back, the footage that she took was deleted. We made complaints about this. Julissa came out to talk to everybody. Nothing's changing. They still come out, they treat, like if you're brown and young, that's a reason enough to chase you and have their gun to your head. Like, that's okay with the city. I've complained about this so much and nothing is changing. I kept saying, watch, something's gonna happen.
I'm sorry, Ms. Vicero. Nelson,
And I'm surprised it hasn't
time is
happened
up.
sooner. This needs to stop. We have a new
I'm sorry, your time
police
is
chief.
up.
I don't care. I don't care. We have a new police chief. He needs to know the way his gang unit.
I'm so sorry, Ms.
His new gang
Nelson.
unit operates
Our 3
on the
minutes are
street.
up. I'm so sorry.
And I hope Natalie decides to have some kind of community briefing because there's no answers. There's not even a fake story for us to go by.
Ma'am, I'm so sorry. We're
But
going to
you're
have to
not
cut off
sorry.
your
You're
time.
not sorry. You just care about your decorum.
I have
you
to
know
treat
who I am.
everybody the
you
same,
do
Ms.
not care
Nelson.
about.
Ms. Clerk, can you please call the next speaker?
Our next speaker, Jose Duran.
I understand, I know, but there's other people that everybody gets 3 minutes. We have to treat everybody the same. So I'm sorry. I know you've had your 3 minutes. I understand. It is. We need to move on to the next speaker, Ms. Nelson. Ms. Nelson, we need to move on to the next speaker. Mr. Duran? I know, Ms. Nelson, I understand.
Mayor, City Council members, and staff. My name is Jose Duran. I'm the president of the Anaheim Police Association. First, I want to take a moment to acknowledge Chief Rick Armendariz, his leadership as the Anaheim's 37th police chief. He has guided our department through important growth and transition. The men and women of the Anaheim Police Association deeply appreciate his service. We wish him the very best on his well-earned retirement. That brings me to agenda item 19, which the Anaheim Police Association strongly supports. Anaheim drew the attention of some truly impressive candidates. Through the hard work of the recruiter, Gary Peterson, city manager, Jim Vanderpool, HR director, Linda Andal, and everyone involved at City Hall, we believe that you guys have identified an excellent fit for the future of the city. Chief Manny Sid brings over 5 years of experience as a sitting chief of police and is highly respected by the communities he has served. He has a strong reputation for building trust, developing future leaders, and fostering collaborative, community-centered policing. His leadership style and his vision align with Anaheim's values and the direction as our city continues to grow. The Anaheim Police Association looks forward to supporting him as he steps in its new role. Thank you, and I encourage you all to vote or ratify his contract. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Gabby Sutter.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Gabby Sutter, and I'm the Executive Director for the Anaheim Police Association. We represent 400 sworn peace officers. I would like to thank the city for its thorough recruitment process and the appointment of Manuel Sid as Chief of Police. We look forward to his leadership and to working together for the betterment of the city, its residents, visitors, and our members. Thank you.
Next speaker, Paul Sanford. We'll go to our next speaker, Tyler Collins.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is Tyler Collins. I'm the owner of Healthcare Services and Lighthouse Treatment Centers, Anaheim Lighthouse. And with me, I have Teresa Cothraid, our Executive Director of our rehab here in Anaheim. And we're under consideration for an expanded treatment contract with the city. And I just wanted to say thank you for our relationship with the city. The Lighthouse has been in business for 25 years, helping people recover from addiction through all levels of care, through detox, residential treatment, and outpatient aftercare. We're a 111-bed licensed facility on Pearl Street. And over the past couple of years, we've been working directly with the Anaheim Police Department HALO team, as well as the Access team, to accept over 130 scholarships into our 30-day treatment program, from detox all the way through to aftercare. And we're very grateful for the opportunity to help individuals and families who are suffering from drug and alcohol abuse. A lot of individuals are dying in the streets, and we're just grateful to be a beacon of hope for them and work directly with you all in the police department. So thank you for the opportunity to continue serving our population. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mark Richard Daniels.
Total change of plans. I was going to talk about one thing, but I'm changing my plans. So this shooting, if I understand it right, the shooting was unprovoked. This young man was shot by, what was the reason? The cop fell down the stairs, had a gun, and then shot the kid. Now, I doubt the kid did anything to provoke that. And even if he did, to fire your gun while you're laying on the ground or you're just getting up for no apparent reason, that's murder is what it is. Okay, and I know our DA, knowing our DA is who's very much pro-cop, he'll side with the department. So it's almost like there's not even a reason for even have an investigation. But it will still stand that the man fired his gun and for no apparent reason. He was not under threat from all sounds of it. Now, maybe I'm missing parts of this, and I'm sure I am, but there has to be more to this. And why would you fire a gun at somebody that was, unless he was on top of you, or he had a gun on you, or he was holding on to you? But the man, from all accounts back here, fell down the stairs and fired his gun at this individual. So I got to hear more about this. This is very disturbing. And I was around, what kind of woke me out of my dogma in 2012 was the shooting of Don Acevedo's son, Joel, and then Manuel Diaz the night before. And that sort of kind of like woke me out of my, in West Anaheim, kind of like, oh my God, this is in my city. And there's armed people, it's with armored vehicles, and it was just chaotic. And I thought, my God, this is the city I was born in. What the hell's happened? And so I started to get more involved, and from that point on, and gotten to know many of the people that were lost their family members. And to have that kind of rapport with the community, now this all sets it back. This sets it back years, because you're not going to give a satisfactory answer why this has happened. I don't care what you do. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes speakers on agenda items. We will now go to general comments. And our next three speakers is Ruben Greg Soto, Veronica Mejia, and Bianca Garcia. So our first speaker could step forward. Ruben Greg Soto.
Mayor, City Council meeting. Okay, I'm about to
shooting, I didn't know about it because I live in my car. I was in Riverside for 7 days in the hotel, getting my paperwork for my divorce from beginning to end. Well, it's not ended yet. And that was a criminal case. It cost me $890. That's a lot of paperwork, 50 cents a page. I had 2 big stacks. And you know what? In the mall, everybody where I go, my YouTube, my Facebook account, everybody knows what's going on. There's no way anybody's gonna get away with the cops, Fullerton, everybody, arrested me falsely and put me in jail. Taking all my money, put me in the gutter, taking my daughter away. And everybody drinks and do drugs, especially with marijuana, legalized now. I really don't give a hoot what you do. You can't do this to me and not to everybody, any of you. You ain't no better than me. Just like Jesus Christ back in the day. I went and did my thing and tried to get girls. I'm getting girls to stop being a piece of meat for these assholes. This heart right here is broken, right? It's bleeding out. That's for all the ladies that these guys, like so-called freaking brothers, treat them like a piece of meat, break their heart and don't give a hoot. And that Jesus Christ crap, you can throw that shit away. You know why? There's gays. Jesus tried to stop all this stuff. It's only getting worse. You got all these churches preaching the word, making money. Ain't nothing about that. I don't care about that. I want to straighten out these men, how they treat you. And a lot of ladies, everybody's starting to hate cops. Well, because my story is now more and more. Hey, you do what you want. I don't care. I put on Facebook. I don't care you drink. I want you to take your kids to hell, like my family did mine. Bring them around trashy parents. Your parents are the problem. It's not me. Anyway, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Veronica Mejia, Bianca Garcia, and following Bianca Garcia is Matthew Duncan.
Evening, Honorable Mayor, Honorable City members, and Anaheim community. My name is Veronica Mejia. I have been an Anaheim resident for almost 40 years, and I am Mejia's mom. Mejia was born on December 28, 2011, on the block of West Cron Avenue. She attended Clara Barton Elementary School from kindergarten through 6th grade. She was in era team gymnastics. Restless bullying drove my child to take her life on March 17 this year. During the short 13 years my daughter was alive, she was kind. Just like Natasha Cheweski, Mejia wrote about kindness. She wore shirts that says, "Be kind." If you look through the notes teachers, classmates, and friends wrote Mejia, you will see the word they always use to describe her. Is kind. My daughter did not deserve cruelty. I am living a nightmare in the city of kindness. Since losing Mejia, I have tried to get Anaheim Union to bring resources to Mejia's friends. I have not successful. Mejia's friends need help. I humble ask you to kindness. Please do more for our youth and parents. Please offer more anti-bullying and suicide prevention services. I do not wish this pain to anyone. Thank you.
Evening, Honorable Mayor, Honorable City Council members, and Anaheim community. My name is Bianca Garcia. I was raised in Anaheim, and I am a part of the community grieving the loss of Mejia Mejia. Mejia was one of my 35 cousins from my mom's side. She was also my flower girl at my wedding. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for children ages 10 to 14. 1 in 3 teen girls considers attempting suicide. Every minute, 13 children attempt suicide. I can't tell you how much I wish I knew these figures before Mia passed. This is an epidemic. We are losing our children. We are losing our future. I am not fear-mongering. This is the data. Unfortunately, there's a lot of stigma, and survivors of suicide loss often don't feel safe to share their story. My family is living the unimaginable, every parent's worst fear. And as agonizing as it is to be here without Mia, vulnerable, exposed, we continue to share Mia's story with the hope that lives are saved and families are spared from this pain. I know the Anaheim Chiefs Youth Advisory Council created and implemented an anti-bullying curriculum, which is good, but it was only for 100 Anaheim youth. I know City Councilman Carlos Leon hosted a back-to-school bash where the With Hope Foundation, which is dedicated to suicide prevention, was present, and they were able to help individuals struggling at the event. That is amazing, but we need more. The pain of losing Mia is indescribable and will stay with me forever. Since March 17th, I have thrown myself into saving lives because I do not wish this pain on anyone. I travel all over looking for opportunities to partner with organizations. I'm signing up for every event. Last month, I attended the Yorba Linda Youth Empowerment Service Day. They had the With Hope Foundation do a presentation on suicide prevention. It was a very large turnout for a rainy and cold Saturday morning. I would like to see more of these events in Anaheim. And so I humbly ask for your kindness and your willingness to do more for our youth and parents. I am willing and ready to work together to make life-saving differences in our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Matthew Duncan.
Matthew Duncan. I am an advocate for dogs, both wild and domesticated. Domesticated dogs are sometimes called man's best friend. So I want to share an update on the little dog who was recently put into a plastic bag and thrown over a 6-foot gate at a pet clinic in Anaheim. The little dog landed face first and suffered injuries to his mouth and nose. This abuse was captured on security video, and the abuser, who is an Anaheim resident, was interviewed by Anaheim PD. News reports showed multiple officers and investigators leaving the abuser's apartment. And last week, the media reported that the abuser was arrested and is facing felony animal cruelty charges. So I am monitoring this case. The little dog is still being cared for by OC Animal Care and will eventually be made available for adoption. But I think we need to respect the other species that live on this planet with us. Thank you.
Rest in peace, Mia. Madam Mayor and esteemed council, I have an update from El Khalil. This is a message from my contact in El Khalil. Hebron Municipality signs twinning agreement with City of Preston, United Kingdom. The Hebron Municipality and the Municipality of Preston in the United Kingdom signed a twinning agreement between the two cities this evening, Thursday. The agreement was signed on behalf of Hebron Municipality by the Deputy Mayor, Dr. Asma Al-Sharabati, and on behalf of the City of Preston by the Deputy Mayor, Councilor Nuida Khan. The signing ceremony was held virtually via the internet with the participation of the Ambassador of State of Palestine to the United Kingdom, Dr. Hussam Zalamat, several members of both municipal councils, and the Britain-Palestine Friendship and Twinning Network, represented by Mr. Vincent Finn, as well as directors from both municipalities. The ceremony included remarks by Dr. Al-Sharabati and Councillor Khan, in addition to a speech delivered by the political officer at the embassy, Mr. Marwan Yaghi, along with video presentation introducing the city of Hebron. In her speech, Dr. Al-Sharabati stated that signing the twinning agreement represents a strategic step towards strengthening cultural and social cooperation between the two cities. She highlighted Hebron Municipality's commitment to exchanging expertise in the fields of education, culture, youth, heritage, and tourism in a manner that opens new horizons for joint activities, promotes shared human values, and creates opportunities for youth to participate in collaborative programs. For her part, Councillor Nuida Khan expressed Preston Municipality's pride in this partnership, affirming that it represents an important opportunity to exchange expertise, support youth initiatives, and encourage cultural and educational exchange. She emphasized their readiness to launch joint projects and programs and to organize mutual visits that enhance cooperation between the two cities. Media Department, Hebron Municipality, dated 27th November 2025. I implore you to agendize the twinning or sister cities agreement moving forward between Anaheim and El Khalil. It's easy, and it would be a monumental thing because Anaheim would be the first United States city to enter an agreement with El Khalil. Make some history. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Paul Hayek.
2 items. The various units that like illumination and these others that help find the homeless their shelters. Why don't they open up storefronts where the homeless can walk in, talk to them face to face instead of just on the phones? Number 2, item 19, was the victim a handicap? This reminds me of Kelly Thomas in Fullerton. He was a handicap, autistic, high function, a little bit slow, and didn't move fast enough. Was the demands ever given? That's what I feel. We have a second Kelly Thomas here in Anaheim. And Kelly Thomas was shot by a Fulton PD at the Fulton train station. That's that one you always see decorated. That was Kelly Thomas.
Our next speaker.
Okay. Anyabo, it's me, Vance Disney, the man who brought you the simplest MOG device ever, the adjustable center wall for our freeways, and also reminded you of real American standards with the Easy Bat car, an easy battery replaceable electric car. So just to follow up on the last time I was here, I took my comic book to Comic-Con in Ontario. I also went to the No Kings rally, but no one showed up. But in times like these, we need to readjust our moral compasses and realize a government that shuts down the economy and collects a paycheck is not a government. Well, anyway, this silver anniversary, they put out a Little Silver Girl show, but when women start paying me for sex, then we can talk equal pay in the workplace. And any takers? Anyway, so now I will begin by explaining the Silver Surfer. His name was Norin Rad, and he came from a planet far away in the powers cosmic called Zin La, and his planet was under the threat of a huge Galactus villain. So to save his planet, he worked for that villain to lead him away from his planet. Then he came to Earth and fell in love. So he refused to let him destroy Earth. So the Galactus villain banished the Silver Surfer to Earth, and the Silver Surfer became Earth's superhero protector. This is when my character Rip Rad back on Zin Law awakes in a cryo lab. So not knowing who he is, then discovers in the dark, in the data lab that he's the Surfer's clone twin. So he cryoblasts to the Galactus monster to find his brother, where he is granted the superpowers cosmic to base jump through space. But he refuses to work for the monstrosity and is also banished to Earth. So he shoots in through the Bermuda Triangle, turning his space jumpsuit into a hang glider cape, and dives into a sandbar, where he meets the Jolly Roger, a black pirate, a woman who explains the defectiveness of the monarchies. And so she calls him her pumpkin pirate. So while he's in the bar, the PD pub defender makes him start wearing clothes. Anyway, he continues to look for his brother and runs into a Korean sales lady at Kiavana who follows the laws of Zen. And she's Miss Fantasy. She's Miss Fantasy and bends wet like water, as taught by Bruce Lee. Tai Chi, yoga. Her name is Taiga, and she has good news for him. Not only can she save him a bundle on his car payments, but he just missed his brother who managed to escape Earth. So the punker pirate, the Jolly Roger, Taiga, and their PD band together to fight against the defectiveness of monarchism.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
And these stories are based on the shenanigans of the
your 3
Irish
minutes are
Republican
up.
Navy.
We'll have our next speaker step forward.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Drawn to a house of people who were just hanging out to send their dogs in to run havoc and then to arrest over a dozen people in the house, in the neighborhood who came to see what was up. That they shot a man with a less than lethal round and sent him to the hospital when he had his hands in the air. We saw the video. I think maybe the police were trying to avoid another 2012. So we all remember when Manuel Diaz and Joel Acevedo were gunned down by Anaheim Police Department, and the neighborhoods erupted in mass rebellion, and the Anaheim Police Department quashed that rebellion with overwhelming brutality and violence. Well, you know what? The people of Anaheim showed that it's right to rebel against these police officers that gunned down our people in the streets. They knew that you guys had no interest in listening to what the people had to say. They had no interest in listening to what the families had to say. We saw right now when you guys sent Donna Acevedo, whose son was murdered by your police department officers, you guys sent her down and told her time was up. You're more interested in decorum than the actual lives of the people who your police department officers are killing right now. We have cops right here who are here to make sure that we don't get too rowdy, when what they should be doing is going out there and finding these killer cops and sending them to jail where they belong. But you guys have no interest in getting justice. And that's why, frankly, this is the talk shop. This is a waste of time. You guys are on the side of the killer cops. You love to have your little photo shoot with the football players when in 2 years, they're gonna be 19 years old too.
I'm sorry,
And
your
who
time
knows
is
what
up.
could happen? They could get gunned down too. Oh, it hasn't been 3 minutes. You guys know exactly what you did.
The 3 minutes
and
have been
every
up. I'm
single
sorry,
day
your 3
that you
minutes
don't
are
send
up.
those killer cops to jail, you are complicit in the crimes of the Anaheim Police Department. You
sorry,
are accessories
Juniper.
to murder, and you
Your
have
time is
blood
up.
on your hands. Blood on your hands.
Thank you. Your
And
time
you must
is
be
up.
held accountable too. Send the killer cops to jail!
Our next speaker,
Thank you.
I'm
Madam
sorry.
Clerk,
We have our
can
next
you call the
speaker.
next speaker? I'm sorry, but if you are not, I understand. But if you do not sit down, I'm going to have to ask you to leave, and I don't want to do that. I'm going to ask you one more time, please sit down so we can continue the meeting, or I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Thank you. Excuse me. Chief, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to either stop the meeting and clear the chambers, or we're going to have to ask you to be removed, and I don't want to do that. So can you please? All right, thank you. We're going to Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Madam Clerk, we're going to resume public comment. Can you please call forward our next speaker?
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker, Brian Kay. If Brian Kay could step forward.
Running? All right. You know, the reason why people come down here and speak, have you seen yourselves? You're the wealthiest, the strongest, the best dressed, the healthiest. You're who every person in this community looks up to and wants to be like. And we want to see you succeed, apparently more than you want to succeed. You know, we come to these meetings, we speak. Some of us come here and we have no chance of recovering or being made whole. And the only thing we want is for nobody else to have to walk in our path, for nobody else to experience what we're experiencing. And you know, so much has been said about the victims and the victims' families. And I think it was very sad that a police union member came up here and gave a 1-minute boilerplate speech. But even if you don't care about the people of Anaheim, how do you find this acceptable behavior to do to that officer, to have inspired that type of behavior? How do you find it acceptable to ask an entire police department to stand by that officer and say that's acceptable? You know, that officer, that cop, he's different. And the rest of his life is going to be spent dealing with the fact that he thought it was acceptable that when he fell down and made a mistake, that he attacked the people around him. You know, Chevy Chase made a career out of laughing at his own mistakes. You know, he accepted, he said, hey, I fell down, look at me, I fell down. But the fact that this officer fell down and felt it was appropriate kind of explains why for years you ignore. You know, I presented gifts to you last night at Connor Trout's meeting. You're bragging about giving somebody a gift. Not to be weird, you've never even mentioned the records I presented to you and Dee Snider and the First Amendment. We're just here for the truth. And we don't want to see you have to spend the rest of your life dealing with what happened. We don't want to see our police officers. We don't want to have to pay taxes to pay our police officers to deal with what's going on. We hope that when we came down here and spoke for each and every one of you, that you would not have this problem. But you do. Happy day.
Our next speaker, Paul Sanford.
Good evening, Mayor Akin and honorary council persons. I'm here with good news tonight. I want to thank you all for the Down Payment Assistance Fund passing and the difference that is going to make to our workers in the resort. Mayor Akin and all you council persons that were here so honorably meeting with us over the past 2 years, dedicating your time, some very valuable questions, some very valuable considerations we had to take back to the community. I have never in my 34 years working in the resort had a council person who partnered, council persons that partnered with the resort on how we make a difference. I've come to the council meetings, I've listened to the need for generational wealth, for housing, for the businesses to step up, and it's only because of what you've done here, Councilwoman Kurtz, I mean, amazing, that we are here to celebrate tonight. So I think it's incredibly important that I say this. I also want to thank Mr. Waterman with Visit Anaheim. He stepped up. It was a big ask. He understood the difference, which I've never seen in any chairman of Visit Anaheim in the past, to understand what's needed for us all to work together and have a community that sort of gets it. So my hope is that we put quite a bit of funding into the down payment assistance, because in Measure A, we learned about the concerns about generational wealth. And the only way our workers are going to be stable and have generational wealth is to start paying off homes and mortgages so they can pass them on to their families and their children. And I know we've got a lot of work. Prospera, I've spoken to them. They're willing to jump in and get going. O'Connell Hotels, Ballard Hotels, we're all ready. But without your commitment, your trust, your vision, and really the work you're doing for the workers, which you don't get enough credit for, you really don't, we wouldn't be here tonight. So, Merry Christmas and thank you.
Our next speaker, Mark Herbert.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. I was going to speak about some other things, but I think something's more important, and it's this shooting, this killing. And yet, I look in the audience, and when it got a little heated, the Visit Anaheim people here waiting for their accolades, they left. When the police association came up to comment, they made no comment about the shooting. It was about their police chief's retirement. Could not wait for another time. I was going to speak about agenda item number 8, that the fire department and council can't seem to keep track of the cost of building fire station number 12. That'll have to wait for another day. I was going to talk about the housing development in Anaheim Hills, where the festival housing will be before you next week, 447 units, added to an area that has a 3-hour evacuation time at the current time. That'll have to wait for another day. It's kind of sad that our leaders had to leave the room when 4 people were speaking, maybe lacking a little decorum. That's not exactly the leadership I was raised to expect from our leaders. I was going to talk about the ATID housing funds and how they're going to probably get their accolades tonight for what happened last meeting. I'd just like to put in perspective their contribution of $2.5 million of public funds to assist in a small housing program. Here's the problem they're addressing, and I've said this before. There's 9,100 units short in Anaheim of affordable housing. The mayor, council, hoteliers, consultants, developers, and staff all agree that this is Anaheim's #1 problem. To fix the affordable shortage will cost $5 billion. 9,100 affordable units times $550,000 per affordable unit, $5 billion. 2.5 million per year covers 0.05% of the cost. It will take Anaheim 2,000 years to eliminate the current shortage of 9,100 affordable units. Merry Christmas.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers. Noting for the record, we did receive electronic comments on the agenda. 4 comments for item number 15, 4 comments for item 19, and 7 were for general comments. Each of those were distributed to City Council as well as posted on the city's website.
Thank you. So we're now going to close the public comment portion of the meeting and move to council communications. If any council members have items to share, please let me know. We're going to start with Council Member Kurtz and then Council Member Maas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do want to take a moment to touch, not yet, please. I want to take a moment to touch on something that happened over the weekend. there was an officer-involved shooting in an area I share with council colleague Rubalcava. On Philadelphia Street, just over the line in my district, sadly, someone was shot and died in an encounter with our police. My heart goes out to the family, neighbors, our officers, and everyone impacted by this. Whatever the situation, any loss of life in our city is a tragedy. We know our police department works in the best interest of public safety and faces very, very difficult situations. And as with any critical incident, this will undergo a thorough and independent review by the Orange County District Attorney, the Office of Independent Review, Anaheim's independent police oversight consultant, and by Anaheim Police itself as part of the major incident review team. On Wednesday, our police team and myself will hold a community meeting to share anything we can at this early stage, respecting that we still have a process ahead of us. We pledge both safety and transparency for our neighborhoods. And together, we remain committed to providing both as we move forward together. Thank you. Now, while the tragedy did take the wind out of a lot, there are times that I am terribly, terribly proud to sit here. It's hard work, but there are times when I can sit down and I'm so, so proud of District 4. First one, without any fanfare, without any social media, without anything, the Anaheim Hotel invited residents of the Golden Skies Mobile Home Park to come have Thanksgiving dinner at their hotel. And again, no fanfare, pictures, posting. This is just come and have a good meal on us, because you're our neighbors. Thank you. Next. This was the Ponderosa Park tree lighting, and I thank so many people for that. But what I am most proud of, and I have to read it because I always get their name confused, Madres Comunidad Ponderosa. These are 12 women in the Ponderosa area who put this together. They organized, they had a script for the day, and everything moved smoothly. There were over 300 adults there, not even counting all the kids, because we couldn't count kids since they're shorter than the adults. Santa was there. Dancers from Ponderosa Elementary were there. Project Say was there, the face painting. And this was on a Sunday afternoon, an evening, on a holiday weekend. I thank that community for organizing this event. I could not be prouder of those 12 women. Next slide. This is a little different. This is, and I'm a horrible photographer, and this is me taking a picture of the dancers of the Catella High School dance team. These young ladies represented Anaheim so proudly. Down in San Clemente, the San Clemente High School team invited that dance team invited them to participate in their showcase. I'm sure I was the only one from Anaheim in attendance, other than their coach. They made us proud. And I want to tell these young ladies that they danced their heart out and made Anaheim proud, made Districts 4 and 5 very proud. So while we have issues in the city and there's always things that we can do better, none were done better than these 3 events that happened in the last week. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a few slides to share. Starting with the Thanksgiving morning at the Grove. Thank you. Let's see, sorry, my notes. On Thanksgiving morning, my team and I joined the YMCA of Anaheim for the Y Gives Thanks meal distribution at the Grove. This event was inspired by the legacy of Frank Garcia, and it brought community partners, local leaders, and residents to support families in need. With the help of more than 100 volunteers, over 2,000 complete Thanksgiving meals were distributed through the drive-thru. I was one of many proud sponsors to support this event, and I want to extend my thanks to the Anaheim YMCA team and leadership for their commitment to our community. Next slide, please. Last Wednesday on December 3rd, I joined families at Angel Stadium for the annual Angels Kids Holiday Party. For more than a decade, this event has brought joy to local kids, and this year, the Angels Baseball Foundation partnered with over 10 community organizations to welcome more than 500 children. Kids spent the evening playing in real snow in the outfield, making crafts and cookies, meeting Santa, enjoying a warm meal, choosing a toy, and riding a train around the field. Thank you to the Angels Baseball Foundation for their continued support for Anaheim families and for keeping this tradition going year after year. Next slide, please. On Saturday, December 6th, I had the opportunity to stop by Taka's sensory-friendly holiday celebration here in Anaheim's District 5. It was a welcoming, inclusive event for the autistic community where families could enjoy the season in a way that was supportive of their needs. Families had a chance to meet Santa in an environment that felt comfortable for them, and many organizations were there sharing unique programs and resources that support families. Thank you to Sim for the invitation. I look forward to working with her as we continue building an Anaheim that embraces people and families of all abilities. For any family wanting to learn more about the work that Taka does, please visit www.takanow.org. And lastly, I want to thank our neighborhood services staff for organizing more than 30 neighborhood holiday celebrations throughout the month of December. These events bring families together in their own neighborhoods, providing toys and refreshments for children to enjoy. The toys that are distributed at these celebrations are collected by the Anaheim Fire Department, and Anaheim's generosity is truly appreciated. I also want to quickly thank my friend Bob Sanchez for helping me find Santa in the North Pole. It's been great to see the kids' faces light up as they see him. So I just want to say thank you. And lastly, I would like to ask Madam Mayor to close this evening's meeting in the memory of Mia Mejia. We heard from her mother this evening, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Leon, and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We were honored to support Frank Garcia at Season of Thanks this year. We brought hundreds of families together at Savannah High School to ensure that as many families as possible could cook a Thanksgiving meal with dignity this holiday season. Volunteers, students, and local organizations and generous partners like Frank and Friends of Families showed what happens when community shows up for community. And it was a very powerful reminder of Anaheim's heart. And so I want to thank everybody that helped make that reality. I also want to extend my appreciation for Assemblyman Valencia and California Speaker Rivas for securing $1.5 million in funds for Catholic Charities of Orange County This is going to help expand trusted local immigration-related services right here in Orange County. And it means that more families can get legal assistance and resources close to home, in a place where they feel safe and supported. We celebrated this year's Anaheim Tech Scholars Program by providing laptops or tablets to 20 students. As someone who once received this same scholarship, it was incredibly meaningful to help today's young leaders get the tools that once helped me pursue my own goals. And I want to thank Mayor Aiken, my colleague Councilmember Moss, as well as my council colleagues who approved bringing this program back. And I also want to thank all the sponsors and supporters for investing in the potential of our youth. And I extend my congratulations again to this year's cohort of Tech Scholars. The holiday season is also officially in full swing, from the joyful West Anaheim tree lighting at Twyla Reed Park to the city tree lighting at City Hall. Families gathered to celebrate hope and togetherness, and I want to thank everybody that helped organize those. I want to extend a thank you to Councilman Bayless as well, who helped make the West Anaheim organization tree lighting a success. We also stopped by Target for Shop with a Cop with the Orange County Family Justice Center. A little holiday shopping turned into a lot of laughter and a couple of friendly kart races in the parking lot. And I just want to extend my appreciation to everybody as well for helping make the season a little bit brighter for some of these families in need. Small Business Saturday was another chance to show love to the entrepreneurs who are the backbone of not just Anaheim, but Orange County. Every storefront, well, every booth, every table at this event represents a family, a dream, a job. And supporting our local businesses means investing directly into the future of our neighborhoods. And I want to thank the SBDC team, our economic development team, as well as Ryan, who's out there, and supporting these entrepreneurs in making their dreams a reality. And finally, Madam Mayor, I would like to ask that we adjourn in memory of Gilbert Avina. Gilbert was born and raised in Anaheim, proudly served more than 30 years with our Public Works Department. He was president of the Anaheim Car Club. He poured his heart into creating a place for connection, for tradition, for camaraderie. Gilbert loved his city. He showed up at community events, at car shows, at family gatherings, anywhere that he could lend a hand. He was a devoted husband to Teresa, a proud father, stepfather, grandfather to 13 grandkids who absolutely adored him. His kindness, his humor, his strong work ethic left a mark on everyone who had the privilege of knowing him, myself included. He believed that community is built by people who care enough to give their time, their talent, and their heart. Gilbert did all of that quietly, consistently, and with love. We extend our deepest condolences to the Avina family, to his Anaheim Car Club family, and may his legacy of service and passion for community continue to inspire us. And to end, Madam Mayor, I also want to acknowledge, any loss of life is a tragedy. And I know that there's a lot of events that happened over the last few days that might have some of our community members on edge. And I know that right now saying that there is a process may not necessarily be what everybody wants to hear, but there is a process. And I'm thinking of all of those that are involved. And I want to continue to make sure that we are working towards continuing to build positive relationships with our officers and our community. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba and then Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm going to kind of go off. I'm not going to share my community events today. I want to recognize a couple of people. First, I just want to recognize a lifelong Anaheim resident by the name of Roberta Kottner. And she just turned 98. And at the end of the meeting, I will be asking the mayor to agendize bringing her in so that we can recognize her and the impact that she's had here in Anaheim. And these are just a few images of her. Her and her family lived in my district and now reside in District 5. But it would just be a great honor for us to go ahead and bring her in as she just celebrated her 98th birthday yesterday. And your husband had a great impact on Anaheim. So you have two council members here tonight who want to recognize Gilbert Avina for all that he did for the city of Anaheim. He was a city employee, just like my dad. He also attended Anaheim High School, and I believe I went to high school with one of your kids. So I can see her right there. But I just want to recognize the fact that we will all miss him. He was part of a car club that was really significant to all of the things that we celebrate here in Anaheim, including our Chicano culture. And I want to make sure that his memory lives on. So I join my council colleague in asking our mayor to close the meeting in his memory. And I also want to thank his grandchildren for being here tonight. Thank you guys for coming in here to celebrate the life of your grandfather. Although he left far too soon at the young age of 57, his memory will continue to live on here in the city of Anaheim. So thank you all for being here tonight. And Teresa, I'm so sorry for your loss.
Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you. I think I also have one slide. I'm proud of my one slide tonight. For all of us West Anaheimers who have put up with traffic and congestion and everything like that on Beach Boulevard, I'm happy to say it is coming to an end. And for all of you out there, I know you've seen some improvements in the median that's out there. We've got some palm trees, some additional fences, some additional safety measures for traffic. But I just wanted to say thank you to city staff. It was an honor to see this monument, or the sign for Beach Boulevard, the entry into West Anaheim on Beach. So thank you for that. And I think hopefully soon, I think some of those palm trees will get lit up in the evening as well. So thank you for that. The second thing I want to just ask, and I usually try not to go over things that have already been covered, but I feel I have to tonight. I want to say thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you to all of the volunteers, and thank you to the West Anaheim organization that helped put on the tree lighting at Twyla Reed Park. I think we saw a little under 1,000 people come out through the park. The other thing I see through all of our threads tonight, and I think we all had a picture of Santa in there, and I know he's at my event too, so that guy really does get around. And here he's got a big day coming up, so I'll end it with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just have a few items to quickly share. I think some of them have been touched upon, but I just wanted to highlight that we had the Asian Americans Advancing Justice SoCal have their grand opening of their new Orange County headquarters here in Anaheim. This new hub is going to provide legal services, community support, community space, as well as advocacy and to help families, immigrants, domestic violence survivors, and low-income residents access essential services. So I wanted to welcome this amazing organization to Anaheim and thank them for choosing us as their new home. As Councilmember Leon mentioned, I was proud to attend with him the annual Tech Scholars event. It is always so wonderful to not only see the excitement in the kids' faces, but to see the excitement in their parents' faces. You can just see how proud they are of these hardworking students. So thank you very much to Councilmember Leon for being such a staunch advocate for this really important program. And last, I wanted to thank the community members. I don't remember who took this shot of us up. It's not a great angle.
Yeah, I was thinking that one.
We were both against the from the floor up angle, but it was an amazing on Sunday event at the Nutcracker Christmas tree lighting here in front of City Hall. It's an event that has been going on since 1995, started by former Mayor Frank Feldhaus, as well as Ms. Sally Feldhaus, and she's been a tour de force to keep it coming back every single year, and it gets bigger and better every year. So thank you to all the student choirs from the schools from Anaheim Union High School District, as well as our amazing staff that puts so much work into this program and just makes it seem, the whole day, seem absolutely flawless. So thanks to Community Services, Shawnee and your team, as well as Public Works and our APD that got those streets closed so that people could freely walk around and enjoy this beautiful holiday event. And yes, Santa was also there. It's amazing. I don't know how he and Mrs. Claus do it. As mentioned by both Councilmember Kurtz, I know that I can speak on behalf of the council that the events of this weekend really just drive a hole through the heart of this community. We are always upset when there is any type of loss of life. And we I extend my condolences to the family, to the neighborhood, to those that are affected. And we will work to make sure that we come together as a community and try to move forward in a really thoughtful and respectful manner. So thank you so much to those speakers that came. I know it's hard when something tragic happens in a community. It brings in high temperatures. It's not easy to come and express your thoughts. And so to those that came and spoke thoughtfully, thank you very much for your respect. And to those that were here, thank you for speaking and for coming together. And we promise as a community to come together and move forward. I'd like to move now to the, oh, I'm so sorry, Councilmember, you told me that and I forgot. Councilmember Rubalcaba.
No, I'm sorry. One of the other things I just wanted to add and ask the mayor to close the meeting in memory of Officer Alex Sanders, who was an Alhambra police officer who tragically passed away on November 21st in a vehicle collision while pursuing a suspect. So in memory of his honor, if you could please close the meeting.
Thank you for the reminder. Turning it over now for the city manager's update. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council, and the public. College football fans watching Sunday's national broadcast of the Lot Impact Trophy Awards also saw what an incredible place Anaheim is to do business. We worked with the team behind the new Stadium Landing Industrial Campus near OC Vibe to highlight this new project in our city. As part of our effort to bring advanced manufacturing and other high-value jobs to the city, the following 30-second commercial aired at no cost to the city and was produced by Economic Development and our very own communications team. It appeared alongside globally recognized brands. We want to share this video with you and the community at this time.
Home of theme parks, baseball, hockey, and entertainment. But there's more. 20,000 businesses call Anaheim home in the heart of Southern California. And we're powered by reliable, cost-effective utilities. Locating in Anaheim means being part of the excitement of Disneyland, Angel Stadium, OC Vibe, and a diverse, thriving business community. Be part of it all in Anaheim.
So exciting stuff for our city. Thank you, Economic Development and Comms, for producing that amazing commercial for us. Finally, Angel Stadium update, our monthly update. I want to provide. Last month, I shared that engineering consultants have completed testing concrete and metal columns as part of the ongoing stadium assessment. I can share that lab testing is underway as expected, with results set to take 4 to 6 weeks. Once testing is finished, findings will be internally reviewed and analyzed. From there, the next step will be to hire an engineering firm for a final assessment based on the testing and results. A finalized assessment is expected around mid-2026. There are no significant stadium developments other than this. General monthly update as requested. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So items 1 through 18 are before us. Are there any members of council who wish to remove an item for further discussion? I will start with Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you. I'd like to pull items 7 and 18.
7 and 18. Thank you very much. Councilmember Maas.
Thank you. I'd like to pull items 15 and 17.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Bayless.
To add on item number 6.
Item number 6. Oh, no problem. It's items number 7, 18, 15, 17, and 6. And we're going to add Councilmember Leon, number 16. Are there any, oh, sorry, Councilmember Meeks.
I'm going to add number 8.
Number 8. Thank you very much. So with that, may I have a motion to move the balance?
Move the balance.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Councilmember Rubalcaba? The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Okay, so we are going to start just in chronological order with Councilmember Bayless with item number 6. Mr. City Manager, may we have a report? Oh.
And that's for a report from Director Amami, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The item before you is the award of a construction contract for the new Brookhurst Park splash pad. This project will transform an underused portion of the park into the city's third splash pad, adding ground spray features, a mechanical building, new pathways, seating areas, and 3 shade structures. The work will be adjacent to the existing Moonscape Playground and is planned for completion before the start of next summer. The city received 1 bid. Developers General Contracting of Irvine submitted a proposal for $1.376 million, in which is consistent with the engineer's estimate and within the available funding. Given the timeline and the reasons other firms did not bid, staff recommends awarding the contract rather than re-advertising. The project is categorically exempt from CEQA and is funded through development impact fees and community development block grant funds. And construction is scheduled to begin in early 2026 and finish in the second quarter of 2026. And I also have with me Director
Great, thank you, Rudy. I just want to highlight that this new splash pad at Brookhurst Park will be located in an underutilized area of the park adjacent to the playground. The improvements will include ground spray elements, mechanical building, seating, concrete pathway, shade structures, and other associated work. Once completed, this will be the city's third splash pad and the first one to be located in West Anaheim. Funding for this project is budgeted in the Community Services Department budget from Community Development Block Grant Funds and Development Impact Fees. Our goal is to complete construction in time for summer play by our residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have to be honest, I don't have any real questions for you. For me, I get emails, not quite weekly, but I do get a lot of emails from District 1 residents. Where's my splash pad? I just wanted to point out that this is West Anaheim's first splash pad, so I'm certainly happy to see it come available. I know it has shade with it, so I think it's a very well thought out project, and I absolutely want to see it up and going by this summer. I can't think of anything better to add to the parks. I know that this will benefit everybody, District 1, District 2, District 3. So this is truly a West Anaheim amenity, and I'm happy to see it up there. And I will, if nobody else has any other questions, I'd be proud to move the item.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Finally. I just wanted to commend staff for their work on this. I know the Brookhurst splash pad, although in District 1, as you mentioned, is going to benefit a lot of families in West Anaheim, and it's one of those that I think I've seen on the budget now for the last 2 or 3 years, and I'm glad that we're finally at this point and looking forward to the groundbreaking. So happy to second my colleague's motion.
Thank you. Did you make a motion to move item number 6? Yes, okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. So the next item is item, I think it's Shawnee again, item number 7, which was pulled by Councilmember Campos Kurtz. Would you like a staff report?
I would, yes, thank you.
I'd ask for staff report from Director Larson Cash, please.
I can't multitask, I'm sorry. I'm going to switch seats. Okay, thank you for your patience. So good evening again, Mayor and members of the City Council. With me tonight is our Parks Manager, JJ Jimenez. So before you is a request to award a design contract to PBLA Engineering for Phase 2 of the Boysen Park renovation project in the amount of $698,766. Boysen Park is more than 60 years old and is used by the community for baseball, softball, soccer, exercise, playground play, and more. The park is approximately 24 acres and has not seen significant improvements in over 30 years. For the last few years, staff has engaged with the community for their feedback on the revitalization of Boysen Park. These efforts resulted in a Community Envision master plan, which includes sports fields upgrades, new restrooms, a skate park, additional parking, lighting, covered picnic areas, walking paths, basketball courts, fitness equipment, and more. Community Services is realizing the project in phases, with Phase 1 in progress with the development of a new skate park that is anticipated to be completed in late 2026. Phase 2 encompasses the northern 4.5-acre section of the park along Vermont Street. Improvements will include an expanded parking lot, new restroom, basketball courts, new and expanded playground, shaded picnic areas, walking paths, and more. Moving forward with the master plan, an RFP was issued in October for design services, including design development, construction documents, and construction administration for Phase 2 of the park renovation. Responses were received from 7 firms, and staff conducted interviews with the 2 top-rated firms. The proposal by PBLA was found to best meet the requirements of the RFP and was deemed to be the most qualified. PBLA has over 15 years of experience designing public spaces with the qualifications to design and develop documents that will fulfill the Community Envision master plan. So that concludes my report, and we are happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz?
Yes, excuse me. Like Councilmember Bayless, I don't have any questions. I want to say thank you. And finally, the community's been waiting a long time. And I want to particularly thank JJ for being so available to the community. He did lead several meetings in which the community gave him ideas of what needs to be at the park. The kids cannot wait for the basketball courts. They are so very excited about that. One little boy told me while his brother's in the skate park, he's going to go over and play basketball. So I thank you for it. It is needed in that park. And I noticed that we still have the airplane there, so we're okay. Thank you. And if there are no other questions, I'd like to move the item.
I'll second.
Motion and a second, please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. The next item pulled was item number 8 by Mayor Pro Tem Meeks. Would you like a staff report?
No, I have a question. Sorry, Director Amami, I could have called you about this earlier, but I didn't have time. So, so I see that we're amending this contract, and this is for design and construction oversight, the consultant doing the oversight, and the contract for the project is a design build, correct?
It was a design build originally, but because we had that property rights issues with the Angels on that parking lot. We had to bifurcate the project from design build. We came back to council and we separated or unwinded the contract, construction portion of it, and just had a separate agreement with this current architect to also provide construction support services. But they've outspent that budget just due to the numerous change order requests and things that we've been getting submittals from the contractor to substitute pieces that were not allowed in the building. So now we're asking for additional budget to do that. And then there was one design feature that was inadvertently omitted out of the auxiliary building that we're adding in as well.
So, because it seems like it's the contractor, the builder, I guess, is resulting in a lot of extra costs for us in this contract. Is there something in his contract that can hold him accountable to some of this, or that we can, I mean, he's costing us an extra $300,000.
It is, and it's a challenge, especially when, we're in a low bid environment, and, the bids on this project came in from about $14 million to $20 million. So there was a big range, and this was low bidder, and the challenges we have is these constant requests to change the type of roll-up doors and, things that they'd either missed in their bid. But the result of having this extra work from this construction manager is to ultimately either reject all of these change orders that are coming in or negotiate them down significantly in our interest. So ultimately, we're still trying to get the building that we want, pay for at a low bid environment, but just means when we get that low bidder, it's a lot more effort in making sure that we keep them to the contract.
Unfortunately, yes, I understand that. Okay, I just wanted to kind of get a little background of how the contractor was doing. So this guy's doing a good job keeping him accountable. They'll deliver the building still at a lower price than probably what the next bid was. It's just a lot harder.
Yeah.
That's what low bid is. Okay, well, I'll move the item.
Thank you. And we have a comment by Councilmember Bayless.
Okay.
Thank you, Rudy. I was just wondering, can you speak to the possible delay that, is there, or I should ask, is there any delay? And if there is, how much?
Sure. Let me introduce our construction manager, Raul Garcia. He's a subject matter expert on the area, and he can give you a little bit more detail.
We only have a couple of months potential delay. Right now, the project is scheduled to be delivered at the contractor's schedule in September of next year. Our own estimate says that it'll be probably more realistic November, a couple of months afterwards. That's the only forecasted delay at this time.
Okay, thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
The next item pulled is item number 15 by Councilmember Moz. Would you like a staff report?
No staff report needed, just a couple questions.
May I ask for a staff report, Councilmember?
Absolutely.
Madam Mayor, if that's okay.
Report on item number 15.
Of course, that for staff report from Director Stepter, please.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present this item. As you know, the Community Development Department is tasked with oversight of the Anaheim Homeless System of Care and is the contract administrator for the CCRT program, which is put in place really in support of community and the police department. With me tonight is Deputy Director Sandra Lozo and Sergeant Cooper. Deputy Director Lozo will guide us through a presentation on CCRT that hopefully will answer a lot of what may be your questions.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. Anaheim's system of care has grown over the past 10-plus years to the robust village of partners we have today. We would not be able to help as many people over the years if it wasn't for our citywide departments and employees, external agencies, and 200-plus service providers. One of the service providers' contracts is being amended tonight before you for consideration. When we discuss homelessness in Anaheim, we always get asked, what are our numbers? So let's just start there. Anaheim participates in the federally required point-in-time count led by the county, which will be taking place again next month on January 28th. and several city staff will be participating to ensure everyone gets counted. Our last pit count in January 2024 showed 1,417 homeless, with 601 unsheltered on the streets and 816 sheltered. It should be noted that although we are the largest city in the county, we did not have the largest unsheltered population, and we also had the most people sheltered in the region. This is a trend we want to continue to see. The service provider for tonight's item is our Community Care Response Team, led by CityNet, with a request for an additional 2 years in 2026 and 2027 calendar years to service Anaheim for a total of $6.85 million. You can see one of our 3 pathways, our pathway to home, on the screen. But it starts with prevention, moves to outreach, shelter, rapid rehousing, and permanent housing. Although CityNet has been a tremendous, robust partner throughout many components of our system of care, especially in this pathway home, their main focus in our system is being our front door to getting people into our system of care. Currently, CCRT provides a full spectrum of services, helping our most vulnerable on the street stabilize, recover, and transition into safe housing. Not only are they providing outreach on the streets, but providing transportation off the streets, assessing them through navigating our housing options, which includes getting documents ready, such as simply obtaining an ID or birth certificate, so that they are ready when the housing becomes available. At the same time, they provide behavioral and recuperative health care support, if needed, along with pet boarding care while people are healing. Another strength of CCRT is helping to relocate and reunite people with their families, which is always a priority as it helps with all of our pathways out of homelessness quickly and with a supportive environment. Another very important and larger component of CCRT is the approach to help with whatever it takes, which includes setting aside funding for just that, whatever it takes. This has been crucial when we've had to shelter people quickly and provide subsidies to help prevent people from falling into homelessness. They have been instrumental in helping Anaheim with high priority needs such as motel relocations, outreach and cleanup projects, emergency responses, and helping to house people in our new housing developments. CCRT also responds to calls for service, which originally focused on calls from our police department, but has grown to include community calls over the years. They're integrated into our data and metrics, where we focus on hotspots and top people in need. And this slide is just an example of some hotspots over the past years by district. In preparation of amending their contract, we reviewed calls for service from our police department and CCRT. You can see since the inception of CCRT in January of 2021, they have handled over 84,000 calls that would have otherwise fallen to the police to respond. You can also see a reduction of both calls from police and CCRT and the start of almost 4,000 calls for service needing both police and CCRT together. This brings us to our proposal tonight, where we again adjust our system of care to the needs and demands of our community now. Our city has increased our HALO teams, and by reviewing those tens of thousands of calls, it was apparent that the need for the CCRT response has also changed. To adapt going into the next contract, we're looking to work more strategically and focus our efforts on working more closely with our HALO teams to continue to address hotspots, but also respond to community calls and push for more contacts and outreach to move more people off the streets. Therefore, we are shifting away from our 7 days a week, 14-hour shifts with only 2 to 3 teams each field day to 5 days a week, 12.5-hour shifts with 6 to 8 teams in the field each day. This will allow 3 to 4 teams strictly dedicated to the increased HALO teams and creating 3 to 4 teams strictly dedicated to the community needs. There will be overtime included for special needs on the weekends with our alert freeway cleanups or special events. This new model will provide direct coordination with our HALO, tourism, and patrol teams. We also requested more access to basic client information, which required a change in how we request release of information to help connect people to our system more quickly. This allows for deeper conversations related to specific needs of the clients that CCRT is serving. This proposed agreement will also continue to have oversight and accountability, with CCRT continuing to partner with our city task force and coordinate better in the field by having teams with our police officers. Their contract is a reimbursement-based, and they are paid only after city staff verify services are rendered and proper documentation is obtained. We have staff that review all invoices against state, HUD, and other federal regulations to ensure eligible costs, proper backup documentation, and alignment with the services. We also regularly monitor for the data entered into the region's Homeless Management Information System, or HMIS. We review quarterly and annual reports. It should also be noted that CCRT this past year was responsible for 68% of people sheltered in the entire county. This, of course, wouldn't be possible without all of our partners, including those such as Salvation Army Shelter, who has now the highest housing rate at 28% when the national average is 16%. The more our system flows, the more people CCRT bring in through the front door. In addition to working closely with Anaheim Police, we are looking during this upcoming agreement to also create a centralized dispatching where everyone, including our community, can call one number, and our police will have specialized dispatchers to triage which teams respond to the homeless calls, police, CCRT, or both. This will help us in those instances where city staff, businesses, and residents will no longer have to figure out if they need to call police or CCRT. This will be a one-call, one-connection approach. With the new teams integrated together, it would also help not only with the right response, but the flexibility and safety support needed to ensure resources are provided and any safety concerns are addressed. In closing, we always like to share one of our thousands of stories that happen within our system of care. We had a gentleman who was an older adult living on the streets, initially started to engage with our CCRT back in 2022. He continued contact and trust building with our CCRT team, helping to navigate him through his health care and hospitalization. CCRT was then able to connect him into our Pathway Home, working with our housing team to get him matched to a housing voucher and finding resources to help him with move-in assistance. And earlier this year, he received his keys to his new home. CCRT is not only integrated into our system of care, but embraces our system and therefore is able to house people like this gentleman straight from the street. This used to be something rare just a few years ago and is now becoming a regular part of our system, helping more people off the street permanently. This concludes our presentation, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I'll turn it first to Councilmember Moss.
And thank you for the great and important work you're doing. I had the opportunity to go on a ride along with Sergeant Cooper and saw firsthand the interactions that CityNet does in getting people plugged into services. Your presentation did answer a lot of the questions that I had, but just one, what markers does the city use to consider or to indicate success of this contract?
Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. There are several markers. Obviously, there are some requirements with our regulations on their funding sources that we have to monitor. But as far as the people movement, we do monitor the HMIS system. And again, they work very closely with our task force where we have hotspots and top people in need. So they're helping to identify those. And by having them working more closely with the PD out in the field, we'll be able to identify those folks a little faster. And whether they need to get into our access program or into the shelter, we monitor those individuals moving into those other parts of our system of care once they're in the front door, so we can see that success on top of just visually seeing and hearing from the community.
Thank you. And then last comment is that I'm a big fan of the one number, one call. I myself sometimes am confused. Should I call? Should I do Anaheim anytime? So just having that one point of contact will be great. So with that, I make a motion to move this item.
Thank you. I think we had comment, or we have a motion. Does somebody want a second? Second. Thank you. Councilmember Meeks, and then Councilmember Bayless, and then Councilmember Kurtz.
All right, thank you. As you know, I am a huge advocate for the one number to call, and we have been working towards that for a long time, and you promise we'll get there eventually. So, but I am a little bit concerned about how that will just work operationally. I have no problem with it being to the police and being to dispatch, but we're really short-staffed in dispatch, and it seems like we will be for months to come as we try to staff up that part of our organization. Are we looking at any opportunity to have supplemental dispatch people or have CCRT be able to take some of these less emergency calls so that these calls don't overwhelm real, crisis emergency crime calls in our dispatch center? So, and how's that going to work? Maybe over 6 months, we staff up and we're good, but right in the next 6 months, I'm a little concerned.
So currently, obviously, where tonight we may be approving a new chief, so a lot of the decision-making around staffing and dispatch, we will need to work with the new chief in terms of what that staffing looks like. But in the interim, there is a CCRT line currently, and based on your feedback and feedback of community, we have been working with CCRT now to better training and better responses, because I know you did share with us that a call, something like in the median where somebody responds and says, that's not us because of public safety reasons. So we have a commitment from CCRT that they are engaging in better training of their staff so that a community member doesn't then hang up and feel unsupported, but rather the CCRT dispatch will take the initiative to connect that call or make that referral themselves so that we can be more responsive within the system that we currently have. And we hope that that will start to bring better customer service in this interim phase while we work to address the one single dispatch system.
So the homeless hotline to CCRT will still be active until we can
Right, until there
fully
is a replacement that will continue to stay in
get
place.
the dispatch operational. Okay, that's great. And then the 5 days a week, that's Monday through Friday? And is there a reason we're not splitting those shifts where like one group works Tuesday through Sunday or Wednesday through Sunday? I'm concerned with having no coverage on the weekends.
So just, we always have coverage 24 hours a day for any homeless needs if they're conducting criminal activity, right? And as we have discussed with you, one of the things that we're doing is training a lot of our patrol officers to understand how HALO officers work and really giving them the training that they need to be able to handle any call that comes in any part of the day. So what we've done is I think we have at least over 40 officers on patrol that have gone through the HALO training, and they're marked on the schedule so the watch commanders and the sergeants know that these are HALO trained officers, and they don't have to necessarily handle the call, but they quarterback it and give advice and give officers how they should handle that call. So there is 24/7 coverage. The reason we cut down is based on all the calls for service. The real need was during the week, and that's when we have the best opportunity to get people into shelters and get people out of the streets. If you look at like the heat map we made, I think I've shared it with some of you, that was the real need, was basically Monday through Friday, and it's almost like a 9 to 5 is really when all the activities taking place. That's when most people are at work. That's when most people are getting up and going to work and calling on their way to work. So these are the different things that were considered. Part of their fund is also, it's available for if we have an event that we want to come in on a Saturday or if we want to come in on a Sunday, they have the flexibility to staff that. So if we're going to go to a certain location and we want to bring them with us, that's something that we can coordinate ahead of time and that we can bring them with us and they can staff that for us.
So if there's an homeless issue that a community member wants to report, and whether that's just somebody sleeping on the sidewalk or something like that on a weekend, on a Saturday, they will call the homeless hotline, will refer to dispatch, and will police respond to that as a crime? Or, because, I mean, the community doesn't know, is that guy committing a crime over there? They shouldn't have to kind of triage that like we talked about. Like, what happens?
It will get sent to the police. Now, what level of response will depend on the crime. If somebody calls and says they're using narcotics, that is something that patrol will be dispatched to as soon as available, right, with priorities. if they're just calling to basically notify us of an encampment, but there's not necessarily a criminal element going on, we don't have an owner that's willing to press charges for a trespass, it's just alerting us to that, that will probably wait until the Halo team comes in as the most trained to go deal with that. We want to keep our patrol officers available to handle the active crimes that are going on. And so for that particular instance, that would probably wait till the Halo team was available.
Okay. I guess my request would be to continue to monitor that through this contract. And if it's not working, to not have some of these CCRT teams on the weekend, let's move the shifts around and make sure that we have resources for the community. And so then there's 7:30 or 7 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. And same thing as weekends would happen after that time. The call would come in, and if it was critical, they would respond. If not, it would wait until the next day.
Correct.
Okay. All right, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless?
Thank you. Since Sergeant Cooper was still up there, I'll just go back to you, or anybody who wants to answer it. But I was just wondering if you guys, or if somebody could explain, how renewing this contract is going to concretely improve our efforts to address homelessness in District 1. I want to make sure that we're ensuring safety for the comfort, number one, of our residents that are out there, but also, Beach and Ball, Cobblestone Apartments, I get tons of calls and emails from those areas. And so I just want to hear, I guess, how this is going to help that particular area.
So we'll tag team this a little bit.
No problem.
We believe that, that the homeless system of care, including CCRT, really is a model that will continue to serve the needs of the community. Homelessness is an ongoing issue, but we do believe that we're making changes. And CCRT goes out continuously. They get to know people that are frequent flyers on the streets and are getting them into treatment. But they also work very closely with our police department on those things that need to be enforcement. So the CCRT and APD and everything else that the city is doing collective is part of a collective effort, and we believe every piece of the puzzle that we've put together is a critical component to addressing the needs of our community. As it relates to issues like Cobblestone, we remain here responsive to the needs. You welcome to call any one of us. I know that you frequently do call Sergeant Cooper. Where these hotspots occur, Sandra answers her phone, as most of you can attest, 7 days a week, almost every different hours of the day, trying to really be responsive to what's going on, and that will continue. But CCRT is a critical part of how we respond. There's been, for example, I can think of a situation where we got called around 8:30 at night because there was a family that had arrived at Arctic with children, and we needed to do something. They were homeless, and they were going to be stuck overnight on a cold night at Arctic. Sandra called CCRT. CCRT used their whatever it takes money, and we were able to address that. We've had lots of situations like that, but the ongoing monitoring and enforcement does remain paramount to what we're trying to achieve. And I know Sergeant Cooper probably has added.
This contract is important for the simple reason that if we go back to 2018, when Maxwell Park was inundated with encampments, and we as a police department tried to enforce our way out of that, a federal judge came in and gave an injunction to stop us from enforcing homeless laws. And one of the things was we needed an outreach component in order to be able to do enforcement. So in order to do our job, we have to have this component in order to enforce the laws for those who will not accept resources, who will not move forward in bettering themselves. We're good at enforcement. I have some really talented people as far as the outreach, but that is not the police department's niche. Again, we have a stigmatism that all homeless people are criminals, and I'm here to tell you that that is not true. It is not illegal to be homeless, but it's very hard to be homeless and not commit crimes. So what happens when we have a homeless person who's not committing a crime? the police department really doesn't have any mechanics to address that other than outreach. And this is where CityNet comes in, and they're the ones that fill that gap in our system. And again, we talk about an entire system, we need every piece. And so we can't do the enforcement without the outreach. And so these all work together. And I will tell you that going to several conferences around the country, we get sought out everywhere we go because of this system that we have. There's a lot of cities, a lot of counties, not just in California, but back east, that really are looking at us as the leader and guiding people of how to put together a total care system. So again, this is a piece of that care system, and it only works when we have all the pieces.
Can you share with us, does this add any additional mentally ill beds? And if it does, do you think that number's sufficient?
With our system of care, we do have additional beds for mental health and substance use disorder. It's not embedded into this contract. However, they do have resources and counselors and have connections into our system of care. So they're able from the street to get people into mental health beds as well as substance use disorder beds by renewing this contract.
And are we good with what we have, or do we still need more?
We always can use more. But you guys have been really good about adding to our system of care where there's been gaps of services. You guys just approved additional treatment beds through Anaheim Lighthouse, who has been a sponsor for over 10 years. So that's going to be another additional set of beds that we'll be able to utilize starting right away. So we continue to add to those. And so we do have enough right now. But as we continue to move through the system and the flow opens up, if there's more, we'll come back after we look for funding sources.
All right. And then the next to last thing, I don't want to go over it again, but I still, I have the same concerns that Councilmember Meeks got, is that, I've got the reservations about the hours of service in this contract. I'm not sure that Monday through Friday is sufficient. Homelessness obviously doesn't follow a 9-to-5 model. We have people that come in or that will be there. And what I hear a lot from you guys is it's always, point of contact. We don't trust, or they don't trust, people won't trust us until after the 10th, the 15th, or the 20th. And in this particular instance, perhaps maybe we're missing a third of the contacts that would be going out there. So I'm hesitant, to not have an overnight shift or somebody that's following an officer around. Anyways, that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Leon, and then Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll just go ahead and take the opportunity to say thank you to our HCD team, the CCRT team, and Sergeant Cooper. I think all of us have probably texted you at some point about some issues, and your responsiveness and your willingness to want to really make a positive impact and a dent on this issue in our community. Just want to express my appreciation for that continued work. And I appreciate as well Grace and Sandy and the CCRT team for meeting with me as well and providing a little bit more background and clarity in terms of what you do. And so I want to ask, because for transparency purposes, right, it's a $6 million contract. Do we have a breakdown of kind of where those funds go and what they're spent on?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. So the contracts over the last 2 rounds were actually 8.5 and 8.3. So we've been able to reduce down that contract. We've been able to work with CityNet, who also has additional funding that they can utilize through CalAIM, CalOptima. We do have about 200,000 or a little more on the whatever it takes. The vast majority is in our labor, which is all our case managers. There is a line item, a smaller line item for the dispatching. So depending on how quickly we can ramp up the central dispatching, 1 call, 1 connection, we can then utilize that allocation and see if there's any needs by that time. If there's not, there's obviously going to be a savings at that point.
Thank you. And Sarge, I don't know if the question is for you or if maybe somebody from the CCRT team might be able to answer. What does a typical call look like? Is there a typical call that you all answer in the community? And how does the CCR team address that differently than maybe another team?
I don't think there's a typical call. I mean, we get anything and everything. We can get everything from somebody sitting on a sidewalk to a large encampment. So anything from the smallest thing to the biggest thing. And so I guess what we talked about and what it looks like is a lot of the times it's police-driven contact. So we're the ones making contacts. We're the ones offering the initial offer of resource, and then having CCRT come in and supplement us, with whatever they can offer the particular person. So that's really the model that we're using as far as we initiate the contacts. Sometimes it's after enforcement too. We've had several times where we do the enforcement side and they handle the criminal side that they have, but we have them meet them when they get cited out. And so we don't skip that. They still go through the enforcement side, but on the back end, we're having CCRT meet them at the jail when they come out and really extend that hand and see if there's something we can do to keep them from going back. But to one of the other questions is, a call that really describes what CCR means to us is, we had a young female that wanted to go into treatment, and we had a bed, we had her ready to go, but her intake was 3.5 hours later. And so from a police standpoint, our options are now the police can hold on to her for 3.5 hours, keeping us from being out in the field for what you pay us to do, providing policing and doing other things. But instead, CCRT came and took them, got her some needed stuff that she needed before going into the detox, and they really freed us up. So instead of having a 3.5 hour contact for us, it was a 20-minute contact, and we were back able to be on the streets where you want us to be. That's what they bring to us, and that's why this relationship works.
And bear in mind that what he's describing is half of the team, because those are that's the team that will be embedded with the police department. And under this model, you will have CCRT both working side by side with HALO, but also responding to the police, to community calls, because the team still monitors the Anaheim Anytime or other calls that are coming in to our team. So those may look a little bit different in terms of approaching somebody who a community member or has asked us to go out and engage.
Thank you. Thank you for that. The last question was, I think I covered this in our meeting, but just for sake of transparency, you talked a little bit about kind of the expenses and keeping track, and it's a reimbursement sort of agreement. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, thank you for that question. So they do their services and then bill us the following month. And so they do have to have all the backup documentation. And so we do go through that, make sure they're eligible costs under all the different grants that are supporting the funding sources. But at the same time, we get to see the people. We get to see the services they're providing and where they're going, and then we can follow. So if they did get somebody into Salvation Army has a report that shows the intake of those individuals and who referred them. So we match that. And then we can see if they went into treatment and how they match that, because we'll probably get a bill from the treatment facility for that. So we do monitor the people and the expenses, not only to hold ourselves accountable just on the fiduciary side, but also making sure the flow of the system's working.
Thank you for that. I'm not going to repeat everything you said, Sergeant, but I think the teamwork aspect is what stands out to me. Is there's certain situations where it needs to be our HALO officers. There's certain situations where it's the more of the other side of it, right? The outreach side of it. And I think that's really what sets us apart, the multi-pronged approach that we've taken. And when I have residents come up to me saying that they've seen an improvement in our communities, and I'm not sure if we ever get to a point where we solve everything 100%. And but the fact that folks can see improvements, and it comes and goes, and there's I think a cycle, but it's because of the work that we're all doing, right? It's the teamwork, it's the collaboration aspect of it. And the thing that you said that I do want to reiterate is, not everybody that's unhoused is a criminal. And some folks are out there because of bad luck. They've been dealt with a bad set of cards. And so being able to capture their story, capture where they're coming from, and really being able to sort of, in a way, really tailor what services, what opportunities there are to help them. Because at the end of the day, for me, addressing homelessness goes hand in hand with, we want to help people. We want people to be off the street. We want them to be able to have a roof over their head. We want them to be able to succeed and be productive members of our community, of our society. And with the stories that you all shared, and again, I appreciate you meeting with me, that's the sense that I got, that there's genuine care of wanting to help people. So I'll go, I don't know if somebody second Councilmember Moss's motion, but I'll go ahead and second, and I'll third the motion, as my colleague has already seconded. But again, I appreciate the ongoing work and commitment to the community.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz, and then Councilmember Rubacalva.
My question, my colleagues asked most of my questions, but I still have a little bit of a concern about the weekend or out of hours. Just an example, so a family shows up at the park and there is someone, or a Little League team shows up at a park, and there is someone asleep in the middle of the park with all their stuff. It's a Saturday. Who responds to that call?
Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. So in reviewing all the calls for service, with the 14-hour shift right now of 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., there's a huge drop-off after 7:30, 8 p.m. There's a huge drop-off on Sundays. There's a little bit on Saturdays, which is why we did include overtime line in there, especially if we have our alert team. So we do have a team out there of part of our system. But as Sergeant Cooper mentioned, we also have trained a lot of our police officers and will continue to do so, which we didn't have before. So they're going to have connections and resources available to them. And if it's something they can't handle that night at that point in time, we'll have those numbers at the ready so that we can follow up with them the following morning to make sure. They still have access to our Salvation Army shelter. So we do have, in fact, I think it was a weekend or two ago, we did see that Anaheim PD did get 4 people straight into the Anaheim Salvation Army shelter themselves. So there's still resources that will be provided to them if they do need to make contact. But on the weekends, it's very difficult in certain recovery facilities to take intake on the weekends. And so again, strategically operating and knowing who our folks are now and knowing where the calls for service are, we're going to be strategically focused, working Monday through Friday with multiple teams, almost doubling out there. And so our hope is that we won't see as many calls or need on the weekend because we'll be handling them between Monday through Friday, which prior we didn't have that. We had kind of encampments every day of the week. And so we're starting to see a shift in that. But again, we have enough room in our contract to be flexible if we need to make any changes.
Great, and I'm glad to hear that. So as you try something out, doesn't work, you can make a quick change on that. And so let it play out, see how it works. And it's been a long time since I've gotten many complaints regarding homeless in either our parks or on our streets. So I thank you for all the work you've done, and hope the partnerships will continue to work for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubacalva.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've already seconded this, so clearly I support it. But just a couple of things that I want you guys to keep in mind is the proactive element of it. I hope that we're not just waiting for people to call in. If you guys are around the area and you see activity, it should be addressed and accounted for. And then while you're out there, if there are any policy opportunities, this dais did create or provide some additional policies that were additional tools for your toolbox. If you see anything while you're out there, please bring that back to us, because that gives us an opportunity to further enhance the tools that you have to help solve the homelessness issues that we have in our city. And that's all.
Thank you. I just have a quick question for Ms. Stepter. I know that we say the awards for round 6 of the HAP funding is coming out, and we anticipate similar regulations around for round 7. Are there any worries that funding levels are going to change, or that we're not going to have that allocation? And if so, what are we anticipating to do to make up that gap funding?
So we are currently anticipating 6 and 7. Part of what we're having to do, though, and the beauty of having blended funding is that HAP 6 did change eligibility of what type of services we could fund with that. The general fund also has been helping with shelter. And so because we have a general fund contribution, it allows us to look at all the different sources of funding and move things around. So right now, given the various diverse nature of our funding, we can fund everything that is in our homeless system of care. What we're going to be doing behind the scenes is if we paid maybe for outreach with HAP and shelter with general funds, we may be swapping those things. But with the funding that we have is enough, and we do believe that HAP 7 will be forthcoming. Beyond that, that may be a different situation, but for the foreseeable future, HAP 6 and HAP 7, we are confident we can fund our homeless system of care.
And when we come to the end of this funding cycle, can we do I know you did a report on what our success stories were for several of the rounds of HAP funding. It is something that is continuously on the chopping block for the state budget, but has been, I think, as just demonstrated by your team, instrumental in helping really move the needle in Anaheim. So if we could just collect that data, update the presentation that your team made so that all of us can use it to advocate to our state partners to keep this type of funding in the state budget. I just always worry after 7 that we're going to have to, that we might lose it, and that would just be a real tragedy for all the hard work that people like you have put into it. So thank you. That's my only comments, and I think we have a motion and seconded by Councilmember Rubalcaba. I know I was going to try to speak slowly, but we don't have any other comments unless someone would like to make a quick comment to draw it out. Sorry.
I have a quick question. What's the average number of touches before somebody accepts services?
So when I first started 10 years ago with the system of care, it was on average 5 to 10. With some of the potency and changes in some of the substance use and unfortunate drugs that are on the streets, it tends to take a little bit longer, and the mental health piece. So it's closer to maybe 10 to 20, depending on where people are at on the streets. Somebody who's new off the streets, sometimes they'll be able to accept right away. There's a lot of people that are at risk that don't want to be on the streets, and they'll contact us right away. But the longer people are on the streets, it starts to get a little bit more difficult. But again, that's where our access court comes into play. So as it starts to get more difficult to make those decisions to get off the street and they start falling into a little bit of trouble, that access court is that final net that catches them. And then we are able to stabilize them through the court system. And that's been very successful.
Thank you.
I'll add to that for you, just on the fact that one of the mottos that we have going forward is it's potentially the next contact. And that's kind of what we preach and that we go, and that's what motivates our team to go out and make that next contact. So I don't like to have an answer in mind, but it's always potentially the next contact.
Thank you. So with no further comments, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
The next item pulled by Councilmember Leon was item number 16. Would you like a staff report, Councilmember?
Yes, please.
All right, good evening again. The item before you is the acceptance of a Caltrans Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant and approval of a revised scope to prepare the Anaheim Connections LA 28 Transit and Mobility Plan. Caltrans awarded $425,000 to support planning originally intended or initiated by ATN for the Anna Bus Rapid Transit Project. With ATN leadership changes and the city's expanded role in future transit governance, ATN asked the city to assume responsibility for the grant and adjust the scope to focus on mobility needs for the 2028 Olympics. Caltrans supports this direction, and the new plan will evaluate transit connections to the Honda Center, OC Vibe, and Arctic, identify potential schedule changes for major events, recommend transit stop and first last mile improvements, review ticketing and wayfinding strategies, and coordinate closely with OCTA, Caltrans, Metrolink, Losan, and ATN. Approval tonight authorizes the city to accept the funds, designate the Public Works Director as the city's agent, and increase the budget accordingly. The study is exempt from CEQA because it is limited to planning and data gathering. And that concludes my staff report, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Rudy, for this. I just wanted to get a little bit of clarity when you talk about transit connections. Are we talking just from the resort? Are we talking from multiple points of the city? Or are we going to know from the study, and we don't know yet what that looks like?
All of the above. So we're coordinating with LA 28 on all of the movement that we expect to come from LA, but also we're really focused on managing the movement that'll be in our city, in and around the event center at the Honda Center and to all of our hotels. So it's focusing all that. It's moving target. This grant, like I mentioned, Caltrans was willing to change the scope because the original scope, the timing of it would not have left enough time for implementation. This is something actionable that we'll be able to plan for, get this plan done by early 27, and actually put in place the improvements that come out of the plan.
And then just to clarify, so this grant is to do the study, or does it also involve some of what the actions would be following the study?
It is just the study, the data gathering, the study, the outreach, in the planning, and then what comes out of the study is what we would implement as actual projects, schedule changes, wayfinding signage, all those that come out of this plan.
Okay, and then can you talk a little bit about, so I had two questions, the outreach part of it and what that looks like, and then also you're talking about the wayfinding and all of that. Does it just depend, and it's up to us to make the decision how we're gonna fund that, and it just really just depends on what the study's gonna tell us?
That's correct, yes. I mean, so we'll identify projects that we see as feasible. It's also our intention that these are not just for the Olympics. This is something that we could be a legacy project that stays from the Olympics and continues to help us through the future of the resort, and as we work through the Anaheim Resort 2.0 project as well.
And then in terms of the outreach, are we reaching out to community, to hotels, all of the above?
All of the above, including the LA 28 committee as well. So it's all the stakeholders, the rail providers, OCTA, all the transit providers to come up with a coordinated plan.
Thank you. And then last question, do we have an idea of how many people we're going to be expecting during the Olympics?
Well,
it might be an unfair question for you.
So
Rudy,
the event center at the Honda Center will be hosting the volleyball, and they're going to be going through about 7 or 8 days, 4 events per day. So if you think about that site flipping 17,000 people a day for each one of those events, 4 times a day, it weans down on once they get into the playoffs at the end. But that's a lot of people. But we also expect people will probably stay in the resort and want to use the transit system to get to events, not just in LA, but there's also the surfing competitions down in Trestles. Again, our hotels would be an attractive location for all of that.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you. No more questions, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I don't think we have any further questions. Do we have a motion and
move
move
the
it? Second. Thank you. Please vote.
A resolution, City Council of the City of Anaheim ratifying and approving the actions of the Anaheim Director of Public Works or designee in submitting a grant application on behalf of the City of Anaheim to the California Department of Transportation for the LA 28 Transit and Mobility Plan, and authorizing acceptance of such grant on behalf of the city, amending the budget accordingly, and determine that these actions are exempt from CEQA pursuant to guidelines section 15306. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 17, pulled by Councilmember Maz. Would you like a staff report?
Yes, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Joining me this evening, again, is our Parks Manager, JJ Jimenez, as well as our Principal Project Planner, Ana Straube. So together, we're excited to provide an update on the OC Riverwalk project. The OC Riverwalk project is a multi-agency, multi-benefit project that, when completed, will create the first Riverwalk in Orange County. As hinted on this slide, the project can only occur through the collaboration of multiple agencies. Tonight, staff is requesting that the City Council certify the OC Riverwalk Environmental Impact Report, adopt the findings of fact, adopt the mitigation monitoring program, and approve a memorandum of understanding with Orange County Water District that will set the stage for future negotiations. Tonight is a major milestone in the progress of this project, and we want to thank Council for your consideration. At this time, I will now turn it over to JJ to provide a brief project overview, including accomplishments to date and next steps.
Thank you, Shawnee. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The OC Riverwalk project site encompasses approximately a 2-mile stretch of the Santa Ana River, covering almost 111 acres. Specifically, the project stretches from Orangewood in the southern edge to north of Ball Road, connecting to the Anaheim coast. Notable adjacent properties include Anaheim Stadium, Arctic, and OC Vive. The project area mirrors the image shown on this slide for most of the year, with no water and only a functional regional bike trail. There are limited opportunities for recreation and for our community to engage with the river. The OC River Walk is a vision to transform the 2-mile river corridor. The main goals are to connect, to recreate, revitalize, and to conserve. How do we achieve this? Who do we need to partner with? These are some of the entities who we are working with, ranging from regulatory agencies to funding partners, landowners, neighbors, and advisory bodies. As important to this project is our community. Using the clever tagline, "What would take you to the river?" we developed a robust community input process for this project that began more than 2 years ago. As shown on this slide, we used a variety of tools to gather our public's desires for this space. The master plan here is the result of collaboration with stakeholders and conversations with our community. This is their vision. The main components of the project involve creating water impoundments, modifying the east and west riverbanks, constructing 2 pedestrian and bicycle bridges, providing new trails, improving existing trails, and enhancing community opportunities. We will quickly review the main project components in the following slides. Project includes pedestrian and bicycle bridges that will enhance the use of the regional trail and connect communities to each other. Enhanced connectivity for the community will be achieved through new trails and trail improvements. The black bolded line represents the existing Santa Ana River Trail. The pink line is the OC River Walk proposed trail extension to Anaheim Coast to the north. New access points will be provided and banks of the river modified to create stairs and seating for people to recreate. Beginning with River Park, open spaces will be created for events and activities that will provide new ways for people to experience the river. The river will be revitalized through art, education, signage, native plants, nature, and viewing points. And in doing so, we will redefine the river as a place for people and nature. Lastly, 2 water impoundments in the river will allow for recreation and recharge our groundwater table. As shown on this slide in blue, the impoundments will be adjacent to Arctic and River Park. In addition to the master plan just presented, considerable progress has been made on the environmental process for this project. As shown on this slide, tonight's item represents the second to last final step on the CEQA process. An environmental impact report has been completed, and based on the analysis conducted, the project would not result in any significant and unavoidable impacts. Progress has also been made in the applicable agreements with key partners. To date, the city has entered into an agreement with the City of Orange. Tonight, staff is requesting the council approve an MOU with Orange County Water District to guide the design, implementation, and operation of the OC River Walk project. Next, we will be working with OC Public Works to develop an MOU for this project. Great progress has also been achieved in securing funding for this project. A $7 million grant for pedestrian and bicycle bridge was just awarded last week from SCAG. All efforts shared tonight have been fully funded by the Coastal Conservancy. We will continue to move forward with this project with items funded by grants, and will seek additional grants for final permitting and implementation. Next steps for this project include completing the federal environmental process called NEPA, development of construction documents, and submitting permit applications to applicable agencies. We will continue to pursue funding from grants and other sources to implement construction. In Anaheim, we have a bold vision to develop an iconic river walk that will transform the greater County of Orange area. That concludes our presentation, and we're all happy to take any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember Moss?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm thrilled about this project, and I have been for a couple of years. Thank you for your work on it. I just wanted to clarify what the MOU commits us to and what we can expect you to come back to us for.
Thank you for the question, Council Member. The MOU is it's a non-binding document. What it really does, it sets us up for future negotiations between the two parties, OC Water District and the city, to enter into a specific agreement. But in general, it does state that the city will be responsible for most of the project components, including design, permitting, and implementation. And once constructed, the OCWD of the Water District will take over the operation of the impoundments and with reimbursement from the city for operation.
Thank you. And then last question. To clarify, is River Park part of this Greater River Walk project?
River Park is what we call the first phase of the OC River Walk, while is working independently at a different timeline. And I'm happy to share with council tonight that that project is fully funded by grants. It is in the permitting process, and we expect to break ground next summer with a expected construction within a year of that. So yes, that is the first phase that's moving forward.
I appreciate that. This project is the epitome of a collaboration. So again, thank you for your work. I make a motion to approve, or to move this.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. I know we have some other council members that want to make some comments. I'm excited to see these next steps, but also want to give credit to Mayor Pro Tem, who is our representative on the Orange County Water District, who without her advocacy getting this forward, we would not be here today. So I know you had some comments, but just wanted to make sure we acknowledge your hard work, because it is not easy.
No, I mean, I just wanted to make sure we were highlighting this project. It is transformational, it is bold, it is innovative, it is everything that we do here, and I think we're creating a model for the entire county on how we can engage people in the Santa Ana River and how you can make it an asset in your community and not just a way to carry stormwater through your town. So I'm very excited to be part of it. I have been a huge advocate for it as a representative in the Orange County Water District also. I'm excited to see this go forward. It's a long road. You know, I wish I could say it was as close to being built as the Boyson Park improvements, but it's not. We still have a long funding road to go through, and so to the extent that we can all work with our partners and advocate for this project and pull everybody together, I think that will get us to the finish line and see this transformed. You know, this goes back 25 or 30 years. The city had a design competition. It was, I can't even, was it USC or UCLA? Anyways, some student came up with this idea of putting water in the river. And it was like, wow, what a great idea, right? And we did Jet Jam, we tested it, you know, and it worked, and it was fun. So yeah, it's taken a long time to get here, but we're gonna make it happen. So very excited.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Bayless?
Thank you. I just want to say, you know, or first off, can you back up to the slide that had all of the partner agencies that are there? I think it was, sorry, we're going backwards, I know. There it is. So I just wanted to share this and say, you know, the first time I saw this, I was sitting on the Parks Commission, and I got to be honest, I sat there and said, you want to do what? I honestly said to myself, there's no way. But you know what? I have to give kudos to the staff that's here. I mean, you guys have been, quite frankly, I mean, light speed, I think, just to get to where we are right now today, and to have the water board on board. I know you still have a couple federal agencies that you have to get on board, but I mean, truly, this has been a staff-led effort, and I just want to say my kudos to you guys is all.
Thank you. So no further comments. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries, and this includes action of approval of a memorandum of understanding as well as a resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim certifying a final environmental impact report number 357 and adopting findings of the fact and mitigation monitoring program number 398 of the OC Riverwalk project and related actions. Vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. The last item pulled from our consent calendar, item number 18 by Councilmember Kurtz. Would you like a staff report?
No, I don't need a staff report. Well, we've all I've gone through like 3 staff reports on it. You know, it's interesting. The last page that Councilmember Bayless had them bring up with all the partnerships. Picture a page with 90 some odd partnerships. That's how many hotels are partnering on this item. That's exciting. Councilmember Meeks said this last item was bold and innovative. Just like this item, bold, innovative. You have got hotels, and we think this is the first in the nation, that have come together, working together with Visit Anaheim and defining the fact that they're going to help their workers. They're going to help their workers if there's an emergency with a safety net program. They're going to help their workers become home buyers here in Anaheim, close to their jobs, becoming part of the community of property owners here in Anaheim, starting to build generational wealth. I just want to say thank you to those 90-some-odd hotels. Thank you for the council for approving it. Council, thank you to city staff for working hard to pull this together. And I would be honored to ask for your vote. I'll make the motion.
Please vote.
Ordinance number 6617, an ordinance of the City Council of City of Anaheim amending specified sections of Chapter 2.14 of the Anaheim Municipal Code relating to the Anaheim Tourism Improvement District. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
All right. Thank you, Greg. All right, item 19 is the approval of the appointment of the Chief of Police and the associated employment agreement. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
Certainly. Mayor, council, members of the public, It is my honor to bring Chief Sid to the City Council as our finalist for the Anaheim Police Chief. Our thorough recruitment process has brought a top-quality finalist. We have heard from this council and our community that public safety is our top concern. For all we do, protecting life, safety, neighborhoods, businesses, and visitors is the greatest responsibility we have. We saw the importance of that this evening during our strategic planning session discussion. The contract before you this evening reflects the quality of the finalist we are recommending, the requirements of the job, and the competitive talent market we face. The job in Anaheim is of different magnitude altogether. We serve 350,000 residents in a city spanning 20 miles. Our police serve what is really a collection of district neighborhoods from West Anaheim to the hills. We are also proudly a diverse city, which calls for a chief who leads with understanding and insight. Chief Sid is this candidate. Add to that our visitor economy with theme parks, conventions, sports, entertainment, and 25 billion visitors annually. Our police chief oversees more than 400 sworn officers, major operations including patrol, SWAT, gang, air, canine, and a mounted unit. Running the Anaheim PD is a greater responsibility than running many entire cities. We also need a chief that understands and responds to the priorities of this council, and I am confident our finalist does. Staff is acutely aware of our budget constraints and the need to control costs, even within a highly competitive market. The recommendation contract presented here strikes an appropriate balance, acknowledging that public safety is the council and the community's highest priority, and that the proposed agreement for the chief is consistent with chief salary survey findings. And with that, I will pass the presentation over to Director Andal.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This evening I have joining me Gary Peterson with Public Sector Search and Consulting. He handled the recruitment for this position. And joining us this evening is also Chief Sid, who is out in the audience. Tonight's approval by council will consider the appointment by the city manager, and as you heard, Manuel Sid to the position of Chief of Police effective December 29th. And also approval tonight will approve the associated employment agreement. So I'm going to go into a little bit of detail about this recruitment. Following the retirement announcement by our current Chief of Police, Rick Armendariz, on July 8th, the city contracted with Gary Peterson, who handles recruitments exclusively for the public safety. Prior to posting this position, Gary met with the mayor and all members of the city council to gather feedback, capture the city's needs and priorities, align key messaging, understanding the challenges of the city and the department, and to define the ideal candidates such as leadership, qualities, experience, and community engagement. In addition to individual meetings with the city council, Mr. Peterson met with internal stakeholders, which included impacted bargaining units, and those were APA, APMA, AFSCME, and AMEA, as well as members of the executive team. During the process and prior to interviews, the city and Mr. Peterson gathered additional feedback to guide the search and shared information through a series of department meetings, one-on-one drop-in meetings with Mr. Peterson, virtual community sessions, there were 2 of those, as well as in-person community meetings. We also provided input surveys through 2 QR codes, one that went directly to the city and one that went directly to Mr. Peterson, and we attended all city council district meetings. The recruitment, as you heard from our city manager, resulted in highly qualified applicants. The top candidates were invited to interview with different panels, which included a professional panel, a community panel, a city executive panel, a labor panel, as well as a city manager panel. Thereafter, acting under the authority granted by Section 604A of the city charter, the city manager selected Manny Sid to the position of Chief of Police. I'll share a little bit about Chief Sid's background with you. Chief Sid has over 21 years of law enforcement experience and is bilingual in both English and Spanish. He currently serves as the Chief of Police for the city of Glendale, and prior to that, the Chief of Police for the city of Culver City, where he rose from the rank of police officer to Chief of Police. Chief Sid currently serves his profession in a leadership capacity as the president of the Los Angeles County Police Chiefs Association, representing the 45 chiefs of Los Angeles County. Chief Sid holds a master's degree in public administration and a bachelor's degree in political science. The terms and conditions for Chief Sid are set forth in the agreement and the staff report of tonight's agenda. Staff is recommending one amendment to this agreement this evening. The amendment is to delete Section 4B2 of the contract, and in lieu of longevity, place the value of the place that value into the base pay, resulting in a salary of $389,485.34. This base salary will include an additional 12% for recognition and possession of an executive post certificate and graduation from the National FBI Academy in which Chief Sid has successfully graduated, as well as all other
Sorry, Linda.
benefits.
Sorry, Ms. Ando, what did you say? So it's 380?
389, 485, and 34 cents.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
Of course. Chief Sid will also enjoy the benefits generally provided to all executive managers, as well as a vacation bank of 160 hours and 40 hours of a sick leave bank, vacation accrual of 8 hours, as well as 40 hours of non-cashable admin leave and a severance package of 12 months. Chief Sid's appointment is scheduled to take effect December 29th, 2025, and this concludes my presentation. The city manager, myself, and Mr. Peterson is available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the HR team? Councilmember Meeks?
Linda, can you just kind of describe the different panels for the interview? Because I know there were several different groups that we put together for this process to review the candidates.
Excuse me, we had a professional panel, which was made up of city managers as well as sitting police chiefs. We also had a community panel that consisted of members, of course, of our community, business stakeholders. And then we had a city executive panel, as well as a labor panel. And the labor panel included all the members of the police department, which was APA, APMA, and AFSCME and AMEA. And then the final panel was with the city manager.
Okay, thank you. No, I mean, we established a process back in the summer when we retained the recruiter, and you spoke to all of us and got kind of our input. So I appreciate the thorough process that was established, and going through that process and making sure that at the end of the day we selected the best person to represent the city as the chief of police. I'm happy to support the city manager's recommendation. I appreciate you making that change to the contract. There was a clause in there for longevity pay that I did not support because he hasn't been here. And longevity pay is for people that have been here a long time, and so I just didn't want that to misrepresent what we were paying him. And I think, we're paying him what we need to pay him based on the salary survey that you gave. Yes, it's a lot of money, but it is a big job, and we want to make sure that we have the best police chief that is possible to represent our city. So I will move approval of this.
Thank you. Councilmember Maz and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you. I just have one question about the severance package. Is that consistent with our former chiefs?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba?
Well, I will second Councilmember Meeks' motion, but first I just want to highlight and commend our city manager for conducting such a thorough process and keeping us all in the loop. I have to say, we went through this, unfortunately, a year and a half ago. We didn't expect our current chief to retire so soon and abruptly, but I'm glad that we were able to conduct a process that engaged the community and so many key stakeholders thank you, Gary, for bringing us candidates that we could vet and actually come to Anaheim, because Anaheim is the largest city and it is one of the best cities in the county of Orange and probably arguably the state. And we need good leadership to be here to lead our Anaheim Police Department forward and make sure that we're meeting our public safety goals. And one of the goals that I have, as everybody knows, is that Anaheim is one of the safest cities. And I'm excited to welcome Chief Sid to Anaheim Police Department and to join us as we continue to move forward. So in recognition of what my council colleague said, I just want to thank our city manager for just his professionalism and for his ability to keep us all well informed and engaged in the process.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon and then Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A few questions to start off with, Gary, if I may. If you can just talk a little bit about, I know you're not up, the chief is up for consideration, but can you talk a little bit about your experience? And I know we spoke on the phone, I think well over the allotted time, and I'm seeing a pattern, so it might be me, my meetings running longer than they should be. So can you talk a little bit about your experience, other cities that you've helped find chiefs for, and give us that background?
Oh, sure. So let me start with, I'm a retired police chief, almost 27 years in the business, 4 years as a police chief. Been experiencing executive search for about 11 years, over 100 police chief searches across the nation, including 25 major U.S. cities, including Minneapolis, Atlanta, Louisville, Dallas, Seattle, San Francisco, and so forth. And so this process is pretty consistent with the way we've done it with other entities. And we've never had a failed search. And we like to think we produce excellent candidates.
Thank you, Gary. I appreciate that. And then, Chief, I do have some questions for you, if that's okay. But first of all, I do want to say that I appreciate your time in meeting with me on a Sunday of all days. I know that's not necessarily the best time for meetings for anybody, but I appreciate the flexibility and your willingness to chat. We talked about a number of different issues, a lot of them pertaining specifically to District 2, a lot of them that are citywide that we're seeing. The importance of ensuring public safety, how it's a priority and responsibility for all of us, and continuing to build the community bonds that the police department has strived for in the last few years. And I think you saw today that there is potentially more work to do on that. One item that we discussed that I do want to highlight for the public is immigration and the ongoing fear that many in our community have to live with on a daily basis. And so I want to give you the opportunity to, if you could speak about that a little bit, and so our community can feel reassured that our priority is public safety and not immigration enforcement. If you could speak about maybe your background and the approach to that.
Good evening. First, Mayor and council members, I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you all this evening. Councilmember, I appreciate the question. A little bit about myself, and when we talk about this topic in particular, it certainly hits home. I am the son of 2 Cuban immigrants. Both my mother and father were born in a different country, immigrated to this country with not a lot more than a dream and some hope. So understanding, I think, some of the very real fears and anxiety that certain parts of our community feel, given the certain posture and where we are today as it relates to immigration enforcement, I understand it, and it resonates. And it's our job as local law enforcement, certainly here at this police department, to do everything we can to alleviate some of those as much as we reasonably can, of course, within the eyes of the law. But simply stated, our job is to protect public safety here in the city of Anaheim, to collaborate with this community, all segments of it, understanding that we're going to need them and build credibility with them to be effective in providing public safety. And this certainly challenges that with the certain, the given posture of the federal administration. Our job as a local police department is, again, to uphold public safety, work with our community, and really focus on that, both in philosophy, practice, and in accordance with state law. It is not our job to get involved and to participate and assist the federal, any federal entity in conducting immigration enforcement. So that's really, the long and the short of it is that as it relates to that, and that's something that I think we need to do a really good job of educating our community of what our role is, how we differ from the federal government, and that's tough, particularly in certain segments of the community, understanding that they may not see that line, and that line is blurred. So we've got to work extra hard, utilize all the relationships we have in any given community, and leverage those so that we can ensure that they're educated and understand that we're here to support them, that they don't have fears or hesitations about reaching out to us to protect their safety, to be victims of crimes, things of that nature. So we've got to work hard at it, that education piece. And again, I think this is a prime example of why having continued strong relations with every segment of our given community is really important at moments like this, for sure.
And I appreciate that, Chief. And you touched upon my next question about building those community relationships. Can you talk to us a little bit about maybe your experience or kind of how you're viewing, hitting the ground running per se in building those relationships, especially as we're in a potentially difficult moment for the city. But can you talk a little bit about that in terms of your experience and kind of what the vision is to reach out to the community and build those relationships?
Absolutely. I think the success of any local law enforcement organization is going to be largely predicated on how well we build trust and foster trust with the community we have. It's got to be there. It's that credibility. It's the foundation in which we build everything off of. So to that end, and certainly as the police chief, I've got to be the face of that. And the idea of being incredibly present, both physically and mentally and in every other way, culturally engaged with any given community. So both as a police chief and then through to the organization, we've got to be really present with our community. And that means being out there shoulder to shoulder with them, making sure that we're building real, lasting connection and communication that, again, I think sets up a foundation for us to be successful in general in providing public safety. And then, as I said, particularly at moments like this when it's extra challenging. So we're going to find every avenue and every way to connect with folks. And a big part of that, particularly from a law enforcement standpoint, is being willing and consistent with going out and meeting folks where they are. And I think in law enforcement, we do a pretty good job of whether it's our national night outs and our coffee with the cops, and that's all good stuff, and we'll certainly continue to do those things. But we also got to be willing to go out and meet folks where they are, understanding that for certain segments of the community, they're going to be hesitant to come to some of those things. So whether it's our faith-based groups, cultural groups, youth groups, wherever we can find an opportunity to get out in the community and engage with these folks and get them to see us for who we are as humans, with people with backgrounds very similar to theirs, and take that opportunity to build just deep and lasting relationships with them.
Thank you. And just my final question, if you can also briefly share kind of what the vision is for the department, for the city, and what the goals are, what the plan to achieve those goals might be.
Yeah, I'll start by prefacing what I'm going to say in that I haven't landed at the organization yet, and certainly excited about getting there, assessing it, working with the existing team and all of staff to really understand where the organization is, where we do well, where we can continue to improve. But for me, when we talk about the vision, I try to simplify things, and there's really going to be three focuses for me. And number one is to protect Anaheim and provide a high level of service, fight crime well, prepare for emergencies, do everything we can in the way of protecting Anaheim and providing, again, the highest level of service. And I think it was Councilmember Rubalcaba that talked about making it one of the safest cities that we possibly can around, not just in this region, but in the nation. The second piece of that's a little bit of what I already talked about, is preserving trust. That's incredibly important. And everything we do, there's got to be a level of accountability, transparency, because it lends itself to that credibility that is the foundation of everything we do. So we're going to work really hard at that and how we engage our community, find ways to build trust, make sure that we're being as transparent as humanly possible, understanding that, again, it's going to predicate so much of our success. And then lastly, to really maximize the potential of our organization and in turn the folks that comprise it, trying to drive a level of professionalism, set a standard and push it and see that we can be the standard for what it is to, for public safety in the U.S. and certainly in this region. So, I've had an opportunity to meet some of these folks in the profession. This is an organization, the police department, that has an immense amount of talent and a lot of folks that have a lot of commitment for it. I heard it from many of you. I saw some of it here on display tonight. So we are going to work really hard to maximize that talent and that potential and see that, push our organization forward as a whole.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Rubicalva.
Okay, don't leave. I have a question.
I'm here. Yes, ma'am.
But I also have a comment regarding the process and the panels that you had. And I want to thank our city manager and Linda in putting together the panels. In particular, the community one is, I was interested in asking, and actually asked who was on that committee, because I wanted to make sure there were people that that do represent our community. And I represent District 4, so I have a great concern about the safety in the resort area. And you ensured that someone was from the resort area was on that committee, and I really appreciate it. And it's someone who has worked with our police chief in the past and has made known the problems that we've had on safety issues in the resort. So I thank you for that. Sir, you and I had a meeting also, and we talked about the importance of our officers doing a wonderful job, but you talked about team building and how important that is, and that people that are valued do an even better job. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Certainly. As we spoke about yesterday, and something I feel really passionate about, I think you look around the landscape of certainly public service, public safety, private sector, what have you, professional sports, whatever the case might be, I think organizations that find continued success are usually organizations that can do a really good job of building, fostering, and preserving teams. And I think for an organization, so much of their success is predicated on that. So something that I'm really passionate about, and one of the things that I'm going to certainly prioritize from the first day that I'm, lucky enough to land at the organization, while I'm assessing it and getting to learn it myself and assimilating myself to the organization, because that's an important part of that, it's also going to be to get to work on really building a team, a strong one. And that starts with, the management team and the folks most intimately around me, all the way down to the folks that are out there doing the work, our sworn officers, our professional staff. And I think once we can find some vision amongst that and we can build a strong team, then I think we have the ability to start to build momentum, and then that just kind of snowballs. And then I think once you build a really strong team, anything's possible.
Thank you.
Member Rubicalva and then Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you. So one of the things I think you and I spoke about as well is getting back to basics. I shared this with you. I was at Starbucks one day, which I'm at a lot, but there was a young patrol officer who mentioned never seeing our chief or never being engaged from upper management. And I think it's really important that they feel supported at all levels of law enforcement. So I was happy to hear that that's a priority for you, because for me, it's important that all of our employees feel valued, like the council member mentioned. And one of the things our city manager has done really well, because Anaheim has gone through a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Distress, turmoil with our former council, is he's done really well as making sure he's engaging all of his employees. People feel valued here. His leadership team does as well, and they support their employees. So I'm happy to hear that you're going to get back to basics and not so focused on the bells and whistles, but making sure that our employees have the things that they need to do their job and to feel like they are supported while they're out on our streets. It's a dangerous job. We saw that tonight with some of our public commenters. A lot of the negative, you guys get a lot of negativity your way just to do your job, but I'm glad to hear that you are prioritizing all of that. So that I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to comment on that. And then one more thing I just wanted to share. So one of the council members, and I'm gonna, if it's okay, I just want to read a portion of it, not the entire thing. So one of your former council members from Glendale has sent a letter in, and we don't normally read letters for the record, but I just wanted to highlight a couple of the things that she mentioned, and you can correct the pronunciation of her name, because I know I'm going to mess it up right now. It's worse than Rubicava. Alan Asatrian.
That's really well. You nailed it.
Perfect. So she is the former mayor and current council member in the city of Glendale. One of the things she says, he will elevate your department and your city. He will strengthen your community relationships. He will continue to build trust and move public safety forward. He will take the Anaheim Police Department to new levels of distinction. Chief Sid is the kind of leader who leaves every place better than he found it. Glendale is a living proof of that. I have no doubt Anaheim will feel the same as we do. Although we are sad to see him go, we are proud to see him take this next step and grateful that he is joining a city that recognizes the caliber of leader he is. And then she just thanks us for welcoming him and supporting him as he begins his new chapter. Anaheim is gaining an extraordinary chief and an extraordinary human being. So welcome to Anaheim, Chief. I mean, it hasn't been ratified yet, but you have a second already. So the other thing, aside from this, and I know Rob is gonna try to stop me from saying this, but I'm gonna, I'll tie it to our agenda item. So as it relates to our agenda item, we do have our new chief starting on the 29th as soon as this council ratifies this contract. So one of the things I'm gonna ask our city manager to do is consider ceasing the 960 that we currently have extended to our chief now, so that we can, you can assume the role of interim chief and ensure that any movement within the agency is paused for now. I think it's a good idea to preserve the agency as it is so we don't make any changes abruptly or make any more disruption to the Anaheim Police Department. That is something that I'm just asking you to consider. It also will save some money for the city if we're not extending to a chief who's already retired, and we're grateful for his extended service during this time. But as it relates to this agenda item, Rob, I would like you to consider doing that. So ceasing or stopping the 960 extension now, assuming the role of interim chief, and having the deputy chief report directly to you to make sure that there's no additional changes made to the agency until Chief Sid can come and can actually assess the situation that we currently have within our police department.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. So is that something that we need to agendize at a future meeting?
Right now, it's just a statement on the record. If you
Okay.
want to agendize it.
Do you want to
yes,
bring
Frank.
that back at the end
I
of
don't
the
think
meeting?
it needs to be agendized because we gave Jim the, he can make a decision as to whether or not I think the 960 was basically, we gave you the opportunity and you can decide how long we want to keep it in place. So I'm just giving my direct report some guidance as
Okay.
to what I think he can do.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I just wanted to say thank you to the city manager. Also, thank you to Mr. Peterson. I know that it's when we're hiring a director level position, maybe it's not always so extensive of a recruitment that's out there. So thank you for including the community. I know I went to one of the meetings at Brookhurst where the residents had the opportunity to weigh in to say what they wanted. I'll also say this, I had the opportunity also to meet with Chief Sid. I like the fact that you have the option of driving down Beach Boulevard to and from work if you choose.
Yes, I
So
do.
I'll say thank you to that. And then I also had some issues, just as Councilmember Meeks with the longevity, so I'm happy to see it in there. Definitely support it, and I know I can't say it yet, but hopefully after the vote, we'll welcome you to the city of Anaheim.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I had some questions. I will have some questions for you in a moment, but I wanted to just ask some questions for Linda going through. So you can sit down I don't want to make you stand the whole time. You're like excited. I kind of echo Mayor Pro Tem's concerns about the longevity, but I had a question then about the first point. If the base salary is changing, if I'm correct, to 389, 485, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so it says that we're giving for the post-executive certificate as well as attendance at the FBI National Academy, 12% of base pay. So that number would then change as well?
Correct.
Okay, so what is the new number if we're doing 12% of base pay?
So the base pay would be 389, 485 and some change. When you added an additional 12%, that would be a total comp of 436, 223 and 20 cents.
436, 223, and I'm
20
sorry.
cents.
And sorry?
It's about a $3,000 difference.
So you said 436, 223,
And 20 cents.
and we're getting you that 20 cents.
We are being down, yes, down to the exact.
Down to two times. I had some questions just going through because it is obviously a lot of money for this position. And so I was just trying to go through some of our former contracts. How did we arrive at the 12% base pay for the post-executive certificate pay as well as the FBI National Academy attendance?
So we worked with Chief Sid with his current package he has at the city of Glendale, and then attempted to offer him 10% more to come to the city of Anaheim. And that's how we arrived at the number that Linda just referenced to council. To answer your second question, there's a provision in the APA contract where we provide up to a 15% bonus pay for officers that have certain levels of credentials. And so we tied it to this contract in that context.
Wait, is that something that we also, does APMA have similar a percentage award to the base pay for post-executive certificates?
Go ahead.
Yes, they do. They have an additional 5% for a post-management certificate, and if they possess a master's degree, then they get an additional 5 for a total of 10%.
And does APA or AMEA get an additional allocation for completion of the FBI National Academy, which I have also attended? It is very good.
That is not included in the current APA contract. However, they do receive a 15% for a senior master advance on top of their base salary.
And what about APMA?
APMA is what I shared earlier, is a total of 10% for the management certificate as well as a master's degree.
Okay. Thank you. I know in one of our early conversations, Mr. City Manager, you said that there was some concern about the range we have set for this position. Can you just share with me how this additional amount of money to get us to 389, does that have any implications now that it is outside the range for this position?
It does not.
Okay. And you had mentioned that we have I guess, policy, or I'm sure if it's written down, that we don't have a position that makes more than the city managers. Is this outside your pay range?
It is today. And so we are working with HR in coordination with our class and comp study to bring those considerations back at the first part of next year. We did not want to combine that with this particular appointment, but it is staff's intent, working with the class and comp study at all levels of our employees in the city, to address that for the first of the year.
Okay, because one of my conversations I know with our recruiter, it seemed that the range we were offering was not competitive for the candidates that we were looking for. So is this something, I guess, not just for this position, are we going to look at other positions to see if we need to allocate executive ranges?
We will. So again, recognizing the compensation philosophy that's adopted by the city council, that will be tied to all classifications citywide. So certainly there'll be considerations for executive salaries, again, after the first of the year, tied to class and comp at that percentile identified by the city council.
Okay, thank you. And are there anything, and I'm not sure if this is maybe for Ms. Andel or for you, Mr. City Manager, are the range, or now the outside range salary for the police chief, does that have any effect on any other department heads?
When you say any other effect, can you,
Are we
what
going
effect
to,
are
are
you
we going
asking for?
to then now have to look at potentially citywide the pays, the salary for any other department heads that potentially are in the same class as the police chief? fire chief, public works, et cetera?
They're all unique classification, and as the city manager mentioned, we are reviewing all compensation and salary ranges for all executives as well as every classification within the organization.
So it doesn't have more far-reaching implications than just this contract?
No, I don't think so. I think the compensation is based on the requirements of the position and the size of the department, the scope of work. So all of that is taken in consideration when we set a salary range.
Okay, thank you. And then do we have any ties when we look at compaction between the chief, what we currently pay the deputy chief, and then in management, I would assume is next? Are there any compaction issues that we are going to have to look at given the heightened salary range we are doing for the new chief?
We don't have a compaction policy at this point in time. However, council did provide us with the direction during the class and comp study to consider a compaction in all the salary ranges that is presented to council. In terms of compaction with the police chief position, the only compaction that would exist is with the city manager because it is a position that reports directly to the city manager. So to go back to your other question, in that sense, it does not have an effect on the other department head positions.
Okay, thank you. I think we already addressed a lot of the longevity issues, and I guess we'll come back for the compaction issues in January. So now, if you don't mind, Chief said I had a couple of questions for you. Thank you again, as echoed by my colleagues, for making the time. I really enjoyed our discussion yesterday. I hope I did not keep you longer than my allotted time. I really appreciate your time, and I really appreciate you asking me kind of what my concerns were with the police force. And I think one of the things that I told you I was going to ask today is really around the issue of morale. And what is your philosophy on building morale and building teamwork and relationships in between different ranks? And different departments within the force.
Sure. Number one, thank you for the time yesterday. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the question. I think of workforce that feels supported and that has opportunities is when we're going to get the most out of our folks. And as the police chief, as your aspiring police chief, I think a lot of that I have to set the tone for as an organization. And, that includes expectations, which, dare I say, turns into culture. And I think that all kind of predicates on what that's going to feel like in the way of feeling supported. But our police officers, as well as our professional staff, do a really, really tough job. And it hasn't got any easier over the years. And I think it's important that they feel incredibly supported by myself as a chief, from the management as a whole. We talked a little bit about it yesterday. I think one of the things I think is amazing about this community, and certainly was appealing to me, is the support that public safety receives from all of you sitting up here. And that also sets the tone for staff's morale. They listen in, they tune into the meetings, they're hearing, all of the commentary and the general support that comes from this council. So incredibly important. So really setting a tone, making sure that they know that they feel supported, that we're doing everything to help develop them, provide them opportunities, help them see them grow in their own individual ways and within the framework of what we're trying to do as an organization.
Thank you. Can you speak a little bit to what you look for when it comes to promoting officers, either from internally in the department up to management positions or laterally? What is kind of your philosophy on growing the organization and leadership pipelines?
Yeah. Great question. Incredibly important, not only for where the organization is today, but where it is in the future. And certainly, like any manager or executive, I'm looking for folks that have got experience and technical knowledge and have developed themselves through the way of education. But aside of those things, for me personally, there's two things that come to mind. Number one, I'm always going to be looking for folks that want to put the organization first. And without question, I want folks, no different than myself, that bring their desires, ambitions, and want to see themselves grow, which is great. We need that, and I'm certainly looking for that. but it's all got to be within the framework of what's best for the organization as a whole, and that they want to buy into something, which really leads to the second piece, which was something that I talked about earlier. Folks that want to be part of something want to be part of a team and understand their role in that, their desire to want to be a part of that team, to bring their talents and abilities that we need to help push that team forward and in turn push the organization forward. So again, along with folks that have talent and experience and technical knowledge and have developed themselves and educated themselves, diversity in that and diversity in experience and what they bring, all important stuff, but all within the framework of really wanting folks that want to put the organization out ahead of them, and that's essentially their North Star and that will be our North Star, that we all have to have that commonality in pushing that organization forward.
So I have been in office for 3 years, and you will be my third police chief. What do you think you are going to do different to ensure your longevity and success in the department?
I appreciate the question. First off, it is my hope and desire with the support of this council that this will be your last one. And I'm in my 21st year of law enforcement, and it is absolutely my goal and my family's goal that I will retire from this organization, God willing and health willing, which means 8, 9, or 10 years, and wanting to be here to work alongside this amazing executive team and you all to meet the many exciting things that are coming for this organization over the next decade, from LA 28 and Olympics and river walks and all that exciting stuff, that I want to be here to do the long-term work with that. So, you know, we talk about developing staff and bringing them along. I'm here to do the long-term work, number one. Number two, and it's something I really, really pride myself in, you know, I think it's my job as a leader to see the folks around me rise. To me, that's one of the biggest markers of, if, you know, am I doing a decent job? Without question, my biggest professional accomplishment, and this came up in interview panels, is the fact that today, I can say with all the humility in the world, that there's 2 sitting police chiefs in LA County that used to be part of my command staffs. And those are their accomplishments, but to be any small part of that is really exciting to me. And I have zero doubt that there will be a third here really soon. So I say that to say that your next police chief, if I have anything to say about it, when 8 or 9 or 10 years passes, is going to be a man or a woman that's already got an Anaheim police uniform on today. And that it's my job that when it's all said and done and my time here is done, that I leave the city manager at that time, hopefully it's the same one, at least one, if not a couple of good options for him and this council to consider to carry whatever momentum and whatever culture and whatever expectations we put out ahead of us, whatever standard, to carry that forward, and that this city of this size, with the amount of talent that it has in it, doesn't have to continue to look outside for its next leader.
With the raise he just gave himself, I'm sure he's going to stay. I was interested to, and I specifically did not ask that to our recruiter, and I'm not interested in, you know, knowing who else applied, but I'm assuming that we had some internal candidates. And, you know, how are you going to work with those that maybe applied for the job that you are now occupying? How do you intend on navigating that?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I can't necessarily speak on everyone that applied either. I frankly don't necessarily know to some degree. That said, I am looking for, and quite frankly need, every one of the folks at that organization. I definitely think that I come with some experience and some thoughts and some know-how, but there's a lot that I don't know. And there's a lot that I don't know about this city, about this organization. So as I land at it, I'm going to be looking to lean on the folks, particularly at that management level, to, you know, help assimilate me to that organization, and lean on them for their experience, their insights, and their talents. And I'm going to be looking to work shoulder to shoulder with them all, build a team, and, you know, just very straightforward. I'm not necessarily looking to be in the company of a bunch of yes men and women. I want to surround myself with a team that can offer me and in turn this organization value. And every person that I think that can do that and wants to do that and wants to be a part of something, I'm hungry to work with them.
Thank you. One of the things you said yesterday in our conversation that I thought was really special is that you see it both ways. I think you, please correct me if I say it wrong, but that, you know, when you make a decision, you expect your deputies and captains to have your back, but in the same way, if someone makes a decision that you might have reservations about, that you will be loyal, you know, and you know, have that teamwork mentality as well. You said it much more eloquently, if you could express it.
I don't know if I said it eloquently. It really comes down to just what I look at as principled team dynamics. And I think when we talk about the upper echelon leadership of an organization, of a police department, you know, I'm going to look for my command staff and management team's counsel and insights and perspectives. And as I said, I'm not necessarily looking for them to just agree with everything I come up with. Sometimes my thoughts and perspectives will shape and mold the decision. Sometimes it'll be some of the other people's in the room's decision, and that'll mold the ultimate decision. The one expectation, though, is that when we, figuratively speaking, walk out of that room, that we are in lockstep, that this is now our decision. And I think that's incredibly important for an organization. There's got to be that clarity, there's got to be that unity moving forward, because it's the right thing to do, and because our staff's expecting that, and they need clarity of where we are going. And conversely, as you highlighted, I'm here to support my staff. And that's down from my line level folks doing the work to my my supervisors, my mid-level managers that are out there, quite frankly, having to make really difficult decisions in real time. And I will certainly, particularly with the more rank they have, hold them to incredibly high standards as I do myself. But it's all coming from a place that I will love them, figuratively speaking, put my arm around them. And while I will critique them and give them perspective, I will always be shoulder to shoulder with them and supporting them in the decisions they make, because they are, in turn, our decisions. And so to say, you know, just to highlight what you said, yeah, it certainly goes both ways.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions. Thank you for being here and for answering my questions. And just wanted to take a moment before we vote to thank Chief Armendariz for his time with the city, for being a really, really strong community member, for being really responsive to, I think, the comments and the questions both on this council dais as well as in the community. I know I was chiding you a little bit yesterday because he is a resident of Anaheim, but Seal Beach, you're pretty close. And I really hope that he stays on and till you are able to onboard with us, and then also be a phone call away for you if you have any questions to go forward, that he's able there to be a resource for you. So thank you very much. So with that, with no other further comments, we'll take a vote.
Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, prior to taking final action, oral report is required to be provided on the salaries and compensation paid to any local executives. In today's presentation, as presented by our Human Resources Director, the summary was provided meeting the requirements of Government Code Section 54953, outlining the appointment as well as the associated employment agreement as authorized by City Manager to be executed. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Chief Sid. Would you like to share a couple words with us?
Yes, and I will keep it brief in light of, I know it's been a long night, but I certainly do. And it's really just a lot of thank yous. And I will start with the folks sitting in front of me. Thank you. And it is not lost on me, your vote of confidence, how important it is. This has been arduous process, but it's supposed to be, because this is a really important decision. I appreciate your flexibility, and please know that alongside the men and women of this organization, we are going to work tirelessly for you in conjunction with this community to make you proud. And I appreciate you all. I appreciate the support you show this organization, and obviously the support you've shown me here tonight. To my new boss in City Manager Vanderpool, thank you, sir. I appreciate, I know this recruitment is a big deal for any organization, any city. And while you have undoubtedly vetted me as much as possible, there's also, a little bit of leap of faith and a chance. And I thank you for that. And I appreciate your commitment to wanting to get this done and wanting to get it done with me. And know that I will support the heck out of you, and I'm going to work my tail off for you at every turn. To the executive team that I'm going to now be joining, who I had an opportunity to see on full display today, it's an amazing team. I've gotten a chance to meet a handful of them, including our HR director, who's been great through the entire process. Excited to work with these folks and help make many of these things that I saw up here come to reality and be a good working team member in that regard. As the mayor touched on, I want to thank Chief Armendariz and that command staff, number one, for his many years of service, not just here, but for 30-plus years of service to this organization. I look forward to working with him to ensure the smoothest transition possible, and to the command staff that I will be leaning on and looking to build strong relations with, build a team with, and push this organization forward. To this community, I am excited. It's very much my way that I will pour myself into this community, and I will be out and about, and these folks are going to get an opportunity, and I will get an opportunity to meet with them, and I will be, incredibly accessible to them and make it feel like, really that I'm at arm's length for them and accessible to them at any given time. Excited. This organization and myself are going to work tirelessly to ensure that you feel safe to work, live, and play in this amazing city. And last but certainly not least, to the staff at APD, both union leadership, our sworn officers, our professional staff. Number one, thank you for the work you do. As I mentioned, it's an incredibly challenging job. They go out there and do an amazing job and nearly almost hit the mark every single time. And it's saying something, because what they do and the work they do is not easy work, and it's challenging work. But I'm excited to join them. I'm honored to join them. I look forward to getting to know them and really, roll up my sleeves and get to work with them. I can't thank you all enough. Again, not lost on me the big decision this is, and I assure you I will not, alongside with these folks, we won't let you down. So thank you so very much.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, can we take a 2-minute recess, and can we take a picture with the new chief?
Oh, Carlos needs a selfie. You'll get used to it.
This would be our first selfie, chief.
Can I have everybody take a small step to your left? Small step? Yeah. All right. Okay, right here. 1, 2, 3. Got it. I'll stay for that. I'll stay for that. Mayor?
Just so item 20 is a public hearing. Clerk, can you please read?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 20 is the public hearing to consider the proposed vacation abandonment of 2 segments of Santa Ana Street right-of-way situated between Philadelphia Street and Olive Street and between Claudina Street and Philadelphia Street. And this is a public hearing that was continued from the council meeting of October 28th, 2025.
Thank you so much. Mr. Director of Public Works, can we have a staff report?
Sure. Good evening again, Mayor, members of the council. As mentioned, the item before you is continued from the October 28th, 2025 council meeting and concerns the proposed abandonment of 2 segments of excess street right-of-way abutting 275 and 301 East Santa Ana Street. This abandonment has been requested by the developer, Meritage Homes of California, to clear title for the construction of a residential project. The abandonment request is for 2 segments of the Santa Ana Street right-of-way, totaling approximately 1,200 square feet to be assembled into the adjacent property owned by the developer. On November 13th, 2024, the City Council approved project entitlements, which included the approval of tentative tract map number 19290 to create a one-lot condominium map to construct 56 townhomes. Staff evaluated the segments of Santa Ana Street proposed for abandonment and determined that they lie outside of the ultimate right-of-way and are not needed to support existing or future public use. The review confirmed that these areas have no role in current street operations and are not required for any planned transportation or infrastructure improvements. Based on this analysis, staff have concluded that the right-of-way proposed for abandonment qualifies as excess property and is unnecessary for present or prospective public use, consistent with Section 8324B of the Streets and Highways Code. City Council Policy Number 5.5 contemplates compensation to the city for the fair market value of any applicant requesting the abandonment or vacation of any easement, right-of-way, or other property interest. The real property section responsible for recommending fair market value determined that a separate appraisal for this abandonment request was unnecessary given the minimal square footage of the right-of-way proposed for abandonment and the nominal contribution the area provides to the additional development. City staff analyzed the value based on factors above and the dedication of the right-of-way conditioned on the approval of the tract map and compared it with similar projects for which appraisals were obtained. As a result, staff has determined that the fair market value for the right-of-way to be $30,000. Staff recommends approving the proposed abandonment of these portions of excess street. Staff recommends approval of the proposed abandonment in these portions of excess street right-of-way for the residential project. And thank you for your consideration. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments by council at this time before the public hearing? Okay, seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Clerk, do we have any speaker cards for this hearing?
Mayor and City Council, we do have one speaker card from Mr. Mark Herbert, and the time limit to speak on this item is 5 minutes.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. I have a few questions about this project, centering around oversight, public oversight, and public engagement, and the culture of the process. So I have about 6 points. I'll start with the first. This council meeting streams. When it's stopped, will that show up in the streaming? The reason I ask that, it presents an atmosphere that when I view this plays into it. If I wasn't here tonight, or I didn't see the cameras still rolling during the streaming, I would miss a lot of the vibe, an atmosphere in here, and I don't recall the council closing.
Mr. Herbert, this is a public hearing about this.
Oh, right.
Can you please?
Excuse me, I'm trying to illustrate my point. I have 6, this is 1.
And they're related to the public hearing.
Yes, because the people at home will not hear. This is taken away from the time of what I expected, because I didn't expect interaction at a public hearing. That's not the culture here with the public. But going on, I hope you stream the whole hearing unedited. I mean, the whole city council meeting unedited for the reasons I suggested. 2, moving on. I wondered if there was any Brown Act violations in the course of this process. The reason I asked is I cited Brown Act violations. You weren't here at the meeting, Mayor, at the last council meeting 3 weeks ago, and I've yet to hear back on my written submission, either from the city attorney, the mayor, or the 6 council people. So I don't know if we've entered a new era where Brown Act violations aren't serious. Moving on. When they give numbers at the staff report, I'm a little leery now because of this track record of previous numbers given in previous staff reports. This especially has come to mind to me again because of Carrie Buffard, the whistleblower, who's raised some of the same questions about some of the numbers and contracts that the city has. So just as the numbers changed on item 8 on the fire station from what was initially approved, I'm wondering how solid these numbers are. Moving on. Let's see here. I have a couple more points. On the last, I'm concerned that we're not getting the tough questions during the hearings of the planning process. And as an example, what I say is, what do you mean that the public's not receiving the tough questions? Let me cite the presentation that was just here before. The questions asked to the incoming police chief weren't very tough, weren't very rigorous. Questions such as, did he face a similar situation in Glendale on a shooting as Anaheim's just experienced? That's a tough question. What's his opinion of the proper size of the Anaheim police force? Again, that's a number-related question. The council doesn't tend to ask number-related questions, the tough questions. Again, oftentimes the presentations, like this one, although this wasn't such a bad example, but the previous one where the new chief spoke, it was rooted in managerial jargon, which I didn't think the council did a good job of getting through and getting a non-jargon answer. That oftentimes happens during other reports. And are we getting all the public comments and written comments that were submitted for this project? Oftentimes, like in the housing element, they're not included in the main report that was sent to the state. And to find all of them, you have to go through the various points of the website. They're not collected to be attached to the proposal being discussed at the hearing. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers on the public hearing. Noting for the record, we did not receive any electronic comments on the public hearing.
Speakers? See none. I'd like to close the public hearing. Are there any other comments or questions by council?
I'll move approval.
We have a motion. May I have a second, please?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The motion included approval of resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim vacating 2 segments of the excess street right-of-way abutting 275 and 301 East Santa Ana Street, abutting number ABA 2024-00434. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Next is a report on closed session. Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything to report?
Nothing to report as to items 1 through 3. Item 4 was continued to the next meeting.
Thank you very much. At this time, we have future agenda requests by council colleagues, starting with Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not an agenda item, but if I may also add, if we can adjourn in memory of Frank Cruz. He was a beloved community member of at Limbrook Bowl. There's a tournament this weekend in his honor with proceeds going to the American Cancer Society. So, Frank Cruz.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have any, I don't know if resolution is the right word, but any type of documentation that we can send to family of folks when we adjourn in their honor?
Yes, Mayor and City Council, we do a memoriam certificate. That what we do is we'll outline who requested the request to be in memory of them, and then we send it to the family. So we typically reach out to those of the council if they are would like to have the certificate, either send it to the family or if any of the city councilors are attending the services, then they take it either by frame or by folder.
And can we have all our signatures on it, or does that? Perfect, okay, thank you. That would be, thank you. Well, never mind then, it's already done. Councilmember Rubicalva.
Thank you. Just a reminder to close the meeting in Gilbert Avina's memory, as well as Officer Alex Sanders. And then I would also like to bring in, and this is kind of an odd thing, but I know everybody knows who David from Vaughn's is, but he is retiring. He has been Santa for many of our community events, and he has done a lot there. So if we can just bring him in for recognition, he's kind of a staple in the community. No.
It was like
No,
from Vaughn's or
Santa's not
from Santa?
retiring, but he does a lot of community events with us as Santa. But if we could just bring David in, my staff can work on getting his contact information.
He's not the real Santa.
He's his helper.
Councilmember, I'm tired. Councilmember Maz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know if this is an agenda request, but in light of what was shared today about the tragic passing of Mia Mejia, I'm hoping staff may be able to explore the possibility of posting the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline in some of our public spaces, whether it's our public restrooms or libraries. But I think that's important. Thank you.
That's great. And if I can just add on, so Councilmember Moss, my office does a suicide awareness event every year. So we'll share some information that we've worked on to, maybe we can cascade it, and maybe at some point this dais can consider it being a citywide event like Girls in Government.
Great idea. Councilmember Leon?
One more. I apologize, Madam Mayor. I'd like to bring in for recognition, I think somebody had brought it up during public comment, the recent incident with a little puppy in District 2. So I'd like to bring in Dr. Ash and the University Veterinary Center team. They're District 2, both resident as well as business, and I'd like to bring him in for recognition and just appreciate their quick thinking in saving the puppy's life. And if the puppy's available, I would love to have him too.
Someone will adopt the puppy. Not me.
I would love a puppy, but I can't have a puppy. But if,
No, I can't
So-
adopt the puppy, but somebody would want the puppy.
we appreciate Dr. Ash, if we could bring him in and his staff for recognition.
I was going to say, I'm not allowed to bring home any more pets. Apparently 14 is the cutoff.
It's a 1 acre lot.
With no further business before the council, I'd be honored to adjourn the meeting in the memory of Mia Mejia, Gilbert Avina, Alex Sanders, and Mr. Frank Cruz. We will be adjourned until December 16th.